Government says it's disappointed by a joint declaration for G20 summit made up of leaders of the world's largest economies. The declaration highlights the human toll of the war in Ukraine, but does not call out Russian aggression, noting differing views among the nations, which include Russia and China. But Australia's Prime Minister Anthony Albanese maintains the G20 has sent a clear message to Moscow.
Russia has to have gotten the message that this is having a devastating impact and that the world wants this war to stop because of the impact on the people of Ukraine, but also because of the impact that it's having on global inflation, global economies.
Hundreds of Greek soldiers and emergency workers are continuing to evacuate people from villages and towns affected by major floods in the centre of the country. Boats and helicopters have been deployed to reach the stranded and supply isolated settlements with food and drinking water. Parts of the region's capital, Larissa, have been inundated, and emergency services are working to reinforce the banks of the Pineios River.
A former British soldier who was the subject of a nationwide manhunt for 4 days after escaping from prison has been captured. Daniel Abed Khalif, who had also been accused of planting fake bombs at a military base, sparked a manhunt after he escaped from prison on the bottom of a food delivery truck on Wednesday. The 21-year-old was discharged from the British Army after his arrest earlier this year and has denied the allegations.
Prince Harry has called on competitors at this year's Invictus Games in the German city of Düsseldorf to inspire those watching on. More than 500 athletes from around the world, including Australia, will compete in the sporting events for wounded, injured and sick military servicemen and women. The Duke of Sussex served in the British Army and founded the Invictus Games in 2014. He's told competitors and supporters they have a chance to create life-changing moments.
These games are not solely about medals, PBs, or finishing lines. They are about overcoming any and all perceptions that have held you back, especially those you placed on yourselves.
Let's take a look at sport now with Jared Coogan. Australia has won its first game of the Rugby World Cup. Well done.
Good morning. Yes, a good start for the Australians to get some pretty tough opposition as well. It was the Wallabies who opened their campaign with a 35-15 victory over Georgia in Paris. Australia ran in 4 tries to 2 to end a 5-match losing streak under new coach Eddie Jones. Fullback Ben Donaldson scored 2 tries and kicked 6 goals to contribute 25 points in total. Australia, who will avoid the top 4 ranked teams, Ireland, South Africa, France and New Zealand until the semi-finals, will next up face Fiji. Meantime, the Brisbane Lions beat Port Adelaide by 48 points in Saturday night's qualifying final at the Gabba. The Lions won 19 goals at 9-123 to 11-9-75 with Joe Danaher, the staff. The Lions kicking 5 goals. Brisbane are now into the preliminary final, while the Power has a second chance. We'll play the GWS Giants in the Southern Death semi-final in Adelaide next weekend after the Giants beat St Kilda 15-11-101 to 11-11-77. And in the NRL, the Sydney Roosters had a thrilling 13-12 victory over the Sharks in last night's elimination final at Shark Park. The Sharks were in front 6-0 at the break. The Roosters hit back in the second half before Sam Walker kicked the winning field goal. The Roosters will now play the Storm in Melbourne next weekend. And the Shark season is over. In Saturday's other match, Penrith beat the Warriors 32 points to 6. Penrith now have a week off, while the Warriors will play either the Knights or the Raiders next week in Auckland. In cricket as well, Australia beat South Africa in the ODI this morning, so they're 2-0 in their series as well. Joyce Evans, tennis finals on at the moment. Louis Style will keep you updated on that match later on throughout the morning.
I didn't know that would make it.
You did?
Yeah, you were on for Alcaraz. I was like, I don't think it's going to be a matchup.
Well, who's going to be the final now?
Well, I think it could be an upset. It could be Medvedev.
Really? Oh, right.
Just 'cause
That is a big
I'm a contrarian.
What hold you to it?
Oh, you might put it. Who knows?
Oh, one day. My shoulder's not so good these days, so Jen, my top spin is not as good as it used to be.
Now, before we come on Weekend Breakfast, if you're a parent of a teenager, you'll want to stick around for this one. We're chatting with the teen mental health expert about with the author of When Life Sucks.
Yeah, it's been described as a first aid manual for some of life's toughest challenges for teens. Author, psychiatrist, parent, and sometimes comedian Dr. Joanna Prendergast will be joining us later in this studio. Jez and I are both looking forward to this. We've got kids around that age.
Yeah.
I think as all parents love any tips or tricks to keep your kids happy, well balanced, focused, enjoying life, and being the best that they can possibly be.
And we've got a preview copy of the book. Right? One of my favourite parts of the book is about this idea of abandoning the pursuit of perfection in parenting, in your child, and yourself.
Yeah.
One of the biggest takeaways.
Yeah, absolutely. It's nice to not have, those expectations can often be quite damaging for yourself and damaging for kids, but we'll talk to them next week and see how we're going.
Sunday morning.
Yeah.
Let go of perfection.
Well, let's check the weather now in the capitals. Brisbane, partly cloudy, sunny in Sydney. Canberra, a frosty morning, then mostly sunny. Partly cloudy in Melbourne and Hobart, and a sunny day for Adelaide, Perth and Darwin.
Let's get more on our top story this hour. The death toll from a magnitude 6.8 earthquake in Morocco is continuing to climb as the window to find survivors narrows. Middle East correspondent Tom Joyner reports.
I'm standing at the edge of the ancient old city, right in the heart of Marrakesh, a labyrinth of streets filled with market sellers and mosques, which only days ago was pumping with tourists. There are signs here of destruction everywhere, with the full scale of the damage yet to be assessed. As you can see around here, many of these structures are very old and tightly packed in and just didn't stand a chance when the massive tremor struck late on Friday night. It's an even worse story in the rural areas just outside the city, where emergency services are still working to bypass roads blocked by debris. Reaching some of the remote villages at the epicenter of the quake is proving hard, and because of the terrain there's still a risk of landslides. Locals here also know that the danger is not over, even if their homes are intact. Many will be sleeping outdoors for a second night. They're scared of an aftershock that could do even more damage. Others in some hard-to-reach places are still waiting for any help at all to arrive.
There is no way to enter the houses. My parents are ill at home. It is necessary to get help. We cannot continue without water or electricity. The roads are blocked for the children who want to go to school. We only wanted to get our parents out of the house, but we could not. They are ill.
Earthquakes of this size are rare in Morocco, and the country isn't necessarily prepared for them. Buildings, particularly in those rural areas, simply aren't built to withstand the shock. Hospitals also straining under the influx of hundreds of injured, which again will likely continue. There's been an outpouring of offers for help from governments and organisations from around the world, including from Algeria, with whom Morocco has no diplomatic relations. Morocco's own government has declared 3 days of national mourning and has urged for calm. The affected area is home to millions of people, and the death toll will likely keep on climbing as rescuers continue to dig through the rubble for survivors. Right now, of course, the first 48 hours are the crucial time for that to happen as the window for survival starts to close.
Tom Joyner reporting there. The G20 countries have agreed on a joint declaration, but Western leaders have conceded to draw back the language on calls to condemn Russia for the Ukraine war.
The summit of the world's most powerful leaders was hosted by the Indian government, which has acknowledged the G20 isn't a platform to solve security issues. That major correspondent Adam Dias reports.
The leaders of the world's most powerful and richest countries have managed, against all odds, to agree on a joint declaration here at the G20 summit. Even on Saturday morning, as the leaders were arriving here at the venue in New Delhi, that seems like a completely impossible task, considering the polarizations on the world stage, especially in relation to the Ukraine war. We know that negotiators have been working around the clock in the lead up to this weekend, trying to form some sort of consensus, and there was still that sticking point, the wording around the Ukraine war. Now, every year the G20 leaders, they gather in a meeting and they try to release this declaration. But this year it seems like for the first time in the G20's history that would be impossible because of pushback from countries like Russia and China. Now, it seems like in this statement that Western leaders had to concede on the language around the Ukraine war. They were coming out earlier saying they wanted a full condemnation of Russia in regards to that. But instead, the declaration says we will welcome all relevant and constructive initiatives that support a comprehensive, just and durable peace in Ukraine. Now, the Australian Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, has come out and been questioned about whether that's too soft in terms of wording. He says that it is quite strong in its language, calling for peace. But this certainly is a win for the Indian government. Narendra Modi surprisingly announced this news on Saturday evening, and it seems like the hosts of the G20 have managed to form some sort of consensus. Whether or not that will actually be able to be applied in the real world is a completely different question.
With governments across the country now committed to net zero emissions by 2050, Australia's biggest polluters will have to make substantial cuts.
But the ABC can reveal extraordinary claims by the former head of the Environmental Protection Authority in Western Australia that previous Premier Mark McGowan pressured him to withdraw tough new emissions guidelines. Those guidelines have been criticised by gas giant Woodside and mining lobbyists.
Climate change is going to be a problem.
LNG producers hold crisis talks. Tens of thousands of jobs put at risk. Zero emissions by 2050.
It's happening. We're paying for it now. We've got to make some changes.
The calls for climate action have been growing in the resource-rich state of Western Australia. And the tactics of activists becoming more extreme. But for WA's former Environment Protection Chief Tom Hatton, this battle started 4 years ago.
There are a handful of very large resource companies that play a very prominent role in the state.
In 2019, Dr. Hatton tried to put them on a path to net zero.
I think we were the only jurisdiction in Australia at the time without even an aspirational state reduction target, and the state's emissions were going up.
The guidelines triggered a massive industry backlash, culminating in a telephone call from the most powerful man in the state, Mark McGowan.
It wasn't a very long phone call. It was a very straightforward request that he did not want us to continue with those guidelines and wanted us to withdraw them. He didn't feel that consultation was sufficient with industry. We responded to an extraordinary request in an extraordinary moment in the state's history.
Tom Hatton is now speaking out for the first time. He wants the public to know what happened.
I have the whole reputation of 50 years of EPA on my shoulders, but also the environmental future of the state.
Dr. Hatton says he was given 1 hour to brief his board members.
It was a very difficult moment for the board. And that phone call from the Premier was certainly unprecedented, highly unorthodox, and in my view, inappropriate.
What is the point of the EPA if it just gives the government what it wants?
It made me feel under pressure to both defend the independence of the EPA, but at the same time maintain our influence on government.
Mark McGowan declined repeated requests for comment.
The ABC has spoken to people involved with drafting of the greenhouse gas guidelines and former EPA board members that Dr. Hatton spoke to immediately after his phone call from Mark McGowan. All independently confirmed that Dr. Hatton had told them that the Premier had asked him to withdraw his guidelines.
It was a political intervention by the Premier to make a political problem go away. And that political problem was very powerful industries running a campaign to try and shift costs off their balance sheet.
That campaign was extraordinary in its speed and power. Within 48 hours, articles, editorials and full-page ads funded by gas giant Woodside were plastered across Perth's only daily newspaper. The mining lobby quickly followed suit.
They became rather personalized attacks and challenging the sanity, the competency, the independence of the board.
They had the support of the Premier.
The EPA put this out, it's not government policy.
Some of Australia's most powerful business leaders filed into Parliament House to put their case to the Premier. The measure would cost jobs and projects. Piers Verstegen was director of WA's Conservation Council at the time.
The consequences of this decision are going to be felt here in Australia and internationally for decades to come. We're talking about billions of tonnes of additional greenhouse gas emissions. 4 years of extra delay means the got a whole lot of new projects that should have been going.
The ABC approached Woodside for comment, but it's declined. The state government is legislating a path to net zero by 2050, but in this resource-rich state, that won't be easy. Catherine Rees, ABC News, Perth.
Well, superannuation is one of the cornerstones of Australian working life, a way of guaranteeing your future beyond retirement. If you don't live long enough to retire, that benefit should, in most cases, flow on to your dependents and loved ones.
But for some of those loved ones, accessing that nest egg can be arduous. Xavier O'Halloran is the director of Super Consumers Australia, which advocates for people who find themselves battling superannuation funds after the death of someone close. Now, Xavier, this seems to be an issue that most people wouldn't be aware about until they're right in the middle of it.
Yeah, and that's the really unfortunate thing with this one. A lot of people don't realise that they're on top of this kind of stuff. It's time when it comes time to claim, which is often, they've just lost a loved one. They're having to battle a whole bunch of paperwork and bureaucracy in order to get that money they're owed out.
How straightforward is that claims process? If you're trying to access someone else's super after they've died, you're a dependent and you have an entitlement to that money, how straightforward is that process?
So it really differs across the sector. It depends on the superannuation fund. They've all got different rules and requirements, different paper forms, and different wait times to process those forms as well. And so, as we've seen in a recent case, in a string of recent cases actually, that can take months and months, and in some cases over a year to process, which we think is really not good enough.
We're documenting this story at the ABC today. What are some of the scenarios that you're seeing? Why are people finding it so hard? What should be a fairly straightforward process if they are the nominated beneficiaries?
Yeah, so the types of things we've seen are people waiting 6 weeks just to get the form to fill in to start the entire process. We've seen people having to go back to a hospital where a loved one's passed away to get a second death certificate after they've already gotten one.
And for what reason?
So again, this comes down to the rules with the fund, and it is a bit of a grinding bureaucracy involved. In the case that we're seeing most recently, the super fund said that they needed to know the cause of death in order to pay out. But this is, that's common in an insurance case where they might need to test, if there was some foul play. But in these types of cases, typically that's not something that's as important to the case. And so requiring someone to go back to where they'd seen, a loved one suffer in hospital before they passed away 5 days, I think it was in this case, and then they had to go back a second time to get a death certificate, just re-traumatise people. So, yeah, it's not good enough.
Should there be greater laws and restrictions around this so there's uniformity across the superannuation industry, which is a huge industry, $3.5 trillion?
Yeah, that's exactly right, and that's what we believe needs to happen here. At the moment, what we're left with is a bit of a principles-based approach. They still have a best interest duty to you, but what we're seeing in reality is that without actual timeframes and incentives to deliver on those timeframes, these processes drag out for months and in some cases over a year. People are left without money that they would otherwise, they would need if they're relying on that income stream from a loved one that's passed away.
But timeframes are difficult, aren't they? Because, we're talking about large sums of money going to someone who is not the primary account holder. There needs to be a standard of rigour to uphold to make sure that that money is going to the right person.
That's exactly right. And we think there needs to be a time frame that properly accounts for the time it should take to do that kind of thing.
What would be reasonable?
So, it really depends on the scenario, because in some families it's quite straightforward, because super funds can only give to someone who's a dependent, a financial dependent. And so they're really looking at, a spouse and children, or if you can prove some kind of financial interdependence with the person. So in a lot of cases, that's pretty straightforward. If there's, say, a spouse there may be some adult children as well. And after that, there's no real question about it going outside of those few people. So you can really start to narrow down, what's reasonable to identify who those close family members are and anyone that might be otherwise eligible because of the financial relationship there.
So is there anything that someone can do with their own super fund to make it tighter and faster and less complex at the time of their passing?
Yeah, absolutely. Look, super funds should be doing better, but there are steps that everyone can take to make it a lot easier when it comes to that time. So what you can do is make a death benefit nomination to your superannuation fund. This basically identifies the people that you want that money to go to when you pass away. It can only go to people who are eligible, so it's that group of people I talked about before, typically a family member or someone who's financially dependent on you. So it's important that you identify people that are actually eligible to receive it, and you can let the superannuation fund know, and that is a binding nomination. Now, the one thing to note though is these things often expire, typically after about 3 years. So you really got to keep on top of it as well and make sure it's up to date with the superannuation fund.
And not all funds accept a nomination.
Yeah, it depends on the superannuation fund as what their process is. So some may allow you to set them up indefinitely, others may have a limited period of time. Typically, I think that most of them do actually allow some kind of process. But yeah, it does depend on the superannuation fund. It's exactly how they let you set it up. So it's worth contacting them.
If there were to be some sort of regulation and uniform regulation across the country with this, who would set it up? And do you think there'd be pushback from the super funds?
Look, I think some of the superannuation funds, could use these incentives, obviously, and set a clear standard across the board. We often see that they don't like to spend a lot of money on these things unless there are basic standards. But ultimately, it's up to regulators and the government. APRA, the regulator in this space, has the ability to make prudential standards, but they can set up these types of things. Alternatively, of course, the government can introduce legislation and achieve the same goals that way.
All right, look, interesting, really fascinating. I guess the one thing that we can take away from this for now is that you can get things in order, take control, take charge to whatever effect that you can right now. Xavier Hallon, thank you so much for joining us with that information.
Thanks for having me.
And you can read more about that story on the ABC News website.
Well, Jared Coote joins us again on the desk to talk all things sport. And Jared, the Wallabies, they got the job done overnight in France.
Yeah, they did plenty of pressure on the Wallabies at this World Cup. Probably not huge expectations, but pressure to get some results. They haven't won under Eddie Jones heading into this game, but that's all changed now. 35-15 win over Georgia, who are only ranked 2 spots behind the Wallabies. So pretty impressive team, better than most people think. It was 4 tries to 2. Australia did look dominant right throughout the match. They scored pretty early on to really set the tone in this one. Ben Donaldson had 2 tries, 25 points. So Lampi was picked for his conversions, and he certainly delivered on that. Some solid tries from the Australians right across the park as well. So they'll take plenty of confidence out of this. A very young team, as we know. So this first up victory will help them right throughout the tournament. It will get a little harder in the next one. They'll take on Fiji in their second match at the Cup. Let's hear from Prop Angus Bell on the victory.
It's just a big relief. We've been working really hard towards this. Obviously, going 0-5 to start the year wasn't something we planned on, and not something that the team wants. But we feel like we're building really nicely. We're building those connections within our team, and as you saw today, in patches again. But we just did it for longer. We were a great team, so we just got to keep going and keep pushing the envelope.
Jared, some big clashes on the pointy end of the NRL ladder, and the Roosters winning in a thriller last night.
Yeah, they did. This was a huge result for the Tricolours, 13-12 over the Sharks at Shark Park. It was all Cronulla early. They really looked dominant, but the defence from the Roosters was pretty incredible. It was only 6-0 for the Sharks at half-time, despite some clear dominance. They lost Joseph Suaalii at half-time to a delayed concussion. The Roosters, Joey Manu scored to make it 6-all. They lost him then to a hamstring injury. They also had James Tedesco in the sin bin. Sharks scored off the back of that, but somehow, with a number of players out of position, the Roosters held on and scored to try to make it 12-all. And then Sam Walker, the young halfback, under plenty of pressure himself, dropped earlier in the year, got injured, kicked the field goal. They stopped 2 field goals as well, charging down the Roosters to somehow hold on to set up a match against the Storm next weekend. And Penrith beat the Warriors 32 points to 6-0. Now, the Warriors will now play the Knights or the Raiders next week. The Panthers will have the week off. Pretty unlucky, of course, the Warriors with their best player, Sean Johnson, ruled out heading into that game. They didn't have their halves combination they had right throughout the season, so it was always going to be tough against the Penrith team. But let's hear from Trent Robinson, the Roosters coach, who talked about their performance. A gritty win when you consider how many players got injured throughout that match. Let's hear from Trent Robinson.
Yeah, I felt like the spirit grew, the more changes, the more chaos that got created in that game, the more the players grew. They got calmer, they got really focused on some key areas that we probably weren't in the first half. So yeah, just really proud. Like you want the footy to improve, but as far as the spirit with which the club and the team plays the game, that was at a high end.
Jared, in the AFL, Brisbane and the Giants came out on top in their respective games.
Yeah, they certainly did. We'll start with the Lions, a big win over Port Adelaide, a dominant victory there, 19 goals to 9, 123 to 11, 975 in the end, so 48-point victory. Probably actually late in the second quarter, but the Lions really took control from there. Joe Danaher stand out in this one with 5 great goals. Cam Rayner scored 3, Jimmy Logan with 26 disposals, so really earning their week off. Now they're through to the preliminary final. The Lions, the Power, of course, have a second chance. They'll play the Giants after the Giants beat St Kilda 15 goals, 11, 101 to 11, 11, 77. Been on a bit of a roll at the back end of the regular season. The Giants continuing that now into the final, so they're going to be a pretty hot team and difficult to beat. So I'll have to wait and see how the rest of the finals play out, of course.
And David Warner turning back the clock last night in Bloemfontein.
Yeah, Dave Warner getting a century. We haven't heard about that for quite some time at the international level. A good win for the Australians. Now 2-0 up in this ODI series in South Africa. They won by 123 runs, 106 with just 93 deliveries for Warner. That's his 20th ODI century. His second fastest as well. Pretty incredible when you consider the career he's had. Marnus Labuschagne had a century as well, 124 from just 99 deliveries. Australia posted 8 for 392, and then South Africa all out for 269. Adam Zampa, the pick of the bowlers with 4 for 48, so they completely dominated the T20 series, now dominating the ODI series, and looking good ahead of the upcoming World Cup this year.
Good on you, Jared. Thank you. We'll see you shortly. These are the top stories here on Weekend Breakfast. An earthquake in central Morocco has killed at least 1,300 people and caused severe damage to buildings. Hospitals are experiencing an influx, while search and rescue teams work to reach victims in mountainous areas. It's believed many are still stuck under the rubble.
A 26-year-old has been charged over a deadly car crash in Melbourne's CBD that killed 1 and injured 5 others. The Melton West man is facing a string of serious charges, including murder and attempted murder. He's been remanded in custody and is next due to appear in court in January.
A former British soldier who escaped from a prison while awaiting trial on terrorism charges is back in custody. Daniel Abed Khalif escaped from Wandsworth on Wednesday, sparking a nationwide hunt. The 21-year-old was caught by a plainclothes police officer who pulled him off a bicycle in northwest London.
And Australia has opened its Rugby Union World Cup campaign with a 35-15 victory over Georgia in Paris. The Wallabies ran 4 tries to 2 to end the 5-match losing streak under new coach Eddie Jones. Australia will next face Fiji next weekend.
Well, let's take a look at what's making headlines around the Asia-Pacific region. Starting with the Jakarta Post, it's reporting on fires raging in parts of Indonesia, which have covered major cities with haze, raising concerns for smoke could cross international borders.
Turning to the South China Morning Post, President Xi Jinping is hailing a new era in China's ties with North Korea, amid rising tensions in the region and a strengthening relationship between the US, Japan and South Korea.
And the New Zealand Herald reports on the installation of a new $300 million electric arc furnace at Glenbrook, which is expected to be up and running by 2026.
Anthony Albanese has addressed the G20 summit denouncing Russia's invasion of Ukraine. He's also enjoyed a sideline meeting with the EU's Ursula von der Leyen and a formal meeting with Emmanuel Macron to discuss a free trade agreement. The Prime Minister also squeezed in a bilateral meeting with his Japanese counterpart.
But in the absence of both the Chinese and Russian leaders, can a divided G20 summit still set the global agenda as the geopolitical sands shift? To find out, I'm joined by Insider's host, David Spears. Good morning to you, David.
Good morning, Cap.
A lot going on the PM's agenda at the G20. What exactly is in this for Australia?
Well, I mean, there are commitments in there when it comes to tackling climate change, when it comes to continuing to deal with the economic headwinds globally, but particularly on Ukraine and Russia's invasion, their war that's dragging on in Ukraine. The Prime Minister is pretty happy with the outcome. He reckons it's stronger wording this year than last year. Others may differ about that, including Ukraine itself. It's expressed a little disappointment of where they've landed on the wording around Ukraine. What did they say? Well, and you can understand why this is easy. You've got very different views around that table. Putin not there, obviously, but Russia is part of the G20. And President Xi not there either, although China, of course, very important around that G20. And the host nation, India, has been a bit more ambivalent when it comes to any criticism of Russia's invasion as well. So look, they landed on some wording that didn't condemn the invasion, it did note the suffering of the people, it urged all parties to uphold international law, and particularly with respect to respecting its sovereignty and territorial integrity. So look, yes, there are messages there, but perhaps not as strong as Ukraine would like.
You mentioned there, David, Russia and China, their leaders have snubbed the event. They're still being represented, though. Can a G20, a divided G20, which is looking like it is at the moment, still really set a firm global agenda?
Well, it's difficult, right? The more division there is, the more difficult it is to set the agenda, to make much change. And at the end of the day, I even think if it were all but Russia issuing a condemnation of their invasion, I don't think that's about to stop Putin. It's not going to see him turn around in his tracks in terms of how far he's gone now in Ukraine. But it adds that pressure. What the division tells us is there is still difficulty in trying to apply more pressure to Putin right now.
On domestic politics, David, Anthony Albanese flew out as the controversy intensified over that Qatar Airways decision. Do you think that's likely to dog him and continue when he returns?
I suspect it will, yes, and primarily because the government's explanations as to why it blocked this bid from Qatar Airways to increase its flights in and out of Australia is still a little confusing. It's relying on this argument that it's done this in the national interest without really explaining what that is or what that means. You would think everything governments do is in the national interest, right? And we have had a bit of confusion from the Minister, Catherine King, who made this call as to the impact of the incident back in 2020 involving 5 Australian women who were marched off a Qatar Airways flight and subjected to invasive strip searches. She was saying 6 weeks or so ago that wasn't linked to this decision to block their flights. Now this week she's saying it was a factor, so that's been a little confusing too. You can understand why the opposition's gone after the government on this, and yes, when Parliament's back tomorrow, I suspect there'll still be some focus on this as well.
Now, I know you'll be looking at this on the show today. You'll also be looking at The Voice and its polling with Casey Briggs, and you've also got Noel Pearson as your guest.
Yes, and we saw another poll yesterday. This was a Redbridge poll that, again, showed bad news for the Yes camp. Still well behind, in fact, not really picking up ground, going the wrong way as far as the Yes camp's concerned, even after a pretty successful launch and first week and the positivity around it. So, look, you've got to look at the polling average, though. That's what Casey will be doing with us this morning. It will be interesting to hear from Noel Pearson, one of the architects, leading advocates of the Indigenous voice, as to what needs to happen with 5 weeks left in this campaign to get it over the line.
Anything else coming up on the show I've missed out?
Look, we've got a few extra things. Maurice Payne bowing out of politics. We'll look at her legacy, but also the contest to replace her. And some interesting economic news this week as well. A per capita recession. So without population growth, we're going backwards. What does that mean? What's been done about it? We'll get into all of that.
Looking forward to it. Thanks so much, David.
Thanks, Gav.
And you can, of course, catch Insiders at 9 a.m. Eastern on ABC TV and the ABC News channel.
Families across Australia are making big financial sacrifices to pay for their children's health care when the public system fails them.
One family says their son deserved his pain management treatment without the big price tag.
Jacob Fulcher is 19, but has the spine of an 80-year-old.
Very depressing. It's a bit scary knowing that a lot of men there.
He has juvenile disc degeneration, but he waited in pain almost 3 years to be seen by a neurosurgeon in the public system. In the end, his family gave up and made an appointment with a private specialist who made the diagnosis.
It was really heartbreaking knowing that he needs to see someone so that he can get his life back and get some relief.
On medical advice, the family paid $10,000 for pain relief surgery for Jacob in Melbourne. It was money they'd set aside to renovate a bathroom for another family member with disabilities.
In a corporate lucky country that I don't think we're that lucky down here.
I feel like we're doing more like America with their healthcare system. Like everything's just on privately. It's super expensive. We just need a fight for a change.
People across the country face long waits to see a specialist through the public system. In Victoria, the wait to see an ear, nose and throat specialist can be 8 years. In South Australia, the wait to see a gastroenterologist can be as long as 5 years. And the wait to see a neurosurgeon in Tasmania can be 6 years for non-urgent cases.
People are living in pain, in misery. They're getting worse, and sometimes they're dying.
The federal government is being urged to play a bigger role in providing leadership and funding for state hospitals when the National Health Reform Agreement is renewed in 2025.
It's the last big chance we really have of saving a recognisable public hospital system in this country.
Jacob Fulcher is likely to need more invasive procedures in the future, but he's staying positive and making plans for his next move, studying acting at university. Fiona Blackwood, ABC News.
Well, the teenage years can be a tumultuous phase, compounded by surging hormones, physical changes and social anxiety. But a new book promises to provide parents with guidelines on how to help their teens navigate their growing pains.
When Life Sucks. This is it. It's been described as a first aid manual for some of life's toughest challenges. Its author is psychiatrist, parent and sometimes comedian, Dr. Joanna Prendergast, who joins us in the studio. Dr. Prendergast, welcome.
Thank you very much. Lovely to be
I
here.
feel like there's something in this for everyone. What was the purpose of this book?
Yeah, so the purpose really was to try and fill a gap, because I know there's a lot of very desperate families out there with teenagers struggling and very stretched resources in terms of mental health services. And I knew myself parenting teenagers, there were oftentimes where you kind of go, I don't know quite what to do in this situation, or I wish there was like a manual of what to do when your kid's struggling. And so I have very much written it like a first aid manual, full of practical tips and also when to reach out for help. It covers a huge range of topics, from the lighter ones to the really more serious ones about mental health, etc. What is your messaging around some of those more serious matters that parents really grapple with? Yeah, I mean, I think it's really important. I mean, it's World Suicide Prevention Day today, to realise that we really need to be able to have conversations about the gritty end of mental health, because recent studies in Australia have suggested up to 25% of young people have harmed themselves in the last year. So it's a huge number of young people out there struggling, and I think there's quite a lot of myths about mental health in terms of, don't mention suicide or self-harm because it will put the idea into their head, whereas in actual fact it opens up a conversation, and it's an opportunity if a young person is struggling with their mental health to go, hey, by the way, I have felt like that, mum and dad. So really important to have those conversations and to make emotions, mental health topics that we can chat about with our kids.
A lot of the time, the first encounter with an issue, be it small or large, as a parent, you kind of look going, I'm not quite sure how serious this is. What's your advice about how to get help around it?
Yeah, I mean, I think if a young person ever mentions not wanting to be around, life's not worth living, suicidal thoughts or self-harming behaviour, is to always get a mental health assessment. It's quite easy to dismiss those things as, don't be silly and things like that, but really important, because it's, parents shouldn't be assessing their own young person's risk.
But sometimes it can be as simple as just not having a lot of energy or being isolated.
Yeah.
Having a huge friendship group. And that can be very serious, or it could be something very easily fixed at the same.
Yeah, I mean, I think the things to look out for is when there's been a big change in your young person's behaviour. If they've always been a very introverted young person, that may be who they are, but if they've been a social, involved in things kid and then suddenly they're withdrawing, that's a real red flag that something's going on. So any change in their functioning, so parents need to be really observant and not presume things are a phase. The title of the book, Jo, When Life Sucks, as a teenager, we've all been there. Yes. There are times when life does not feel as great as it possibly might, for a range of issues as a teenager. But do you think, if you look at decades ago to now, the challenges are greater for teenagers? Oh, absolutely. I mean, when I was a teenager, it was more about, does my crush like me? That was my biggest issue. I think with the pandemic seems to have really escalated teen mental health difficulties, with psychologists reporting a 60% increase in young people presenting with anxiety and depression, and eating disorders have really flared up and self-harm. So it's definitely, even compared to a couple of years ago, teenage mental health is more complicated. But, when you've got smartphones and half of the kids saying they're addicted to their smartphones and exposure to everything, it really makes life more
I
complicated.
was just going to ask that, devices. I mean, none of us is a saint, right?
Yes.
But how about this?
You've got yours here ready to
Oh,
scroll.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Like, how do we manage this in the life of a teenager?
Yeah, I think it's really difficult, and with half teenagers saying they're addicted to their phones, we've already got a significant issue and a huge number of adults as well. I think the main things are to try and use devices in a positive way. Young people, their whole social world is their phone. So it's like they're cutting off a limb if you say no phones. But trying to get kids aware, to monitor the amount of time they're spending on their phone, ideally to not have phones in bedrooms overnight. So just ways to try and manage it and to use it in a sort of pro-social, connecting, finding out information way rather than sort of doom scrolling and hearing themselves.
And modelling is good too, obviously. If you're at home on it all the time, say get off your phone. And
Exactly.
Kind of a bit of a disconnect there, isn't there? Jo, throughout your life's work, not just as a psychiatrist, you're also a comedian.
Yeah.
How is it? How important is getting a message through comedy? Like, do you find you get great cut through?
Yeah, I mean, I certainly have found that comedy is a great vehicle for messages. My next show is actually called Cancer and Cartwheels, about my cancer survivorship. And I've got a lot of messages in that show that I'm delivering through comedy. And in my show, The Cool Mum, I do talk about only needing to be a good enough parent. You don't need to be perfect.
It's on here, it's on here. Don't need to be perfection.
I know, well, that's something to really hold on, because a lot of parenting books about being a great parent, an amazing parent, and a blissful household, but that's not the reality for most families. Just clinging on to good enough is often what you need to do to kind of be okay there.
So that's one great tip. What are some other key takeaway tips that we could leave our listeners with?
Yeah, so I think the main thing is sort of self-care is incredibly important, because if parents are not in a good place emotionally with their mental health, then things are less likely to go well with your teen. So most parents' self-care is down there kind of next to Christmas shopping in terms of priorities. So really important to look after your own well-being so that you can be calm enough to deal with your teenager. Really observant, notice changes and reach out for help. Parents know their teenager best, so if you've got a gut feeling that things aren't right with your kid, reach out for help. And there's a huge number of places that you can reach. It's not always mental health service. There's helplines, there's online apps, there's organisations that can offer support. So really do reach out if you've got any concerns about your young person.
Dr. Cheryl Prendergast, it's so good to talk to you. It's been immensely useful.
Hasn't it? Yeah. Read the book.
Thank you very much.
Lovely to see you. Thank you.
And if you need information or support, you can contact Beyond Blue on 1300 224636. Or if you or someone you know is experiencing distress, please contact Lifeline. That's 13 11 14.
One-year artist Judy Watson's art-making practice is deeply embedded in cultural memory, place and family.
The artist's recent trip to country in northwest Queensland has become a source of inspiration.
As an artist, I work across lots of different media. I trained as a printmaker. Drawing is the source of all of my work. I also do work with video, photography, installation. Sometimes it will relate to objects, Aboriginal cultural material that has been taken by overseas museums or institutions or people. For me, it's like cultural reclamation. I will take our cultural memory and put it back into my work, trying to sort of give weight and power and meaning to those objects so it hasn't been taken away. It's not dead, but it's living like it is to us. So my Aboriginality runs down through my matrilineal ancestors, through my mother, my grandmother, my great-grandmother, my great-great-grandmother. And that line is what I often use within my work. So UAP have all the technical facilities there. They've got the welding, they've got the bronze casting. The artist comes in with their ideas. People enmesh together, they learn from each other, and everybody becomes part of the piece when they're making it. I will do the visualization of it, the drawings, and work with the artisans to then bring it to that stage where it's ready to be cast. They'll work out all the logistics. So the piece at Hotta was called Naran Balam, Freshwater Saltwater. It's the idea of a gathering space for people to come together. You have the pick-a-bean basket, which is almost like a boat. It's really beautiful. And the kids, sort of jump in it, and you've got the feathers of Niven, the eagle, and so they're sort of encompassing and enfolding, and people can shelter in underneath those. We've got language names going through, and that came from collaboration with the community. I have seen public art in many places around the world. The ones that really talk to me are the ones that make me feel something. They draw me in. For me, it's about something which is there, which is a reminder, or it's something to make you think or laugh. If public art can do that, that's what I want.
And you can catch the full story and a whole lot more right here at 5 p.m. on Artworks. Well, when you think of trance DJs, a nearly 70-year-old man with 13 grandkids probably isn't the first vision that comes to mind, is it, Jess?
No, but 68-year-old Simon Zates has become a regular on the Australian festival circuit after giving up guitars for turntables in his 40s.
I'm 68. Currently, I'm a trance DJ that plays at festivals. That's pretty much what I do the last 20-odd years or so. Progressive trance, I guess you'd call it, is the upbeat project, and grounded bass music is my own project. I just tell people I play intelligent dance music. But I'm a grandpa, and fortunately I'm still able to get away with doing it, so I love the opportunity to get out there. I'm so excited that I still get asked to play, and to move a crowd of people is one of the most humbling experiences ever. People appreciate what it is you do. Really humbling. I'd love to get away with that as long as I keep to the corners. My favourite afternoon spot was, I was in my early 40s already when I started DJing. In my eyes, I was still relatively young, but my sons ran in their early 20s, and they took me to my first gig, and a lot of the broken beats and stuff didn't make a lot of sense to me then, or the trouble, but the moment I heard some good 4/4 music, I just thought, wow, this is the new psychedelic music. I grew up listening to jazz fusion and things in the 70s, which was, I guess, the psychedelic music of its era. It just made sense, and I got really excited about it. I started getting involved in events with people, there was a real core of people that started this. Definitely wasn't me, it was other people. And I started promoting initially, and then I started thinking, well, my collection of music's better than half these people I'm playing. Maybe I should start playing. The guys up here sort of out there trying to we're all on a mission. We were doing parties every week, we did beach parties, English parties and stuff, and then it just got so big that, it was like a get all over the country. Everything started out as bush stuff, no matter what state you were in. And then it just became so big that we had a junior carer all of a sudden, so we had to become the junior and front companies and take our insurances, and now you have medics, and you've got to supply Nantes. Rainbow was the only party in the country that got numbers like that. But yeah, they were all tiny parties to start with. It's become such a big industry now. Over the space of the last 20 years, I've played pretty much every major event in the country. I'm doing more gigs now than I was 15 years ago. I'm definitely one of the more active members of the Cairns fraternity that's still true and all that. But there were people doing this radio for me, radio program, and I just jumped on because I thought it was pretty cool. You know, and I've been glad to be part of it. But yeah, I like doing one of my favorite tracks. And, it's hard not to be inspired by the creativity around me. I go to events and watch my young peers play. I'm just in constant awe of the, I don't know their musical, but technical ability.
Would you have a background in teaching them?
No, I still can't mix. I mix very differently to my peers. They do a lot of beat matching. I tend to use harmonics and I use phase and keys. Some people say it's lazy, other people can't believe I make life so hard for myself. Take it to yeah, lost track I mean, I started this long, you know. I just got married around 2000 pioneers and they released the 3000. And my daughter loads up all my gig sticks for me because I'm hopeless. I still don't know how to drop and drag all that well. So that's how technical I am. I can't believe I still get away with this requirements for the I'm too scared. If I stop any of this, what I do, I'll just change and I'm still in denial that the age thing. And it makes me feel good. I love playing music. I love the fact that I can move people and, you know, keep them away. People come up and say nicest things to them, and I'm really excited that I have made a difference. I don't think there's much more to think. Being able to express yourself artistically and be surrounded by a family that loves you. Yeah, no, I think I've had a really blessed life. I've been able to do pretty well all my things, which is pretty good, and I'd tell anyone to do that if you want to do it. To do it.
If you'd like to see more on that story, you can head over to the ABC News website for an in-depth look at the godfather of Bush.
A self-proclaimed.
You're religious.
No, I never did today. If I'm on the pop. Yeah, 80s numbers, so predictable and boring. But yeah.
Off air, just when it's dancing, like right before the show. It's a bit of a radio bit.
Yeah, well, maybe not the book, but you know what? I love that song because he was a self-proclaimed late bloomer. So who knows where we'll all be when we're 68. See you on the dance floor. You know where you'll find Derek Pitt right now, though. He's doing us again on the desk. And you've got the latest from the US Open. Is my guy Williams?
Yeah, the opposite of the dance floor. Kat, thanks for paying attention. It's the women's final. And your guy is not playing till tomorrow. But your man did it. He might be winning in life, but he's not winning on the court for now. Let's talk about the women's finals in progress at the moment. It's Aryna Sabalenka taking on the American Coco Gauff. Sabalenka, number 2 in the world, soon to be a number 1. Coco Gauff, the 6th seed here, and it was Sabalenka that won the first set 6-2. Some pretty superb play there. A lot of pressure on young Gauff, but she has shown that she can handle it. First of all, by the fact that she made it to the final, and here with shots like this in the second set, she was superb. She won that second set 6-3. Sabalenka's had 9 break points, Gauff just 6, but Sabalenka seems to have been converting her break points a little better, but we'll have to wait and see how the rest of this match plays out. They're heading now into the all-important third set. Sorry to disappoint Kat, but no.
I'm going to Coco. She's not.
Anyway, it's Medvedev. How is he shaping up? He's shaping up great. He's got a big task in Djokovic, but Kat says that who cares? No.
And you've got a few seconds on.
Look at this. You pulled this out of nowhere.
Thank you.
Yeah,
there we go.
Italy's having fun.
Thank you.
He dances.
Yeah.
Does Djokovic retain the number 1, regain the number 1? I'll have to crunch the numbers so we get back to this.
But on the women's up tipping Coco, stick around. We're running out of time on this hour. Coming up next hour on Weekend Breakfast, Indonesia has lifted its ban on Australian live cattle exports. We'll speak to an expert about that after the break.
See you soon.
Each week, live from the nation's capital, Insiders tackles the topics crucial to all Australians. From the Indigenous Voice referendum, vote yes. If you don't know, vote no. to the government's plan to tackle the housing crisis, as well as the future challenges revealed in the latest intergenerational report.
The big challenges and chances in the decades ahead.
And Insiders will help you make sense of the big decisions that affect all of our lives.
Insiders, today at 9 on ABC and ABC iView.
The whole country is on the brink of colossal change, and it is our job to report it.
Please welcome the golden couple of news.
There's a 1 in 200 year music.
Let's watch it, see the picture, put it in. Give us your exact location, we'd like to do something. What's your name? Do I know?
Who was it keeping?
No idea.
What's your name?
What's going on?
The Control Room, Friday 8:30 on ABC TV and ABC iView.
Getting older, it stinks. I don't like myself that much.
The life-changing social experiment returns.
There's a little voice inside me saying, go for it, baby.
Old People's Home for Teenagers starts October 3 on ABC TV.
Get your footy finals live and ad-free on the ABC Listener. Every try, goal, mark and tackle. Get 100% footy live and ad-free on the ABC Listener.
Today, the death toll from the devastating earthquake in central Morocco rises to more than 2,000.
A 26-year-old man is charged with murder over a crash in Melbourne CBD that's killed one person and injured 5 others.
A UK prison escapee back in custody after 4 days on the run.
Ukraine criticises the G20 over a joint statement on the war, stopping short of condemning Russia.
It's a lovely ball for Ben Johnson, who gets his second. Australia off to a strong start of the Rugby World Cup with a dominant win over Georgia. And where anyone can dream.
And we meet a former cabaret singer inspiring others to find joy in the everyday.
Good morning, it's Sunday the 10th of September. I'm Jeremy Fernandez.
And I'm Catherine Robinson. You're watching Weekend Breakfast. The death toll from a powerful earthquake in Morocco continues to climb. More than 2,000 people have been killed and hundreds more have been injured in the country's deadliest tremor in more than 6 decades. This is the moment the 6.8 magnitude quake struck a sparsely populated region in the Atlas Mountains, around 70 kilometres southwest of the city of Marrakesh.
Rescue workers are picking through the rubble of damaged buildings, some with their bare hands racing to find survivors. But search teams admit they face a massive challenge reaching some victims. Many roads have been blocked by landslides and debris, and ambulances are not able to get through. One local resident said it was a terrifying moment when the earthquake hit.
The earthquake hit, or I don't know what it was. We were eating dinner before the electricity was cut off, and we did not know what was happening. Our children and our family, we no longer know if they are alive or dead. We hope that someone will help us.
A 26-year-old man has been charged over a deadly car crash in Melbourne CBD that killed one person and left 5 others injured. The Melton West man is facing a string of charges, including murder, attempted murder, and intentionally causing serious injury. He appeared at an after-hours court hearing on Saturday. He's been remanded in custody and is due to reappear in court in mid-January.
2 gunmen remain on the run following a fatal shooting outside a cafe in Melbourne's northwest yesterday. The ABC understands the underworld crime figure Gavin Preston was shot dead at the cafe in Hill Village on the old Corbett Highway. A second man, aged in his 20s, was taken to hospital in a critical condition after also being shot. It's understood Preston had recently been released from prison after serving time over the killing of a drug trafficker.
Police have charged another teenager in relation to the alleged abduction of a 14-year-old boy who fell out of a moving car in Melbourne's southeast last Monday. The 15-year-old has been charged with multiple offences, including armed robbery, conduct endangering life, and unintentionally causing serious injury. A 14-year-old boy alleged to be the main offender has already been charged over the incident.
Ukraine's government says it's disappointed by a joint declaration at the G20 summit made up of leaders of the world's largest economies. The declaration highlights the human toll of the war in Ukraine, but it does not call out Russian aggression, noting differing views among member nations, which include Russia and China. Australia's Prime Minister Anthony Albanese maintains the G20 has sent a clear message, nevertheless, to Moscow.
Russia has to have gotten the message that this is having a devastating impact and that the world wants this war to stop because of the impact on the people of Ukraine, but also because of the impact that it's having on global inflation, global economies.
Hundreds of Greek soldiers and emergency workers are continuing to evacuate people from villages and towns affected by major floods in this centre of the country. Boats and helicopters have been deployed to reach the stranded and supply isolated settlements with food and drinking water. Parts of the region's capital, Larissa, have been inundated, and emergency services are working to reinforce the banks of the Pineios River.
A former British soldier who was the subject of a nationwide manhunt for 4 days after escaping from prison has been recaptured. Daniel Abed Khalif, who had been accused of planting fake bombs in a military base, sparked a manhunt after he escaped from prison on the bottom of a food delivery truck on Wednesday. The 21-year-old was discharged from the British Army after his arrest earlier this year and has denied the allegations against him.
Prince Harry has called on competitors at this year's Invictus Games in the German city of Dusseldorf to inspire those watching on. More than 500 athletes from around the world, including Australia, will compete in the sporting events for wounded, injured and sick military servicemen and women. The Duke of Sussex served in the British Army and founded the Invictus Games in 2014. He's told competitors and supporters they have a chance to create life-changing moments.
These games are not solely about medals, PBs or finishing lines. They are about overcoming any and all perceptions that have held you back, especially those you placed on yourselves.
A New Zealand couple has demanded a refund from Singapore Airlines after a dog ruined their travel experience. The couple bought premium economy tickets for a flight from Paris to Singapore, but were dismayed to find that a passenger beside them had brought his emotional support dog on board. The couple says the dog was snorting, dribbling and farting all through the 13-hour flight. Singapore Airlines says it's continuing to liaise with the couple over the incident.
Bit awkward.
Everyone's going to have an opinion on that story.
Okay.
I kind of feel like, you can sympathise with them, and people are entitled to bring an emotional support animal on
Yes,
board.
yes.
But that's a tough one.
Well, just stick to cats, really. I mean, that's my thing. The cat, they're perfect. But look at him, he's pretty sweet too.
I find cats take a lot of emotional labour, so I would be like their emotional support person for a cat.
Well, let's check in with Jared now. He's got the latest in sport, and the Wallabies doing well over in Paris.
Yeah, they certainly are. They've finally won a game under Eddie Jones. The Australian men's rugby union side won its opening World Cup match with a 35-15 victory over Georgia in Paris. The Wallabies ran in 4 tries to 2 in the 5-match losing streak under Eddie Jones. Fullback Ben Donaldson scored 2 tries and kicked 6 goals to contribute 25 points in total. Australia, who will avoid the top 4 ranked teams in Ireland, South Africa, France and New Zealand, will now take on Fiji next up. Meantime, the Brisbane Lions beat Port Adelaide by 48 points in Saturday night's AFL qualifying final of the Gabba. The Lions won 19 goals, 123 to 11-9-75, with Joe Danaher, the staff of the Lions, kicking 5 goals in the end. The Lions are now into a premium final, while the Power has a second chance and will play the GWS Giants in a sudden death semi-final in Adelaide next weekend after the Giants knocked St Kilda out of the finals, winning 15-11 1 to 11-11-77. And the Sydney Roosters had a thrilling 13 points to 12 victory over the Sharks in last night's NRL elimination final at Shark Park. The Sharks were in front 6-0 at the break, but the Roosters hit back in the second half before Sam Walker kicked the winning field goal at the death. The Roosters will now play the Storm in Melbourne next weekend, while the Shark season is over. In Saturday's other match, Penrith beat the Warriors 32 points to 6. The Panthers now have a week off, while the Warriors will play either the Knights or the Raiders next week, and tipping a very big crowd over there. In Auckland for the Warriors, they've been unlucky this round, losing Sean Johnson, their best player all season, the favourite to win the Daly medal for the best player in the entire competition. Had himself a training to build up to that match, so hopefully he'll be back to the Warriors and they'll get a good contest next weekend.
Okay, thank you, Jared.
Yeah.
Still to come, we'll talk all things pop culture with film and TV critic Wenwei Ma.
Including Jimmy Fallon. He's apologised to Tonight Show staff after toxic workplace allegations. We'll hear what they claimed and what he said. Let's check the weather now in the capital. It's Brisbane, partly cloudy, sunny in Sydney, Canberra, a frosty morning, then mostly sunny. Partly cloudy in Melbourne and Hobart, and a sunny day on the way for Adelaide, Perth, and Darwin.
Back to our top story, the devastating earthquake in Morocco. Dr. Samir Benes from Morocco World News says the impact of the disaster is still reverberating across the country.
It is a widespread devastation across the area that we have epicenter in Houz, Marrakesh, Shishawa, and other small towns that are near the epicenter where the earthquake struck. The Moroccan government early this morning took measures to accelerate the provision of first aid and assistance to the people affected in affected areas. The Moroccan army to use all land and air assets to accelerate the rescue operations across Morocco throughout the country. The feeling is of widespread sorrow and sadness, something that the country has never gone through as far as I'm concerned. I am 46 years old, and it is the first time that I am witnessing something of that scale happening in the country.
Earthquakes are known to happen in Morocco. Natural disasters are difficult to anticipate anywhere in the world. To what extent is Morocco equipped to deal with a crisis on this scale on its own?
Well, one thing that we should keep in mind is that Morocco is used to be shaken by lighter earthquakes, because Morocco is located in an area where there is continuous seismic activity. Morocco is better equipped than the other countries in the region to deal with this kind of disasters. And we can be thankful that despite the scale of devastation that we have witnessed, the scale of death is not as big as we could have some specialists explain. That's a fact that perhaps one of the reasons that explain why there has been less devastation than in other countries is because the epicenter of the earthquake happened in the foothills of a mountain, and it didn't take place very near an urban area, and this maybe has attenuated have caused the death toll to be lower than we could have feared.
What is the most urgent need for your country right now?
Well, for now, the first need for the country is for the first respondents to pull the injured from the rubber and transport them to the hospital to get the necessary need. Then the second stage is now to provide them with shelter, with tents, with drinking water and food to sustain them. And I think the Moroccan government has been coping quite well with the situation. But we know quite well that in this kind of disasters, every country, every need that comes from overseas is a welcome one. And I think with the outpouring of offer coming from several countries to Morocco, I think the Moroccan government will be able to overcome this disaster.
Well, the G20 countries have agreed on a joint declaration, but Western leaders have conceded to draw back the language on calls to condemn Russia for the Ukraine war.
The summit of the world's most powerful leaders was hosted by the Indian government, which has acknowledged the G20 isn't a platform to solve security issues. South Asia correspondent Adney Dias reports.
The leaders of the world's most powerful and richest countries have managed, against all odds, to agree on a joint declaration here at the G20 summit. Even on Saturday morning, as the leaders were arriving here at the venue in New Delhi, that seemed like a completely impossible task, considering the polarizations on the world stage, especially in relation to the Ukraine war. We know that negotiators have been working around the clock in the lead up to this weekend, trying to form some sort of consensus, and there was still that sticking point, the wording around the Ukraine war. Now, every year the G20 leaders, they gather in a meeting and they try to release this declaration, but this year it seems like for the first time in the G20's history that would be impossible because of pushback from countries like Russia and China. Now, it seems like in this statement that Western leaders had to concede on the language around the Ukraine war. They were coming out earlier saying they wanted a full condemnation of Russia in regards to that, but instead the declaration says we will welcome all relevant and constructive initiatives that support a comprehensive, just and durable peace in Ukraine. Now, the Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese has come out and been questioned about whether that's too soft in terms of wording. He says that it is quite strong in its language, calling for peace. But this certainly is a win for the Indian government. Narendra Modi surprisingly announced this news on Saturday evening, and it seems like the hosts of the G20 have managed to form some sort of consensus. Whether or not that will actually be able to be applied in the real world is a completely different question.
Well, Australian cattle producers will soon be able to resume trade in one of their biggest markets, Indonesia. Indonesia, though, banned live cattle imports in July after a number of creatures contracted lumpy skin disease.
How that happened remains a mystery, but the infections of 13 cattle effectively halted trade with Indonesia. Mark Hardy-Sutton is the Chief Executive Officer of the Australian Livestock Exporters Council, and he joins us now. Welcome to the program.
Good morning, Jeremy. How are you?
What effect has this ban had?
Look, what it has done is created quite a significant amount of uncertainty, particularly for exporters, but also cattle producers in Northern Australia who are very reliant on the trade with Indonesia. It is our biggest market, so it did create a lot of uncertainty, but I guess the key thing was we had to work through this pragmatically, and that's what the Australian government has done here.
The lifting of the ban is effective immediately. How long does it take for trade to start up again?
Oh, look, it won't take too long. Exporters were preparing consignments anyway. This is a busy time of year because a lot of producers are turning off cattle, so I expect over the next week or so, we'll start to see some cattle heading out to Indonesia again.
Tell me about this mystery about where this lumpy skin disease in 13 Australian cattle came from. It strikes me that without resolving that mystery, we can't know whether this situation will arise again.
Oh, look, I think the first thing to say is that we are lumpy skin disease free here in Australia. We're very confident about that. In fact, when the initial suspensions of the first 4 facilities took place, Australian government, alongside governments from Western Australia, Northern Territory and Queensland, tested over 1,000 cattle. And so that bore no positive results. But every time we export any commodity to another country, we do so giving certain attestations or confirmations, and one of those is that we are free from lumpy skin disease. So
when the Indonesian authorities got positive tests on Australian cattle in Indonesia, they legitimately asked some questions, and they were the things that needed to be worked through.
Do you foresee this happening again? I mean, it strikes me again that without resolving this question about, you know, where the disease came from, and the Indonesians certainly thought that this disease came from Australia, that this situation could rise again.
Look, technical market access issues like this one are part of the course when trading with key partners like Indonesia. So, look, I think the discussions have been, they were very extensive at the end of last week, and we had Australia's Chief Veterinary Officer in that meeting. We're very fortunate to have a wealth of expertise here in Australia, and the assurances that Indonesia sought from us, we're very confident we can deliver those, and industry is ready to help at any stage.
And part of that is the government's agreed to a more rigorous surveillance program here in Australia. How expansive will that need to be to satisfy our trading partners like you?
Oh, look, it will have to be developed over the coming days, but it would, I imagine, have to encompass all of Northern Australia. But it's worth bearing in mind that the Australian government already has committed to undertaking quite a significant amount of surveillance. Our disease-free status is really important for our agricultural trade more broadly. And so that testing regime was already happening and was committed to. So it also helps to give us an assurance here in Australia that we are disease-free and we can trade confidently.
One of the issues bubbling away this week alongside all of this has been the issue around Qatar Airways flights to Australia, more broadly international flights in and out of Australia, which the livestock industry does rely on. What is your view about those foreign airlines having access to Australian markets to carry Australian goods overseas?
Well, I'm not going to cast a view on the government's decision. I'm certainly not privy to how that was undertaken, but it is worth noting that a significant amount of trade does take place on those airlines, particularly in the cargo hold. We do send livestock, but it's also very important for our chilled and frozen products that head overseas. So having more frequent and more open trade routes is very important for our industry, and it offers an opportunity for high value stock to be sent overseas. So I think any opportunity should be explored. But as I said, I'm not privy to the government's process or decision making there. So, but I would like to see as much opportunity as possible.
All right, we'll have to leave it there, mate. Thanks for joining us.
My pleasure. Thank you.
The former British soldier who escaped from a prison while awaiting trial on terrorism charges is back in custody after 4 days on the run.
The British Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak, has thanked police and the public for their help.
A national manhunt is now at an end. Britain's most wanted man, Daniel Khalif, arrested at this spot in West London. A terrorism suspect back in custody after 75 hours on the run. This morning, police closed in on him as more and more intelligence came in to Scotland Yard. This stately home and gardens on the edge of West London became the focus after reports he'd been in the area in the middle of the night. A citywide investigation getting closer and closer, and then just before 11 a.m, they got their man. A plainclothes officer tracking the 21-year-old saw him on a bike and pulled him to the ground.
And the moment it reported to the police, we've had a very substantial amount of resource on this investigation. It's been 75 hours from the moment of escape to the time of his capture, and a huge effort's gone into that, and I'm grateful to the public, officers and staff, and the media for their help.
On Wednesday morning, Khalif, who'd been working in Wandsworth Prison's kitchen, escaped underneath a food delivery van. He said he was first seen near a major roundabout just a mile from the jail, minutes after the escape. Overnight, he was spotted in Chiswick in West London wearing dark clothing. Khalif was finally arrested 12 miles away on a canal path in Northolt in West London. Khalif will be settling back into a cell and heading back to the courts. Now the attention turns to the government. How could a prisoner escape under a lorry?
It's good news that we've recaptured the person concerned. As people already know, the Justice Secretary has initiated an inquiry into the circumstances of his escape, and that work will continue. But this is obviously very welcome news, and again, my thanks to the police, but also to the public.
The police regard this as a textbook operation. The former soldier tracked down in a city of 8 million. The question is, how did a prison manage to lose just one man among 1,600, all supposedly locked behind bars?
Let's talk sport now with Jared Coon. And Jared, Australia managed a good, solid win at the Rugby World Cup.
Yeah, they certainly did a great way to get the tournament underway. They won their opening match at the World Cup in Paris against Georgia. Your correspondent Steve Kinane reports from Stade de France.
The Wallabies have defeated Georgia by 35 points to 15 here at Stade de France in Paris in their first match of the World Cup tournament. It's the Wallabies' first victory since November last year when they beat Wales. And getting past Georgia was always going to be tricky. They are a tough team. They've beaten Italy and also Wales in the past 18 months. The Wallabies came out of the blocks fast. Jordan Petaia scored one and set up another try in the first 10 minutes. And from that moment, Georgia never really recovered. You could tell too, the Australians were very fit. They've been training in Darwin, where it's very hot. It's very hot in Paris. You got the sense that the Georgian players did not cope with the heat, and the fitness of the Wallaby players really helped them. Ben Donaldson, who was a surprise selection at fullback for this match, he was man of the match. He scored 25 points, scored 2 tries, kicked a number of goals. He played really well. So he was a standout performer. Jordan Petaia as well in the centres was very good. And the Australian forwards did well. Their scrummaging was very good. Their mauling was very good. They dominated possession and territory in this match. And that's really why they ran out winners. The big test is ahead of them. Fiji next weekend. Fiji could pose the greatest threat in this World Cup group to Australia. They've also got to get past Wales, so they really need to win those 2 games to get into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, they certainly do. But a good start for the Wallabies. There was some other games this morning. England, too good for Argentina, winning 27-10. Ireland, 5-2 strong for Romania, 82-8. And Italy beating Namibia as well. So, yes, a pretty predictable start so far to the Rugby World Cup, with the teams expected to win, getting the job done so far, but early days.
Okay, what's going on in the waves? There's World Surfing Cards going on.
Yeah, the World Surf League finals underway at Lower Trestles in California. A weird tournament for the top 5 in the world only qualify for this, and then 5 will play 4th at the start. Then the winner keeps going, and then you play the 3rd in the world, and the 2nd and the 1st. That's a strange format. A lot of surfing fans aren't liking it. But in the men's draw, the Australian Ethan Ewing, who started from 3rd in the world, so he had to win 2 matches here, 2 heats to get through the final, but in the end he couldn't beat Felipe Toledo, the Brazilian, who won. It's the best of 3 in the final, so he won 2 heats to nil. But what a story though, multiple back fractures. Did his L3 and L4 just last month. The Australians did excellent just to make it there through to the final. And in the women's draw, Caroline Marks beat Carissa Moore 2-0 in the final as well. So a great result for Caroline Marks there. A number of Australians competed throughout the tournament as well. Molly Pickham and Tyler Wright, they couldn't make it through to the final there. Jack Robinson, another Australian, was out in the men's draw. But yeah, bad luck for Ethan Ewing. He was number 3 in the world heading into this. Did superbly well just to make it, considering he fractured his back only a month ago.
It's the business end of the NRL season, and the Roosters beat Cronulla last night.
Yeah, they did 13 points to 12. This was a thrilling match. The Roosters have had no luck with injuries for the past 3 years, really. It continued here in this one. They were behind 6-0. The Sharks were looking good early on. They lost Joseph Wali'i to a concussion. Joey Manu did his hamstring after scoring this try to make it 6-all. James Tedesco was sent to the sin bin, so they had an extra man. Players out of position everywhere for the tricolours, and when the Sharks scored to make it 10-6, he thought that would be it. But somehow, the Brazilians we've seen from the Roosters, particularly the last couple of months, they scored to level things up. And then young Sam Walker, the halfback, under plenty of pressure, nailed a field goal at the death. The Roosters then swatted down 2 Cronulla attempts, so they went on to win by just a single point. A huge result. They'll play the Storm next weekend in Melbourne. Elsewhere, Penrith beat the Warriors 32 points to 6. They'll now play the Knights or the Raiders. The Warriors will next weekend. The Panthers, they get a week off, and they storm right through and showing every bit why they are the favourites to make it 3 premierships in a row.
That'd be great, Ben, wouldn't it? In the AFL, the Lions, they've won themselves a week off after last night.
Yeah, they certainly have. So they beat Port Adelaide in what was expected to be an incredibly tough match. The Lions clearly just dominated in this one, 123-75. They won. In the end, it was 19 goals, 9 to 11 goals, 9 to a 48-point victory. Port, they looked a chance. They were up in the second quarter, but the Lions spurred on by a home crowd. Joe Danaher in particular with 5 goals. Cam Rayner booted 3. Jimmy Logan to 26 disposals, really deserving of that week off. So they're into a prelim final now. The Power, of course, get a second chance. They'll play the Giants after the GWS side beat St Kilda pretty deservedly in the end. 15 goals, 11-101 to 11-11-77. Really on a roll at the back end of the regular season. The Giants have carried it through to the finals, and yeah, they're going to be very, very tough to beat.
Cricket Australia's continue to dominate in South Africa.
Yeah, not putting out much of an opposition at the moment. The South African side, it was another clear win for the Australians, winning by 123 runs. Australia managed 392. Dave Warner, plenty of critics at the moment. Some say that he should have retired fairly recently, but he showed he still got it. 106, he managed a century off 93 balls. His 20th one-day international century, second fastest too. Marnus Labuschagne, 124 from just 99 deliveries to help Australia reach that 392 target. In South Africa, all out for 269. Adam Zampa with 4 wickets, but yeah, not really putting out much strong opposition to the South African side at the moment. Some great fielding there as well by the Aussies, but yeah, massive win there, 2-0 up now in that ODI series after winning the T20 series as well, so they haven't lost a match on tour so far.
Just on the US Open, I picked it. Coco Gauff, she's through.
Yeah, well, she's won.
Yeah.
She's going to be winning this tournament. As we just came onto air, she was 3 points away, so I couldn't tell. I'd be guessing to say whether she won or not, but things were looking good. In the end, she got it done, so great to see. She won. She lost the first set 6-2, then won 6-3, 6-2. That's her maiden Grand Slam title victory as well. She'd been in the final previously, and she won the build-up tournament for this as well. So winning at home, plenty of pressure. Just a teenager. People talking about a huge future for her. We can absolutely see why. Yeah, who's going to be the number 1 strategy despite losing the tournament.
That's great. Thanks so much, Darren. The top stories here on Weekend Breakfast. The death toll from an earthquake in central Morocco has risen to over 2,000 people and caused severe damage to buildings. The country has declared 3 days of national mourning. Hospitals are experiencing an influx, while search and rescue teams work to reach victims in mountainous areas. It is believed many are still stuck under the rubble.
A 26-year-old has been charged over a deadly car crash in Melbourne's CBD that killed 1 and injured 5 others. The man from Melton West is facing a string of serious charges, including murder and attempted murder. He's been remanded in custody and is next due to appear in court in January.
A former British soldier who escaped from a prison while awaiting trial on terrorism charges is back in custody. Daniel Abed Khalif escaped from Wandsworth on Wednesday, sparking a nationwide manhunt. The 21-year-old was caught by a plainclothes police officer who pulled him off a bicycle in northwest London.
And Australia has opened its Rugby Union World Cup campaign with a 35-15 victory over Georgia in Paris. The Wallabies ran 4 tries for 2 to end the 5-match losing streak of the new coach Eddie Jones. Australia next faces Fiji next weekend.
The Parliament is back and the government is facing pressure over its Qatar Airlines decision and grappling with falling support for the voice to Parliament. Insiders host David Spears has more on weekend politics.
The government's been copying it all week in Parliament over its support for Qantas and the decision to block extra competition from Qatar Airways. There have been rather confusing explanations from the government and the Transport Minister in particular as to why she made this call. Expect that pressure to continue when Parliament resumes tomorrow. On the Indigenous voice, well, there's still no good news for the Yes campaign. Polls over the last week after a pretty successful launch continue to show support sliding for the Yes case. We're going to talk to leading voice advocate and architect Noel Pearson this morning on what it's going to take to turn that polling around in the final 5 weeks of this campaign. On the international stage over the last few days, the Prime Minister's been very busy, zipping from one summit to another, squeezing in a visit to the Philippines in the middle. And he's done a pretty good job in walking the diplomatic tightrope here. He's agreed to visit Beijing, accepting an invitation to visit China by the end of the year. So progress in terms of thawing that relationship. And then the following day, he's also sided with the Philippines in their increasingly difficult regional and territorial tension with China in the South China Sea. So yes, offering more support to the Philippines, but also trying to improve that relationship with China. It's been a difficult balancing act. The Prime Minister will be back tomorrow morning as Parliament resumes.
Have to look at what's making headlines in Australia's newspapers and online this morning. It's welcome to Sarasota.
Good morning.
How are you?
Thank you for And just before we get started, we'll just check the headlines of the Sydney Morning Herald on an urgent plea. There's reports there from all foster carers in New South Wales with vulnerable children
forced to stay in hotels due to a shortage of caseworkers and an increasing demand on residential care.
The Guardian has a story titled Turf War with Fake Grass growing in popularity in Australia despite concerns about its environmental impact.
And the Age reports on a study which has found the 8 core skills children need when they start school have a greater chance of success in reading, writing and maths tests. Well, now we can invite Sarah back on to talk to us about what else is making headlines. Human rights lawyer and activist Sarah Fillet, thank you so much for your time this morning. Look, let's start with this really concerning story out of the Guardian, a huge one-year investigation here, which looks at hundreds of Aboriginal children who are likely to have been buried in unmarked graves in WA. Can you tell us about this story?
That's right. So it is, as you've said, hundreds of First Nations people have likely been buried in these graves, and there are 3 missions across WA, 3 government-run missions, and likely more than half of those people are children. And so I've just been thinking a lot this morning about how it must feel for the communities who must be vindicated by this news, but also the survivors and what they must be feeling having advocated for years for these the bodies to be repatriated, for the graves to be marked and honored appropriately. So, yeah, I mean, I this country at this point in time is at a very pivotal moment in our present, in our future. But I think that really it doesn't feel like we have really reckoned with our history, with our past. And for me, that's probably the most significant thing. How do we move forward?
So there's 740 people thought to be buried.
Right.
No record, most of them, as you say, very young. And this was happening as recently as the 1970s. So within the living memories of a lot of people.
That's exactly right. Part of the Stolen Generations policies, and I think this is exactly part of the discourse that we're seeing now as we, come to this critical point in our time. That these are crimes that we are seeing, happening on a regular basis that First Nations people have been telling us about, and we do see the marks of this on First Nations psyche and on this country's psyche, really.
And as that investigation continues, it is a difficult investigation because not a lot of records are kept. So that's really hard, but a lot of work has gone into that. Moving on to the other story, which has been our lead story here, CNN is covering the earthquake in Morocco. It's detailing the latest there. Jeremy spoke to an expert earlier today who made the point, which we thought we were talking about was quite interesting, is that on the scale of things, this is probably not as large as what they've had historically speaking. Nonetheless, it's still as tragic and horrific. But CNN has really covered this, haven't they?
Yes, and I woke up a couple of hours ago to the news that the death toll had reached 1,300 and now it's 2,000. So obviously it is moving at a rapid pace. And speaking to people who have worked on the ground in this sort of disaster relief management, such as the Syria-Turkey earthquake earlier this year, we know how devastating the impacts of earthquakes can be and how long it is going to take to rebuild communities.
I think I read one headline saying that it was some NGO was saying this isn't, we're not talking weeks or months, we're talking years.
That's exactly right, and that is what I have been told from people on the ground.
And this is where the support from the international community is so important, I think, because the access to food, medicine, water is what's needed to prevent a second wave of disaster after this year.
Precisely, and I mean, we are coming out of an intense sort of European summer. We're seeing floods in Greece, the heat waves in Canada. This is obviously a global crisis, and I think the point is that we have to act. It's now or never, but what we can do for these individual places and for Morocco is exactly right, to be able to support them and provide relief, emergency relief.
I mean, we are looking at a more medium-term view right now, but currently people are still being searched for in this scenario here. It's still very much a live situation, isn't it?
Yes, that's right, and I expect that death toll very tragically will continue to rapidly rise.
Let's bring in another story here. I don't know who's covering this one. I think it's CBS or something. Up in CBS News, right across the US, they're covering this prison escapee. He was an incredibly dangerous character who's broken out of prison. What happened?
So you have the story of a 34-year-old man who just casually crab walked his way out of the Philadelphia prison in broad daylight. And I actually watched the video, and notwithstanding my own views on prisons, and we know the way that they disproportionately impact Black people here in Australia, I watched the video and thought to myself, gee, he has some really solid upper body strength, and maybe that's because I can't do a push-up to save my life, but I was interested. He's got some upper body strength there, and also just really surprised at perhaps the lax security. Is that fair to say?
No, absolutely, because this exact escape route happened like, I don't know, what, 4 months ago?
Oh, yeah.
Like, just crazy. But, someone else can just kind of take the same kind of, escape route. And
I was like you, power to weight ratio. That to me was, let's put aside, let's just pretend we're watching a show somewhere, and you would say that's an extraordinary feat of athleticism.
Definitely, and I'm really interested to know if either of you can casually crowd walk your way out of this
there was a
video.
time I like to do that.
Really?
Yeah.
When did you do it? You pull it out of the dinner party?
This was university. Late at night, you do assignments with all your kind of teammates and whatever, and take a break.
Wow. To be young again. To be young again. And not to make light of this situation. He's a convicted killer, obviously, but I think that vision really shocked everyone with those twofold. One, that if you can do that, and two, that there is seemingly less security at this point, and he just went out. Definitely, and now there's hundreds of police apparently out there looking for him in that fumble, but remains to be seen what happens.
So great of you to join us here with breakfast. Thank you very much for sharing your thoughts on these stories. Well, sandalwood is prized for its fragrant oil, and the heartwood can sell for up to $15,000 a tonne. Harvesting is tightly regulated to ensure the native tree survives, but it also needs to be protected from bushfires.
A remote Western Australian community is combining traditional fire burns with modern techniques delivered by chopper.
On the edge of the Great Victorian Desert, Cosmo Newbury is alive with activity. The remote Aboriginal community of less than 80 people lies over 1,000 kilometres northeast of Perth in Western Australia's resource-rich goldfields. But it's not the prospect of finding gold that has the locals excited. For the first time, the Yilka Rangers are using a relatively new concept in land management that's becoming increasingly popular: heliburn.
It's not to unlock, it's to protect sections of bushland that have sandalwood. So that's we want to make sure that we're on top of protecting them before wild bushfires in summer end up going through and burning them, because once they get burned, they're pretty useful.
For generations, rangers have been using ground burns to protect parcels of trees. But heliburning allows them to reach more remote parts of the country.
The helicopter is an enabling machine for that. You can get from A to B really quickly and get an efficient job done fast. It's very precise. So, the right winds and the right drop rate and things like that, you can get excellent burns where you want them, whenever you need them.
So, what you got? This is the machine for the helicopter. So inside here, there's your capsule, and inside here, little crystals. When you mix this one with these crystals, that's what makes it white. What this machine does is it does that for us safely in the helicopter. That's all it does. It doesn't do anything else. That's its whole job, is to mix this stuff with that stuff in the helicopter in a way that's suitable to stable. 1, keep going. 2, keep going. 3, keep going. 4, keep going. 5, thanks mate. There we go, so I like it. Before we do a flight, we make sure we get 5 of those, we test it, because we don't want to get up in a helicopter, fly around for 2 hours and not make any worry, So. The incendiary device is mounted on the backseat of the chopper and operated by a ranger controlling the rate at which tabs drop onto the land. doing in a matter of hours a job that used to take weeks.
I don't mind it. Yeah, I don't mind flying a helicopter. It's good fun.
Living and working on Yucca for more than 20 years, HJ knows land better than most, from any angle.
My role in this year's burn off in with the helicopter role is being the navigator. So I help navigate where we're going to decide where we're burning and not burning. So up in there, I'm trying to do fire basically. Get what I mean? Kind of protect and do it so it's, in a way, it's trying to prevent larger fires. So we're trying to do smaller fires instead of larger fires.
And you can see more of that story on Landline today at 12:30 p.m. on ABC TV or streaming on ABC iTunes. In the gig economy, stress and fatigue have been linked to a number of accidents and deaths of delivery riders.
Governments are now looking at legal reforms, but they're now getting some physical relief too, in what Melbourne City Council says is an Australian first.
This is frenetic and treacherous work.
All sorts of traffic smells, dangers, random abuse of people on the street. You're constantly running around.
And injuries and fatalities happen.
I've definitely fallen off my bike multiple times, but I have seen other riders pull up at the hospital and injure themselves.
Australia has an estimated 250,000 gig workers, and delivery drivers are the most visible. It's accessible work for students, migrants, and anyone needing a second or third job.
We've seen it grow ninefold. It's worth about $6.3 billion to our economy across Victoria.
And it's more than just burgers and chips.
I'm also doing groceries, so big supermarkets. I do pharmaceuticals.
But the hours can be long and conditions brutal.
I rode through bushfire smoke back when the bushfires happened. Floods, all sorts of stuff.
They don't have access to the same basic amenities that practically every other worker does.
This gig workers hub is changing that.
If someone uses a toilet, a clean toilet, that can mean something for these guys.
This trial site is a physical lunchroom for a workforce without an office space.
Hey, how's it going?
It's run by a former gig worker and architecture student along with the Melbourne City Council.
An opportunity to charge your batteries and your phones. You've got PowerPoints here. You can access free drinks, free food.
The council says it's the first space of its kind in Australia for gig workers.
It just gives you a bit of dignity.
We want our gig workers to know that we value them.
This hub isn't just a sanctuary from the rain and a place to get some free food or free kit. It's a place to build community, build understanding, have conversations, even about workers' rights. And there are lectures here about sick pay, which is now a right for gig workers in Victoria.
The hub is open twice a week for the rest of the year, and if successful, could be expanded. Iskander Razzo, ABC News, Melbourne.
That's for pop culture news now, starting with
A whole bunch of
things, really. There's a very serious one.
Yeah.
And this is about Mila Kunis and Ashton Kutcher issuing an apology. Wendy Ma, welcome to the program.
Hi.
Hi. About an apology that they've issued. What is this about?
Yes, so one of the co-stars, that 70s show star Danny Masterson, was earlier this week sentenced to 30 years in prison for three counts of historical rape. And as part of that process, Mila Kunis and Ashton Kutcher, who were also, got their starts on that 70s show, along with a bunch of other people, provided character statements to the judge as part of the sentencing process. So they had written things about him, like that he was a role model, that he has served as like a big brother figure to her, and that he had helped them stay off like the path of drugs and miscreants in entertainment. Those statements were leaked publicly, and
this is the court process, right? They were asked to give a statement. This is what the court kind of accepts as kind of a character reference. They weren't doing this off their own back.
No, I mean, you have to agree to give those character statements, and obviously Danny Masterson has played a role in their lives for a very long time. I think there is some of that thing, it's like, there's a big person of him that they know versus the one that's been convicted of rape.
That didn't go down very well when those statements came out. They were kind of accused of not having been on the side of the victims. They've now had to apologise for that, explain why they put those statements forward in his support, but also very much they emphasise they stand by victims of sexual assault.
And that was very much what the apology was there. Was it an Instagram apology that they
Yeah, I think it is that thing now where because of social media, celebrities just have this sort of direct platform to their fans without having to go through agents necessarily. Or I'm sure that an agent, a publicist, and probably a lawyer actually drafted that apology for them. But it gives that sense of more directness, that more intimacy that they want to try and build with their fans. It's a really tricky path.
Yeah, in that sort of world, I wonder what extent these people have people, right? To
Yeah.
kind of, manage reputations and stuff. I could have seen this coming, perhaps. Maybe is that too hard?
Absolutely. I think they probably didn't see the fact that it was going to be made public coming. I don't think it was meant to be made public. But in times like this, and in their world, the risk of this stuff coming out is pretty high.
And I just want to make a small correction. I think it was 30 years for 2 rapes on the historical accounts, just to make that small correction there. There are other apologies that have been going on in Hollywood. This one, a very different type of apology coming from Jimmy Fallon.
Yeah, Jimmy Fallon, who has a reputation for being this really affable and very accessible, nice guy, late night show host, comedian, actor. There was a Rolling Stone feature that came out earlier in the week in which I think a dozen former and current employees said that working on his show is a toxic environment, that there's a version of Jimmy where it's like if you get the good Jimmy, you're going to have a really good day. If you get the bad Jimmy, everyone's walking on eggshells. He's come out and apologized. He said he's so embarrassed and really, really apologetic that, this is the experiences they've had and that it represents them, their work, and their families. It is, like, if you look at some of the allegations, there isn't exactly one piece of thing that is just mind-blowing, one incredibly huge fight or shouting match. It's all a bunch of very small little things that adds up to a toxic work environment. And I think, for me, when I looked at all that stuff, the thing that was most glaring was like, this is really common, and that is not a great thing.
So what are they alleging happened? I mean, what are these small incidents that add up to?
People feeling devalued, people feeling like they're going to get yelled at if he's in a bad mood, people feel like they're a show, so their bosses, showrunners, they don't feel like 9 of them in 9 years, and that it's just, they're not feeling supported, and if they complain, nothing gets done. That probably is very familiar to a lot of people.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because you're rolling your eyes a little bit.
I think you should take those things into account, but we're talking entirely about managing other people's feelings, which to me, I really don't know where we draw that line.
It's almost like that ability to straight talk sometimes, and how straight talk is received and how it's also delivered is another thing.
I think it is that reckoning where it's like a lot of people have gotten away with what I would say people would consider bad behavior in the name of, like, he's a creative genius who should be allowed a bit of leeway. And I think that's starting to catch up a little bit where people go, you know what? You might be incredibly smart, you might be incredibly successful, you might have a certain personality that got you to this place, but that doesn't mean you can treat people poorly.
And a lot of those people will be so thrilled to be working with Jimmy Fallon, Lizzo, Ellen DeGeneres, that they maybe cop more than they would.
But I think also that point that you make, that creativity, that brilliance and that genius gets them so far, but they have to stand on other people's shoulders to get there. It's always a team job getting there, right?
Exactly. And I think a lot of teams are like, that they were in environments that were not, great for their mental health. A lot of people quit as a result. A lot of people went, this was my dream job, and then it turned into a nightmare.
Should we talk about the Mudfest?
Have you ever been?
I've never been. I've only been glamping once in my life. I love that.
Well, Burning Man has taken up a lot of space on socials this week, but kind of like appropriately so, because it really did devolve into just a mud mess, didn't it?
It did. I mean, it is a festival in the desert where they do kind of get together and do kumbayas and eventually burn an effigy. But because the area in which they were having a desert in Nevada had like a month's worth of rain in a few days, everything just became completely just a slog. But most importantly, cars couldn't get in and out, which also meant sanitation trucks couldn't come in to service, say, portaloos and stuff. It was messy. It reminded me a lot of what happened with Splendor in the Grass in Byron Bay last year. And it is one of those things where you go, wow, climate disasters and festivals, it's like a 50 50-50 thing now.
Well, you know what though? I know a couple of people who have been there this year, and they loved it. And I don't know whether that's just like Instagram life, everything's perfect. But I kind of go, who am I to say? Like, if this floats your boat, knock yourself out.
Yeah, and if you're stuck there, are you going to wallow or are you going to make the most of it? Well, you've got to make the most of it. It's part of the premise of burning out is like you're going there to get rid of all your worldly possessions and just really be with humanity and connect in that way. I mean, there's no kind of better way than being locked in.
Absolutely, and you pay thousands of dollars for the privilege of doing it.
Yeah. I wonder though, your point though, Wendy, which was an interesting one about climate change and these festivals, if that is going to really need to be taken into account for organisers in the future.
Yeah, I think they will. I mean, the idea is if nothing went wrong, if they probably built a certain number of contingencies in and not a month's worth of rain. It does seem like it's happening more and more frequently. And if insurance goes up, if things have to be taken into account, then the cost of attending these things are going to go into account, which means that it's going to become even less accessible to the greater population.
I mean, what's the ticket to Burning Man?
It's like it starts about $500, but the cost of just getting there, especially from Australia, it's thousands.
Yeah. Okay, start phoning Jess. I know it's on your list. Are you on your own? Send me some photos. I'll check in on your Instagram account. See that life is just fun.
Well, not great to chat.
Thank you. Thanks, Wendy.
Now, every community has its characters, from the small fishing town of Lucinda in North Queensland is no exception.
Pelican Bob Miller was once a cabaret singer and signwriter in Adelaide, but these days you can find him on the beach where he inspires others to find joy in the everyday.
As sure as the sun rises every morning, Bob Miller starts his day among the salt and sand.
Pretty sad place to have an office, but somebody's got to do it.
Making a 30-kilometre commute to the beach to cast his net and line in the small fishing town of Lucinda.
The thing I like most of all is giving the fish away.
His fondness for feeding the birds has earned him the nickname Pelican Bob.
Pelican Bob is a legend to Lucinda. He comes every single day, and if he is listening, we're all looking for him.
Hailing from Adelaide, the 78-year-old moved to North Queensland 2 decades ago. Once a cabaret singer,
Remember anyone can dream.
he entertains locals and tourists alike.
The little thing you got will seem a lot whenever you pretend.
When the fish aren't biting, the retired signwriter turns the beach into his canvas.
Children love seeing their names inscribed on the sand, so it's fairly quick to do, and they get a bit of a kick out of it, and it keeps me in practice.
With no mobile phone and no computer, he's an advocate for an uncomplicated life.
You're missing out on watching sunrises, sunsets, fishing, feeding the birds. You know, there's so many other things you can do.
The local legend has now been immortalised outside the local fish and chip shop.
We'll grow old and die, but hopefully the pole stays there forever.
A simple tribute to a man who's made a big mark on a small community. Lily Knopfling, ABC News, Lucinda.
Well, it's time now to talk for a little bit. And Jared, there's a new US Women's Singles Champion.
It certainly is Coco Gauff. She was 16 heading into this tournament. The 19-year-old too good for Arena Sabalenka, winning the final 2-6, 6-3, 6-2 in the end. So she did superbly well to come back from losing that first set against Sabalenka, who, despite losing this final, will now move to the world number one. Interesting how the rankings work, but yeah, she was superb. Gauff, plenty of pressure in front of a home crowd, losing the first set, but yeah, she got better and better as the match went on. 66% of her first serves went in. She had less break points throughout the match, but she actually won more in the end. So that tells you she really just took advantage of her opportunities, and superb right throughout. Fully deserving what is her first Grand Slam title. She won the build-up event for these, so she's been building right into it, and what a way to win the match as well. Superb passing shot, absolutely outstanding. This is what she had to say after the match. A pretty interesting victory speech at the end.
Honestly, thank you to the people who didn't believe in me. I mean, like a month ago, I won a 500 title, and people said I would stop at that. 2 weeks ago, I won a 1,000 title, and people were saying that was the biggest it was going to get. So 3 weeks later, I'm here with this trophy right now. So the two, I tried my best those who thought we were putting water on my fire, you're really adding gas to it. And now I'm really burning so bright right now.
What a speech and what a victory.
Wow, yeah, great effort. Thanks, Gareth.
And thanks for your company this morning. That's all for our viewers on ABC TV. Insiders is coming up for you.
This referendum won't change who we are. It will reveal who we are. This is a total mystical gesture. It won't change anything.
I feel ignorant. I think it's important, but I don't know what the right thing to do is.
I will not support people that are living in Sydney to make Sydney from my family.
I'd like to think that we can address this in our generation and not leave it for our children and grandchildren.
We don't have time. Settle the business. Settle the score.
Four Corners tomorrow, ABC TV and ABC iView. All inspiring films. Oh my word! That's phenomenal. Pioneering homes that rewrite the rule book. We are on the road. Oh my goodness. That's actually just an act Taylor. Oh yeah. Showcase in a spectacular new season. It's beautiful. Oh, this is so intense. Grand Designs House of the Year. Be the best house win. Thursday 8:30 on ABC TV and ABC iView. When murder returns to the countryside, these are the sleuths to call.
We're private investigators, 3 sets of deaths. We all seem to be dropping like flies.
What's happening? Can you help us?
He had a motive and no alibi. Oh, maybe it was a crime of passion.
You think what I'm thinking?
They would be up thinking about lunch.
I think you're weird.
New Shakespeare and Hathaway, Saturday 7:30 on ABC TV and ABC iView.
We are one, but we are ready. And from all the lands where we found, we shall be and sing with one voice. I am, you are, we are
Hello, Catherine Robinson with the top stories on ABC News. The death toll from an earthquake in central Morocco has risen to over 2,000 people and caused severe damage to buildings. The country has declared 3 days of national mourning. Hospitals are experiencing an influx while search and rescue teams work to reach victims in mountainous areas. It's believed many are still stuck in the rubble. A 26-year-old man has been charged over a deadly car crash in Melbourne CBD that's killed 1 and injured 5 others. The Melton West man is facing a string of serious charges, including murder and attempted murder. He's been remanded in custody and is next due to appear in court in January. A former British soldier who escaped from a prison while awaiting trial on terrorism charges is back in custody. Daniel Abed Khalif escaped from Wandsworth on Wednesday, sparking a nationwide manhunt. The 21-year-old was caught by a plainclothes police officer who pulled him off a bicycle in northwest London. And Australia has opened its Rugby Union World Cup campaign with a 35-15 victory over Georgia in Paris. The Wallabies ran in 4 tries to 2 to end a 5-match losing streak under new coach Eddie Jones. Fullback Ben Donaldson earned Player of the Match honours after scoring 25 points. And those are the latest stories from ABC News.
The Prime Minister navigates a careful balancing act in Southeast Asia, while back home his government continues to face turbulence over airline competition and campaign for an Indigenous voice. I'm David Stevens. Welcome to Insights. After the first full week of the referendum campaign, the polls are still looking bleak for the Indigenous voice. For better or worse, the issue didn't feature much in Parliament. Instead, the opposition went after the government over its support for Qantas. Labor left itself exposed with confusing explanations for its decision to block extra competition from Qatar Airways. Parliament descended into a shouting match. One independent MP said she felt frightened. The reception was far more positive for the Prime Minister in the second half of the week. as he zipped from one summit to another, trying to best position Australia amidst growing regional tension. He's accepted an invitation to visit Beijing by the end of the year, while also backing the Philippines in its increasingly aggressive territorial dispute with China.
Pressure is mounting on the federal government to reverse its decision to block Qatar Airways from increasing flights to Australia.
Will Prime Minister detail discussions he or his office has had with policy Honduras? My government supports competition. But
global aviation is not a free for all.
this is another simple answer for this
Order.
Prime Minister.
I had one extensive conversation with someone about Qatar. It was not someone from Qantas.
Did the Prime Minister have any conversations with the CEO or any senior executive of Virgin Australia?
Yes. During that discussion, I did not know that the Transport Minister had made a decision on the 10th of July 2023.
Alan Joyce is standing down from Qantas 2 months ahead of schedule.
We know that post-COVID, we haven't always delivered.
The opposition finally put direct questions to Transport Minister Catherine King.
Did the Minister or her office have any communication with the outgoing Qantas CEO?
Will the Minister advise dates and details of the conversation she had with Mr. Joyce? Did the Minister have a conversation with Alan Joyce regarding Qatar's application?
As you would expect, my department undertook consultation with all relevant aviation stakeholders.
I ask for your ruling in relation to whether the Minister is relevant. The Minister is in order. I move to send the ruling of the Speaker. Understanding the answer.
If this were a test of whether or not you moved dissent, we would have had a dissent motion every question time, every day for the previous 9 years. Australians are paying more for their flights because of the protection that you have put in place.
You gave $2 billion of JobKeeper to Qantas without any strings attached. My name is Hillary.
Penny Wong held a phone call on Monday with the Prime Minister of Qatar.
I initiated calls to discuss a range of bilateral matters. One of those, obviously, is in relation to the Aquaman airport incident. Certainly, it wasn't the only factor. It was over.
The Prime Minister's off overseas on another overseas flight. You've got this Minister, Mr. Speaker, who refuses to answer
And the Chinese Premier Li Qiang came together for official talks with Jakarta.
We had a frank and constructive discussion. I also confirmed that I would accept an invitation and will visit China later this year.
It's a good thing that the Prime Minister's going to be able to raise the human rights issue.
Did Premier Li raise with China's concerns around Australia acquiring nuclear submarine capability?
No. Thank you very much.
My guest this morning is Cape World leader Noel Pearson, one of the leading architects and advocates of the Indigenous voice. First, let's check what's making news. And world leaders meeting at the G20 in India have issued a carefully negotiated joint declaration despite deep divisions over the war in Ukraine. The statement doesn't condemn Russia's invasion, it instead calls on all states to uphold international law and notes the human suffering in Ukraine. Last year's statement deplored the Russian aggression in the strongest terms, while noting differing views. Ukraine's already expressed some disappointment at this year's declaration, but Prime Minister Anthony Albanese has defended the wording.
Importantly, the G20 has delivered a strong consensus message on Russia's war on Ukraine. That message is very strong language, and it's the strongest language yet to be agreed by the international community.
The leaders also discussed climate change as the UN issued a new warning. It says the world's failing to cut greenhouse emissions rapidly enough to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees and avoid catastrophe. It was called for the phasing out of all unabated fossil fuels. In response to Prime Minister's vow, Australia will step up and play its part. And finally, another poll showed support for the Indigenous voice continuing to struggle 5 weeks out from the referendum. The Redbridge poll, published in useful papers yesterday, found only 39% plan to vote yes and 61% no. Rather than just look at one poll, let's bring in Casey Bruce, who's been tracking the polling average for us. And Casey, with 5 weeks to go, how does it look?
Yeah, hi David. So one poll there you mentioned yesterday, we've actually gone a few weeks before this week without really many polls to look at, but 4 of them were published, 4 that are fit for inclusion in our polling average. Let's take you through them chronologically. First came the news poll at the start of the week. When you exclude undecided from that, that put yes at just under 42% of the vote. The second poll of the week was one from Essential, 47. That's the best number for yes this week that we've seen. And then yesterday, 2 polls. That one from Redbridge you mentioned, 39%, and another one from Freshwater, also published in the News Corp papers. That one put yes at 41%. So these 4 polls, they actually have largely got some overlap in fieldwork data. So that's done quite a bit in narrowing the uncertainty in our polling average and also moving it. Let's just show you what the polling average now looks like. You can see that slide we've been talking about now all year continues. Yes, sitting on an average across the polls of 42.6%. And we're not predicting the outcome here. This is an estimate of what the polls are saying as a collective. No, sitting at 57.4. So we're talking, no, nearly 15 percentage points ahead. With numbers like that, no would be getting pretty hopeful of winning maybe 5, probably even 6 of the 6 states come referendum night. So what's yes's pathway to victory from here? We'll probably want a dramatic turnaround in this trajectory in the next 5 weeks, so not very long. If we would see that, it would be, an unprecedented turnaround in opinion. The polling certainly this century and probably for considerably longer. The other option is, of course, that these polls are wrong, but for them to be wrong enough for yes to prevail from here, we would need to again see an unprecedented polling fail, and I'm talking in the order of maybe nearly triple the error that we saw in 2019. The other option, of course, being a combo of those two errors that might help, a turnaround and a polling error that might help, yes, if they were to work together in the right direction. There is always a chance of an outlier here. We know polls are estimates, they're never, precise, and there's always a chance of them being incorrect. But history of referenda, both here and overseas, has not really pointed us to any examples where they're this wrong before. You're wrong enough for yes to get definite. So David, I don't know if that's a pathway for yes to win or a tightrope they have to win.
Thanks, Briggs. Thanks very much for the analysis on that. We'll get to our panel in a moment. First, let's go straight to that yes. Kate York leader and yes campaigner, Noel Pearson, who's joining us from Townsville this morning. Noel Pearson, welcome to the program.
Good morning, David.
So looking at all of those numbers, what do you think? Can you still win this?
Absolutely. The history of our organised rights struggle on behalf of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people started in the 1930s, and every battle we have won over the past century has been uphill. We've always been the underdog. It's always been very hard for us, but we have won games over these years, over these decades. And we won the native title decision with Mabo. We won the native title Act 30 years ago. We got justice for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples under the common law of Australia, and justice has played out over the past 30 years. All of these games are not easily won. We have persuaded governments and we've persuaded the Australian people of the gains that we've made. We're always the underdog. With 3% of the population, we are the most powerless people in the country. We're the weakest political constituency in the country, but through persuasion and through argument and through constant campaigning, we've managed to make gains. We're the underdog in this referendum, but I still believe we can achieve victory.
So what gives you that confidence? And can I ask, is there anything that needs to change in the campaign to turn this around? Because it's clear that sentiment isn't turning.
Well, there's a distillation of our message in relation to what we're doing here. The first thing we're doing very clearly, very plainly, very simply, is we are recognising Indigenous people in the Constitution through these words, in recognition of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples as the first peoples of Australia. It's that simple. And I don't believe reasonable, decent Australians will say no to that. We've extended the hand of invitation and friendship and, dare I say it, love to our fellow Australians. I don't believe we will be repudiated on October the 14th. How could you turn away the hand of invitation and friendship and settle? A lot of young people I speak to, young Australians who are going about their lives, raising their young families, developing businesses, getting first into employment, they say to me, just get this thing done, mate. We need to move on.
But do you settle it? Do you fear, Alison, that Australians may well have goodwill towards recognition, reconciliation, the settlement we talk about, but don't necessarily like this model of this body?
We've had 15 years developing this model. There's been lots of consultations all around the countryside. This attempt to separate recognition from us, setting up an advisory committee. That's what it is, an advisory committee to the government and to the parliament so that government can best help us with better policies and better solutions. I actually think that when Australians actually concentrate on the real meaning of what's going on, they say, oh, that sounds pretty reasonable, that's something we can back. It's just that politics has ended the front. Politics has kind of extrapolated from the true meaning of this advisory committee and made it into something that questions have been raised about and unreasonable misrepresentations have been made about the voice. So when you boil it down to its core, it is an advisory committee. It can't direct the parliament. It is there so that we can produce better results in the future for our people. And if we do good things for our people and our people start to improve, the country improves.
We'll come back to some of the concerns that are there about it. But just on Peter Dutton's suggestion, this should be called off, but it's not too late to call it off. The writ still hasn't been issued, that'll happen tomorrow. Do you fear at all that there's more harm than good in continuing with this, or do you think it's worth it, whatever the polls show?
Well, firstly, we are on Camp 4. I've never gone up Everest. I'm going up Everest for the first time, and we're at Camp 4, not far below the summit. These next 5 weeks represent our chance to get to the top, Australia's chance to finally put this issue behind us, to finally feel good about something big that we've done for the country. But can I say about the leader of the opposition that he proposed a second referendum on Sunday?
What do you think of that?
And by Thursday, oh, that's ridiculous. But it's ridiculous in their own terms because they themselves killed it on Thursday. So you had the leader of the opposition saying, let's have a second referendum, and then his own Indigenous Affairs spokesman kills it on Thursday night. And not only that, his coalition partner is absolutely not going to entertain another referendum. The fact is, we will never get a referendum for constitutional recognition out of these people. They are here for constant debate, constant argument, interminable conflict and debate. They want this issue to go on for another 5 years. They want this issue to never end. They love conflict and disputation. Whereas the Yes campaign is saying, we do this on October the 14th, we settled one of the biggest issues the country still has outstanding. It's outstanding. John Howard called it in 2007, unfinished business.
So when Peter says he's serious about recognition, symbolic recognition, you don't even believe him on that. You don't think he would do it.
Well, it has been eviscerated. His belief last Sunday has been eviscerated by his own Indigenous Affairs spokesperson.
Well, she is
So
not.
that's already happened.
We're talking about. She has not yet backed the idea of a second
Correct.
referendum.
Correct.
But
And
Peter Dutton's
of
part,
course,
do you
the
doubt that
Nationals
he's
are not
actually
in
serious about
agreement
this?
with it either.
Do you doubt Peter Dutton's serious about
Sorry?
this? You doubt Peter Dutton's serious about
Oh,
this?
no, absolutely not. The second referendum thing is a mirage. If you want something real, if you want to vote on something that puts this issue behind us, and not only that, seizes the happy opportunity we have. If you want to seize the happy opportunity, vote yes on October the 14th.
But if it were a future government proposing purely symbolic recognition, what do you say to that concept? And would you campaign against the idea of purely symbolic recognition?
Well, David, you recall that the 1999 referendum had its symbolic recognition as the second question. It failed that. Australian people, it fared worse than the Republic itself. So symbolic recognition is not supported by Australians. We already have a precedent from 20 years ago with the 1999 Republic referendum. It is an absolute mirage that it's a kind of, the leader of the opposition is trying to have his cake and eat it too. But, it's like chuck the cake overboard and then somehow we're going to get a chance to eat it later. It's just an absolute mirage. And the thing that it does, it pushes this debate for another 5 years. We're already 15 years into it. John Howard promised this thing, David, as you will recall, on the election eve 2007, and we're now 15 years later. Peter Dutton wants to kick this can and get the debate and the division and the argument going for another 5 years. Wait till he becomes Prime Minister, he says, and then we'll have another go.
Well, to be clear, John Howard didn't
It'll
propose
never
the
happen.
idea of an Indigenous voice. Let's talk about some of the concerns around what is being proposed here. One of the main concerns has always been that this is going to create division. Senator Price articulates this concern, but inserting a new body in the Constitution will permanently separate Indigenous and non-Indigenous Australians. Now, I appreciate there are already race powers there in the Constitution, but what do you say to this criticism that the voice will divide?
Oh, David, you have answered your own question there. The separation was there in 1980. The original separation, the original inequality was in our Constitution in 1901. What we're going to do in 2023 is fix that exclusion, fix the omission, fix the lack of recognition, and when we do that, our Constitution will be whole. We will complete the Commonwealth of Australia, and it'll be a great thing to do.
The other main concern that's raised, particularly by Peter Dutton, is the scope of the voice. A number of Conservatives, as you know, did not want this to be a voice of Parliament and executive government. I want to ask where this idea came from, because the Uluru Statement doesn't mention executive government nor the Referendum Council, of which you're a part. So where did this idea come from, that it's a voice to executive government as well?
Oh no, it was always there. When it was first proposed to Tony Abbott in 2014 by myself, Julian Lisa, Professor Greg Craven, Professor Anne Toomey, Professor Marcia Langton, we all wrote to Tony Abbott in 2014. The words executive government were in there. And by the way, let me just explain the importance of the executive government there. It's like, yes, you want to be able to talk to Jim Hacker and the ex-minister, but if you're not talking to Sir Humphrey, you're going to get nowhere. You've got to talk to the bureaucrats. They're the ones who affect our lives. And so having a voice to the bureaucrats, to the executive government, is extremely important. But can I say this, that in relation to the scope, the actual provision, what we're voting for on October the 14th says, on matters relating to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples. That's the scope.
But there has been a lot
It's all
of debate
matters
about
relating to our
Sure,
field.
but there's a lot of debate around what that refers to. Do you ever wonder whether you would have been better leaving that to put in law, put in legislation, to ensure you had more support across the aisle?
David, your reference to debate about this, you've got to be fair to us. Was it reasonable debate? Was it objective debate? Was it accurate debate, or was it just fear?
Well, perhaps some of it
Because
was.
in relation to this scope issue, David, in relation to this scope issue, our opponents in the No campaign said that somehow we'd be dictating policy on nuclear submarines. That wasn't reasonable.
I mean,
that wasn't a fair representation of the scope.
Clearly, some of it's far-fetched. My point is, should more effort have gone into winning over that bipartisanship, which even you have previously acknowledged in last year's Boyer lectures, is so critical to the success of the referendum?
Oh, we worked for 14 years. Out of the last 15 years, we put 14 years of assiduous spade work with the Conservatives. I can tell you myself, I never talked to a Labor MP or leader of the opposition. Who I talked to were National Party MPs and senators, Liberal Party MPs and senators, and our attempt all along was to maintain bipartisanship on this, and we maintained it for 9 years. This thing would not be alive had we not maintained bipartisanship. The bipartisanship, David, broke when Little Proud, forced by the Indigenous First spokesman, decided suddenly late last year that they would be opposing the Voice, whereas previously they had supported.
So you're saying this was Jacinta Price's doing?
Well, she's obviously been a very compelling arguer in favour of the No case. In fact, I think she set the policy for the National Party, and of course the Liberals followed later. I mean, we saw it in the last week, right? The leader says we're going to have a second referendum, and then 4 days later, the spokesman says no way. So it's the spokesman that determines the policy here, not the leader of the opposition. And that's unfortunate that bipartisanship has broken, but that does not mean this is not suddenly the wrong thing to do, because this has been a policy commitment, a bipartisan policy commitment for 14 out of the 15 years.
Now, Pearson, what will it say about the country if Australia does vote?
So I'm not going to cast kind of prospective judgment on the people of Australia on this, when I still believe we have every opportunity over the next 5 weeks to listen to the concerns of those Australians who have questions and reservations.
But do you think Australia
campaign does it?
Can Australia still celebrate in the way it does Indigenous history and culture if it's voted no to this?
No, well, as I say, David, I'm not going to make judgment about. I'll make that judgment the day after the referendum. At this stage, I believe we still have the capacity to do the right thing. I'll tell you one thing, though, David. I just don't believe when the hand of friendship and reconciliation is extended from Indigenous people that at the end of the day, their love will be unrequited. I just can't believe that. I cannot believe we still live in Australia where that hand would be just slapped aside. This unrequited love is my worst nightmare. I just don't believe Australians are capable of that at this time in our history.
Noel Pearson, appreciate you joining us there from Chancellor this morning. Thank you.
Hey, thank you, David.
Let's get to our panel now. We're joined this week by Nikki Sabbath from Theo and Fran Kelly. Very good morning to all of you.
Good morning.
Look, Nikki, let's just touch on what we heard there. Noel Pearson remaining confident despite the polls. And I thought that language at the end there around can't believe that love won't be accepted by Australians when they walk into the polling booth. Is that misplaced, or do you think his confidence has some justification?
Look, I wouldn't say it was misplaced, but I think that is the great hope that is driving all the people inside the camp now for yes, who obviously wanted to succeed. I mean, if they didn't believe that, if they didn't believe that that was possible and that by the end Australians would be convinced by the merits of their arguments and the sincerity in which they were put, then that would be a pretty devastating thing. So they have to believe that that is how Australians in the end will respond. And usually Australians have responded like that. And, you know, maybe they won't this time. If they don't, that is obviously going to be a massive blow to people, but they have to cling to that belief, I think.
Fran, the Prime Minister's not about to call off this thing. He's made that clear at every step along the way. But it is an interesting conundrum. If the thing looks like failing and failing badly, that will have some damaging consequences as well.
Well, you can see it. Well, you can see how Noel Pearson can't bear that thought. You can see Professor Marcel Langton at the press club has been at the sort of the vanguard, the forefront of this for so long now, saying she fears that it'll be taken, no, it will be taken as a mandate to do nothing anymore. And she said, we just can't bear that. We need more help. She's urging the government, if it fails, so she's looking beyond this to actively try and preserve reconciliation. She sees it will be basically a setback in reconciliation, which is, I think, what Noel Pearson was saying. And she's urging the government to have something ready to go, some reform, so to keep on the consultative journey, because she's worried. And you could see in that speech, I think you'd see Noel Pearson, and if you're talking to Indigenous leaders around the place, Indigenous people, a lot of them are very fearful of how they can't bear the thought of how they're going to feel after no vote, of what it's going to do them personally. They've suffered, many of them, a lot of abuse through this, so that the fever around that is at a point where it's very harmful and dangerous, I think, and we're going to see a lot of the people who have been at the forefront of these fights for so long stepping back because I think that can't bear it.
And to be honest, it's still very unclear what would happen after any no vote.
And Marcia Langton is urging the government to be clear even before the vote. I think they can't do that, and that would be seen as a concession. But she's saying have something ready to go. I'm not sure whether the government, you know, the government's also got to pivot pretty quickly to cost of living, I think. The Prime Minister,
well, they're going to watch
to move this on
in the final few months of the year.
Yeah.
Can I just make another point there, because Noel did refer a number of times to Jacinta Price, and I do believe, whether you agree with her or not, and I don't, that she has been the most compelling advocate in this campaign against no, for the no vote. And I think one of the most damaging things that has occurred, and historians will probably look at this a lot more closely in the future, is the black on black disagreement has been what has damaged the Yes campaign more than anything else, and gives white people especially who are confused or reluctant an excuse to say no.
But the one move on, just quickly note though that the Nine newspapers also report this morning Clive Palmer's launched federal court action to try and require the Electoral Commission to include ex-apostles on the ballot paper as a no vote.
Well, that's going nowhere. That's just a tactic, isn't it, to keep this whole sort of conspiracy, all the conspiracies we're seeing out there on social media about, you know, the AEC is, the deck is stacked. It just keeps that talk going.
No, it keeps going. Look, this wasn't, the voice wasn't the issue dominating the week in Parliament so much. It was Qantas and Qatar Airways and the government's decision to block that extra competition for Qantas. Are we any clearer at the end of the week why that decision was taken?
Well, the government, Catherine King and other ministers have given various explanations, haven't they? There's obviously the invasive searches of the Australian women in Doha back in 2020, which we're told was context, but a whole host of other reasons, apparently for carbon emission reduction, apparently to protect secure and local well-paying jobs, apparently it's in the national interest as well, apparently it was also to protect Qantas's sort of financial position to make sure it was sustainable. But we haven't really heard a coherent or our sound explanation out of the government on this. They've sort of been clutching at straws, trying to make up various reasons without really hitting the nail on the head and explaining why.
Well, the first reason you mentioned there, the awful situation in 2020 when 5 Australian women were subjected to those invasive strip searches. It's interesting because in late July, so what it was 6 weeks ago, the Transport Minister was indicating that wasn't part of the reason. Here's what she told the Sydney Morning Herald. She wouldn't link the decision not to continue to engage with Qatar with those with the strip searching. Then on Thursday, just a few days ago, she said it was a factor.
Certainly, for context, this is the only airline that has something like that that has happened, and so I can't say that I wasn't aware of it, but certainly it wasn't the only factor. It was a factor.
A factor of this context is.
Well, it doesn't strengthen Qatar's case. This is what she's saying, isn't it? You can imagine that's true.
But is the minister retrofitting that as part of the reason now?
Well, not. I think since we found out that she made the decision on the same day she was writing to the 5 women who had a legal case against Qatar. I think it's obvious it was in her thoughts, and I think, as someone said to me, it obviously doesn't strengthen Qatar's case if there are other things. I think what the minister hasn't done is lay out clearly. She got closer to it with Laura, I think, on Thursday night, about, anti-competitive concerns, cost-cutting concerns, the concerns on jobs, all those things. These things aren't normally, scrutinised in this kind of way. These decisions are made. The national interest is a broad thing. So I think it makes sense. Of course, it doesn't strengthen the case, just as the same way, of course, Pope Anthony Albanese closeness to Alan Joyce, is an element of it too. Well, but they stated like this, no.
A big part of the reason that we're paying so much attention is the anger towards Qantas right now for all sorts of reasons. And
it's a perfect storm of Qantas, right?
On the early departure of Alan Joyce.
Yeah.
Why is the government willing to provide extra competition from other airlines, but not this one?
Look, this was an eminently defensible position or decision that the government had taken. But they have stuffed it up from the very beginning, and they still haven't fixed it. It is an indictment on the government that they haven't been able to put a lid on this, and they've let it run for 3 weeks. It's the worst 3 weeks of the government since they were elected, and it was mostly completely avoidable. All they had to do was come out from the beginning and say, this is why we took the decision, and listed all those reasons. What they could have said was, Qantas are bastards. Yeah. They have treated their customers and their staff with contempt, and we want to see them get better, but we don't want to see them go down because that would not be in the national interest. So you also could have said, well, we've taken that decision, and Qantas now have to improve. And why didn't they say that from the start?
Exactly. I think, this minister apparently, Catherine King, is noted for being sort of stickler for detail. So I think they didn't see the Qantas cloud that was hanging over us. We all know it. I had my flight cancelled yesterday. It's still happening. People are still railing at Qantas. And, it could have said, for instance, we're bringing on extra cases from Singapore, from Vietnam Airlines. We didn't have open sky policies with the other days in there. But they let it run, and let it run. His name in the cabinet is the leading minister.
Just on that, right? So it's an interesting point, because yes, this is an area where the minister has the autonomy to make a call, as some ministers do in various areas like immigration and so on.
That's their job. And foreign aid.
But how much, clearly conversation goes on within amongst your cabinet colleagues on a big call before you as minister make that decision. And it's interesting because Anthony Albanese revealed that he was being lobbied by the head of Virgin, obviously wanting the Qatar access to be granted, but didn't realise that Catherine King had already made the decision to say no.
During that discussion, I did not know that the Transport Minister had made a decision on the 10th of July 2023, a detail that has only been advised to me after question time today. I once again confirm I did not speak to the former Qantas CEO before a decision was made.
John, technically that can be how it works, but should governments be talking a bit more about APMO? Labor's call this in case you've got a big meeting with the head of Virgins.
It's a bit embarrassing. The left hand didn't really know what the right hand was doing, and Anthony Albanese, who spoke on July 13 to the Virgin CEO Jane Herbert. So you'd hope there would be a broader discussion about this. I understand Minister King did discuss it with some of the ministers in the cabinet, such as the Foreign Minister and Trade Minister. But I think it's probably got a broader issue here. We're in a high inflation environment, cost of living pressures, Qantas is making record profits. They're coming under pressure from the ACCC for selling flights that they've actually already cancelled. I would have hoped in a situation like this, in that context, you'd have the Treasurer in there, you'd have the Finance Minister, you'd have the Trade Minister debating the broader competition policy issues around this, rather than maybe the Minister making a quick tick and flip sort of decision. Look,
Well, she does say, she has said that she discussed it with all relevant ministers, right? So.
She's chosen who's relevant. Was the Treasurer, was the Finance Minister, were they relevant colleagues? I would argue yes. It doesn't sound like they were necessarily consulted. Yeah.
As I understand.
Who's relevant is about as clear as what's the national interest.
Yeah, it's about, you know, but, I mean, having worked inside, there are massive decisions which are taken by ministers without reference to any colleagues. I've been there when it's happened. But what they usually do is tell them straight after that they've made a decision, and that's not really.
Some ministers have a better political antenna for broad politics than others, right? So Catherine King may be great on the detail, but maybe her political antenna is not, what it needs to be, and that's where advisors and
to be fair, this Prime Minister is making a virtue of empowering ministers.
Exactly.
Scott Morrison necessarily did as PM, where he also had a...
Well, yeah, what's the minister?
Look, what about the big picture here? Qantas has long had this special status, really. The coalition government went out of their way to with Qantas as well.
All governments.
Does that change at all now? Is this a permanent loss of shine for Qantas, or is this just a blip and they'll still be back in the good books again before long?
Look, we're going to have a Senate inquiry that Bridget McKenzie's got up, so that's going to make the issue not go away till it's going on in. But I think the new CEO of Qantas, Vanessa Hudson, has a task in front of her to build relations with Canberra. But there's an inherent conflict here, and it's sort of coming out now, but it's been whispered in Canberra for years, or even Peter Costello alluded to it a couple of weeks ago when he said Qantas was like one of the most powerful lobbyists in Canberra. And, there's a reason, or one of the reasons for that is that all the MPs get free Chairman's Club lounge membership. When they fly now to Canberra, are they really going to be putting the pressure on Qantas for more competition again? So Virgin doesn't have the same lounge in Canberra that Qantas does.
So nice food and drinks. Makes it different. I mean, it doesn't hurt them. You don't think that's...
I really don't think that. I think generally Australians like having what we think of as the national carrier. We generally are inclined to like the Flying Kangaroo. At the moment, we're not happy with the Flying Kangaroo at all, me included. But I think it has changed, and I think it's been a very powerful lobbyist. It's received billions in government support, governments of all colours, because I think there's a sense we want what we think of as the national carrier, even though it's a private company.
But they got arrogant and contemptuous, and they need to be brought down, right?
Let the national carrier, that's because everyone uses that term. That is spin, that is Qantas spin. We all call it the national carrier. No, it's Qantas. It's a private airline owned by shareholders.
It's true, it is.
Yeah. That's part of the spin.
A lot of Australians feel like it is.
Probably, but it's also
Even
a very
though
good
they
market.
hate them at the moment, even though they hate them.
I just want to touch on the parliamentary debate around all of this week. We got pretty willing, particularly on the Wednesday, I think it was, the consent motion was moved against the Speaker. We're all on. Harley Tink, the independent MP, after all of that, or amidst all of that, complained that she felt scared, frightened even at one point after an unnamed coalition member acted aggressively towards her. Who she was.
I've chosen very deliberately not to identify one particular male opposition member who I felt spoke to me incredibly aggressively. He actually left me feeling frightened, and I don't think anyone who goes into any work environment should ever be made to feel that way. But I've chosen to make it about the system. I've chosen to make it about the chamber, because the truth of the matter is that politics has probably been heading this way for a really long time. And I actually think that seats like North Sydney, so people like me, to the chamber who's come around to say, enough is enough.
Look, Peter Dutton says he's aware of who she's talking about, but doesn't think there's any cause for concern. He checked in on this. He reckons Parliament's much more civilised now than it was back in the Keating years and so on. Nikki, is it?
Well, it certainly hasn't been this week, and it wasn't just that incident with Kylie. It was the pharmacists in the gallery who were being revved up by coalition MPs, who were abusing government
I was
MPs.
sitting up in the gallery when the pharmacist went off.
Was it wild?
There were good
And it was pretty wild.
gestures and
Wasn't
swearing.
it?
Yeah,
I mean,
you don't see that very often.
really not acceptable. Then it was the opposition moving dissent from the Speaker's ruling, which was really a try on, really all designed to disrupt the
Correct.
operations of the Parliament, and then that culminated in that incident with Kylie. And, you know, people have narrowed it down, they suspect who it is, and as you say, Dutton spoke to him and he said, well, nothing happened. Well, why wouldn't he say that? But Kylie's not going to allow that to settle, and I do know that there were members of the coalition who were very unhappy with what was happening during the week because they thought it was a crashing of Parliament by the opposition. And from what I've been told, a few of them were seen walking into the Speaker's office with bottles of wine after it was all over.
What to apologise to the Speaker?
And to smooth it all out.
Well, I think they should have run Kylie Tink instead. In fact, she said she's had a call from a number of Labor male frontbenchers, but not from any Liberal male frontbenchers. And she notes that. I mean, I think Peter Dutton needs to be a bit careful here, saying he had no problem with the tone and the context. Because here's a woman standing up. She's no shrinking violet. She's started businesses, run businesses, on board a construction company. And she's saying, I feel threatened. Peter Dutton says robust debate is part of what we're all about. And they said it was. She said what they were doing with Catherine King. She said what Kylie King says was not debate, it was bullying.
She's come in as part of the Steel way to change the culture. He's there defending the culture.
Yeah, but they've got a women problem still, right? They've got a problem, and he needs to be careful about it.
Let's end the PM's trip. He's been whizzing through Jakarta, the ASEAN Summit, the Philippines, and then the G20. He gets back, Friday night, gets back tomorrow morning. I thought really interesting during the week was Anthony Albanese accepting this invitation to visit Beijing. So, you know, all on the path of Thor and the relationship continuing on a positive path. The next day, he's in the Philippines, backing the Philippines in their territorial dispute with China and agreeing to joint freedom of navigation exercises in the South China Sea. John, it's quite a balancing act, but he does seem to be treading that line fairly well, don't you?
Yeah, I'd agree. I think he's quite clear-eyed about China, and it's great that he's going to go there and have dialogue. At the same time, I don't think he'd be getting too carried away that the relationship is going back to the good old days. But very pointedly, he made that trip to the Philippines. He could have spoken to the Filipino leader actually at the ASEAN meeting in Indonesia, but he very deliberately went to the Philippines to make a bit of a statement, I think, because obviously Philippines has been at the coalface of actually dealing with some of China's confrontation.
There's rather aggressive encounters at sea. Yeah. And there he is, the Australian leader, saying, where were you guys on this? Saying, yeah, we're going to do some joint patrols with you to help you out. Fran, but he's clearly not giving concessions to China, but he's going there to Beijing by the end of the year.
Yeah, look, I think, the Morrison doctrine was, if you stand up to China, you're strong. If you give in to them or talk to them, you're weak. I mean, that was taking us nowhere. Obviously, not just our trade, our exporters would like the government to be talking with China, and it's already borne fruit for barley. It's opened up some of those markets that were locked out. Wine is still locked out, lobster's still locked out. And the region too, they want us in there dealing with China because they want some protection. So for us to have no relationship and communication is a ticket to nowhere. Doesn't mean we make concessions, and we can't, and the Prime Minister will go there. He has to be pushing on the human rights front. Yang Heng-chun and China Lei, he has to make the case.
He's not making that a condition of the visit, though.
No, because they're not.
Well,
I don't think
I think
they
the
result
thinking is that that's only going to make it harder for China to get ground. But clearly there's an expectation, but I hope that there will be some movement on that before he goes.
Yeah, well, look, no sensible person has been out there saying you shouldn't go.
No, Peter Dutton said he should go.
Yeah, that was,
Absolutely. And Scott Morrison said he shouldn't, so. that's
Well,
okay.
I'm not sure if he said he shouldn't, but he did, according to Andrew Green, our colleague, he did at the Coalition Party room, warn against acquiescing, conceding to China. Look, let's talk about the economy. Latest growth figures came out Wednesday, 0.4% growth for the 3 months to the end of June, same as the previous quarter. So what did the Treasurer call it? I think he said it was sturdy or stable growth. But if you include population growth, then we're really not going forward. In per capita terms, some call this a per capita recession.
The only thing propping up this economy now is record levels of population growth. Record levels of population growth. Take that away, and the economy would be well and truly in recession.
The Treasurer, however, says these per capita negative quarters aren't that unusual.
The combination of higher interest rates, slowdown in China and other factors, all of these things are buffeting our economy. We expect to see that in future quarters. Now, the point that I made about the per capita numbers, 48 times out of the last 199 quarters, which is all of the quarters that have been measured, we've seen this measure go backwards.
Yeah, John, who do you believe? Yeah.
Oh, well, I think they've both got a little bit of a point. But fundamentally, high level, this is sort of a slowdown we have to have. I mean, this is a deliberate engineering by the Reserve Bank of Australia to try and take some beat out of the inflation problem we've got in this economy. And so we're going to see more of this. Households are doing it tough. The per capita recession, yes, it's the first one since 2006. The Treasurer there was talking about where you have 1 quarter of negative growth. We've actually had 2 in a row, so that's a lot rarer outside of the pandemic, first one since 2006. But I think we shouldn't lose sight of the fact, actually, the economy is doing okay. Unemployment's 3.7%. People are working more hours. Most women and young people who want a job can get one at the moment. So it's not a recession in the true sense like 1991. It's nothing like that at all. But people at an individual level will definitely be feeling the pressure that they're going through at the moment.
And I think that means the government's feeling it because it makes the politics much more difficult. When people are feeling the pressure, people are grumpy, people want to focus on them. That's why they're gearing up for this employment right pay, so there's action on that front. But I think, John, you know this better than me, but the Treasurer's getting it louder and louder in his declaration that a soft landing is not assured. And if you read between that, it's indicating to me that I think they wouldn't be surprised if there's a negative quarter coming this way.
A lot of that's because we're concerned with what's going on in China.
Well, China and the latest rate hike, I think the government thought was really unnecessary, and I think they're bracing themselves.
Final one, Marise Payne, former Foreign Minister, former Defence Minister, and now she's getting out of politics. Longest-serving female senator, 26 years in the Senate, first female Defence Minister, so a trailblazer in those regards, Nikki. But looking at her legacy, her time in politics, how do you describe it?
I think she began well and finished badly, and I think in the end she was probably a bit of a disappointment in the way that she handled her 2 major portfolios, defence and foreign affairs. Generally it was seen that she wasn't out there enough talking about what the government was doing and why it was doing it, arguing the case. And also there wasn't a general feeling that she was promoting women, and I think that is sort of playing out a bit now with the possible replacement for her, because she is supporting Andrew Constance. Warren Mundine looks as if he's the favourite candidate. Now, neither of these 2 men represent the future of the Liberal Party.
They both look for the Liberal Party, in fact, in the same.
And they both failed.
Gilmore both passed.
And they both lost. And so, there's a view inside the party, left and right, that they should be looking for new blood now. And one name I've heard mentioned is Dallas McInerney, who is a sensible conservative. He might throw his hat in the ring. And Hillmers, which is a group that supports promotion of women, is hoping that Jess Collins, who is also conservative, will put her hand up. So they are looking, to new people.
There's a bit of time because I think the resignation takes effect at the end of this month. So we'll see what other candidates emerge. But looking back at Maurice Payne's time, Fran, she came in, let's not forget, as a leading moderate,
She was a firebrand.
advocated for the release of children from detention under the Howard government.
She did. She was the first female president of New South Wales Young Liberal. She was a firebrand. She took opposing positions to her government, the government of John Howard at the time, in some Senate committee she was on. But she never went anywhere. It was 16 years before she made the front porch.
Howard voted her out for a long time.
Howard throws her out. In fact, when she was elected, one of the papers said the senator John Howard didn't want. And he made that clear, and it really did stymie her career, I think. And I think that disappointment probably had an impact on.
And did she and
the
other
message
moderates
that came.
do enough towards the end during the Morrison government years?
No, but they were outnumbered. It was not the tone of their party. They didn't do enough. There was punishment if they did.
There was no reason not to go out there and fight for something when they did it.
No, and they used to in the Howard years. They did listen. They didn't necessarily get anywhere, but John Howard listened. That was his secret. He'd listen and then
They weren't frightened.
All right, our panel, Fran Kelly, John Keogh, Nicky Savage, will be back very shortly with some final observations. Time now for Mike Dowds. Talking pictures.
I'm Mike Bowers, and I'm photographer at large for the Guardian Australia. I'm talking pictures this morning with columnist for the Australian, the one and only Jack the Insider. A very warm welcome, Jack, to the Sesame Street version of Talking Pictures. This week brought to you by the letters V and Q. Voice, Qatar. Jack, did you drive here?
Yes, I did. I filled the car up on the way down, Mike. Got a drive.
The cartoonist, I'm not going to bring in a boycott of it. Of course, we're referring to the fact that some of the cartoonists have boycotted the Walkers because of the Ampol sponsorship of the awards.
Yes. So some of these cartoons I may not be able to look at.
No, I think it's fine. We're going to mark
I
up.
can have a look at them.
The letter V for Voice, they seem to have found their backing track for the Voice campaign.
Yes,
It's the Voice song.
They've got the song, but Elmo seems to be battling a bit with the lyrics.
Yeah, you're the Voice, try and understand it, make a noise and make it clear, to go.
We've got some documents down here.
Yeah.
There's Fonzie there.
There's Fonzie coming out. We haven't seen Fonzie for a while.
No.
Peter Bryan has a very good suggestion about a backing track for the No campaign. And the Beatles said, Nowhere Man. He's a real nowhere man, sitting in his nowhere land, making all his nowhere plans for nobody. We should have our own song against the Voice.
Yep, onto it, sir. Hello, sir.
Yeah,
you've got in touch with him.
yeah. David Rose seems to be the coalition of campaigning for voices for other things. So the voice for Qatar Airways.
You've got to let you.
Yep. The voice for Farmer. Big Farmer came in, were very unruly in the House this week.
Were they?
Yes.
What do they have to?
They were making rude gestures apparently when they left the chamber.
That's not Big Farmer.
That's Little Farmer.
Yeah.
And Susan, the voice for Qatar and real Qatar. It's a lot of detail in David Rose goes.
Voice for Qatar Airways.
Yeah.
They're the Dutch.
Yeah. And Mr. Littleproud's always got his little his nuclear hat on, blowing some smoke.
Yes, don't quite.
Marcia Langton drew up her press public appearance sign. It was a case of Australians all let us rejoice as the high flyer and leader of Qantas came down to earth.
Yeah, talking over this $24 million payout, maybe.
Maybe.
And here he is saying any landing you can walk away from with a $24 million payout is a good landing. And that's the Qantas reputation.
It's smoking the door. Might have landed in the golden parachute. I don't think he's walked away from that case.
It doesn't look like it would tip you above the ground, but there you go.
I did love this Alan Moore. He's sort of going up and down the aisles here with the chocolate street helping. When he speaks over to him,
just $24 million.
Yeah.
I might need a little bit.
I might need a bit more. David Pope seems to think that Qantas isn't helping with the sale of the Fair Work Act here, as they seem to be flying planes through the loophole. But it's only through these labour hire loopholes that we can see the future of Australian business.
Not helping our own.
Jack, you don't have to know much Spanish to know that El Nino needs a whole lot of trouble. Really, very uplifting cartoon here from Fiona Kazauskas, and there's still 4 months to go. Oh my goodness, book of world records for 2023 so far.
It's going to be hot.
Yeah, it's by far the hottest August level, the highest sea surface temps, most dangerous levels of denial and lowest impact attack.
Thanks, Rick. Cool. Yeah, good. Good enough.
Not it's legal further. The word is legal, as in it is legal to approve major coal mine expansions.
C-spelled L-E-T-H-A-L.
No, lethal. Her phonics is wrong, but her physics is right.
There we go.
Jack, it's been a great pleasure on kicking the events this week, and brought to you by the letters Q and V.
Q and V.
And I'll let you throw back to the letter S.
Thank you. It's back to you, Stevie.
Thank you, Jack. Thank you, Mike. Time for some final observations. Quick one for me. Tomorrow, a coalition of union, clean energy and investor groups are going to be launching a call on the government to set up a $100 billion fund called the Australian Renewables Industry Package. They want this to be similar to the huge US Inflation Reduction Act to try and incentivise investment in renewables in Australia. The fear that we're going to lose out of this global race that's underway right now. Frank.
I'm co-hosting a new podcast, the Indigenous referendum, the voice referendum, by my co-host Carly Williams. I think it's worth pointing out the writs are issued tomorrow, which means people have 1 week to enrol to get on the to enrol to vote. Everyone has to vote in this referendum. You've got to update your details. So if you want to have a say, and you have to, you've got to enrol within the week. The court weeks and everything they come out. So it's going to look like an election campaign. Pre-polling starts 2 weeks before October the 14th. So it's going to be full on in terms of the streets around where you live. Get on the roll.
Yeah.
So the government's preparing to soon announce an inquiry into COVID and the management and handling of whatever Anthony Albanese promised. I was in Germany recently. It was interesting there. The health minister and scientists said it was a mistake to close schools because of the damage they've done to kids' education, development, socialisation. They wouldn't do it again. So I'll be interested to see what lessons Australia learns from the pandemic.
I've got two this morning. The first shout out is to John Farnham, to congratulate him for having the courage to come out and support the voice and to do it in such a very gracious way. And shame on all those people who have abused him and ridiculed him for that. My second one is to the East Brighton Vampires, a fantastic little team in Victoria, and very good luck to my darling nephews, Thomas and Christian. Go boys.
Oh, go boys.
Go boys.
Indeed. Thank you all very much for joining us this morning. Finally, we do love politicians being caught on a hot mic. In the UK, the government's embroiled with a real political crisis right now. So the crumbling concrete roofs in school classrooms. The Education Secretary made it through a tough interview and then revealed what she really thought. We'll leave you with that. Thanks for watching.
We will get the plan, and every single one of them will be done. Thank you. Does anyone ever say, you know what, you've done a good job because everyone else has sat on there and done nothing? No signs of that?
You're making us all feel very excited about being here.
Morocco declares 3 days of national mourning as the earthquake death toll there rises to over 2,000.
Rescue teams in Turkey begin a complex mission to bring a seriously ill American caver to the surface.
A 26-year-old man charged with murder over a crash in Melbourne's CBD that killed 1 person and injured 5 others.
Ukraine criticises the G20 over a joint statement on the war, stopping short of condemning Russia.
The American tennis player Coco Gauff stages a big comeback to claim her first Grand Slam title.
Those who thought we were putting water on my fire, you're really adding gas to it, and now I'm really burning so bright right now.
And the 68-year-old trans DJ turning the tables on what it means to be a raver.
It's Sunday, the 10th of September. Good morning, I'm Jeremy Fernandez.
And I'm Catherine Robinson. You're watching Weekend Breakfast.
The death toll from a powerful earthquake in Morocco continues to climb. More than 2,000 people have been killed and hundreds more have been injured in the country's deadliest tremor in more than 6 decades. This is the moment the 6.8 magnitude quake struck a sparsely populated region in the Atlas Mountains, around 70 kilometres southwest of the city of Marrakesh.
Rescue workers are picking through the rubble of damaged buildings, some with their bare hands racing to find survivors. But search teams admit they face a massive challenge reaching some victims. Many roads have been blocked by landslides and debris, and ambulances are unable to get through. The local residents said it was terrifying when the earthquake hit.
The earthquake hit, or I don't know what it was. We were eating dinner before the electricity was cut off, and we did not know what was happening. Our children and our family, we no longer know if they are alive or dead. We hope that someone will help us.
The rescue teams have begun the tricky process of extricating an American researcher who became seriously ill while he was 1,000 metres below the entrance of a cave in Turkey. It could take days to bring Mark Dickey to the surface, with rescuers anticipating he will need frequent stops at camps set up along the way as they pull his stretcher through narrow passages. The 40-year-old experienced caver began vomiting last week because of stomach bleeding while on an expedition in the Morka Cave in southern Turkey's Taurus Mountains.
A 26-year-old man has been charged over a deadly car crash in Melbourne's CBD that killed one person and left 5 others injured. The Motion West man is facing a string of charges, including murder and attempted murder and intention of causing serious injury. He appeared in an after-hours court hearing on Saturday. He's been remanded in custody and will reappear in court in mid-January.
The man has died after being bitten repeatedly by a snake in North Queensland last night. Paramedics say the man, aged in his 60s, was attempting to uncoil the snake from another man's ankle at Coonella, south of Mackay, around 6:30. He was bitten multiple times on the chest and arm and died at the scene. The second man was also bitten and was taken to Mackay-based hospital in a stable condition.
The Ukraine government says it's disappointed by a joint declaration of the G20 summit made up of leaders of the world's largest economies. The declaration highlights the human toll of the war in Ukraine, but does not call out Russian aggression, noting there are different views among the member nations, which include Russia and China. Australia's Prime Minister Anthony Albanese maintains the G20 has sent a clear message to Moscow nevertheless.
Russia has to have gotten the message that this is having a devastating impact and that the world wants this war to stop because of the impact on the people of Ukraine, but also because of the impact that it's having on global inflation, global economies.
Hundreds of Greek soldiers and emergency workers are continuing to evacuate people from villages and towns affected by major floods in the centre of the country. Boats and helicopters have been deployed to reach the stranded and supply isolated settlements with food and drinking water. Parts of the region's capital, Larissa, have been inundated, and emergency services are working to reinforce the banks of the Pinios River.
A former British soldier who was the subject of a nationwide manhunt for 4 days after escaping from prison has been captured. Daniel Abed Khalif, who has been accused of planting fake bombs at a military base, sparked a manhunt after he escaped from prison on the bottom of a food delivery truck on Wednesday. The 21-year-old was discharged from the British Army after his arrest earlier this year, and he has denied the allegations against him.
Well, Prince Harry has called on competitors at this year's Invictus Games in the German city of Düsseldorf to inspire those watching on. More than 500 athletes from around the world, including Australia, will compete in the sporting events for wounded, injured and sick military servicemen and women. The Duke of Sussex served in the British Army and founded the Invictus Games in 2014. He's told competitors and supporters they have a chance to create life-changing moments.
These games are not solely about medals, PBs, or finishing lines. They are about overcoming any and all perceptions that have held you back, especially those you placed on yourselves.
Wildcard Carlos Gimeno has claimed the fifth stop-off in the Red Bull Cliff Diving World Series in Bosnia. The Spaniard pulled off a 5 somersault dive in the finals as competitors prepared for the final event in Auckland. In the women's event, Australian Rhiannon Offland still maintains a healthy lead against Canada's Molly Carson.
No splash. That's the trick, right? Yeah. 5 somersaults in one go there. Extraordinary. Sticking with sport there now, Jared Pitt joins us again with the latest. We have a new US tennis champion.
Yeah, we certainly do. What a match it was as well. American teenager Coco Gauff was on the US women's singles final, beating Belarus and Arena Sabalenka in 3 sets. The 19-year-old lost the opening set 2-6 before taking the next 2 sets 6-3, 6-2. Getting Scott's first major title, which becomes the first American to win a US Open singles title since Sloane Stephens. That was back in 2017. Despite the loss, Sabalenka will now move to number 1 in the world, while Goffman will move up to world number 3. The Australian Men's Rugby Union side is over this World Cup campaign with a 35-15 win over Georgia in Paris. The Wallabies running 4 tries to 2 to end a 5-match losing streak under new coach Eddie Jones. Fullback Ben Donaldson scored 2 tries and kicked 6 goals to contribute 25 points in total. Australia will next face Fiji. And the Brisbane Lions beat Port Adelaide by 48 points in Saturday night's AFL qualifying final at the Gabba. The Lions won 19 goals, 123 to 11-9 at 75, with Joe Dunn had to stand out with 5 goals for the Lions. Brisbane are now into a preliminary final, while the Power has a second chance. Will play the GWS Giants in the Southern Death semi-final. That will be in Adelaide next weekend after the Giants knocked down St Kilda with the 15-11, 101 to 11-11, 17. So plenty of action in the world as well. We've got plenty more coming up right across the world, including the cricket, of course. Australia beating South Africa this morning, NRL final, so it's all happening.
Thanks, Darren.
Thank you.
Now, still to come, the evolving world of language. We're going to take a look at some new words added to the latest edition of the Macquarie Dictionary.
So yeah, some you might have heard of, some you might not have. Spicy cough
I like
makes
that
the
one.
list.
Yep. Barbie call is also there.
Did you know what that was?
I didn't actually, but I can kind of guess.
Yeah,
and the
exactly.
picture here gives it away.
Gives it away.
Yeah.
Gives it away. Well, but so interestingly, like thousands have made the new list. So we're really keen to work out why. You know, what is the criteria for a word to make a list, and how are they informed? You know, is it world events? Is it cultural? You know, what is it that goes into getting a word on that list?
And how long does it stay there for?
Isn't it like a cherry? You're in the book. You're in the book.
Current usage of language. I just can't imagine things like Barbie call will stay there forever.
It's kind of an interesting one. Do
Turn
words,
into a different meaning.
or do words get struck off the list? You're out. You're in. You're out.
We'll explore that with Professor Kate Burridge, who's a linguist from Monash University. She might have some answers for us.
I think she will. Well, let's check the weather in the capital south. Brisbane partly cloudy, sunny in Sydney. Canberra, a frosty morning, then mostly sunny as well. Partly cloudy in Melbourne and Hobart. Adelaide, Perth and Darwin all heading for a sunny day.
Now, let's return to our top story, the deadly earthquake in Morocco. The acting Prime Minister Richard Marles says there are no reports so far of any Australians being affected.
The death toll from the 6.8 magnitude quake has now reached more than 2,000, and that number is expected to keep rising.
First, the panic as they run for their lives. Then, the chaos as debris rains down and dust consumes the streets. This is Marrakesh in the moments after the quake. Late night diners flee their tables. At the Koutoubia Mosque screams as the tower seems to sway, but doesn't succumb. But many other buildings in the city crumbled. They'd stood for hundreds of years and collapsed in seconds. But it is in the Atlas Mountains where there is the greatest damage and the greatest loss of life. In the province of Al-Haus, more than 500 now confirmed dead. Isolated communities hard to reach with roads broken and blocked. In Marrakesh, we saw the damage there and found those trying to prize their possessions from the wreckage. Youssef tells us he was sitting with friends and then suddenly dust fell from the sky. Then everything came down, he says. All we could think of was to run. With no power, no phone signal, many decide to take shelter out in the open, fearful there could be aftershocks. She's a bit of perfect, but
The force and intensity of this earthquake was felt at our building almost 3 times. People went out into the street just after this total panic, and there are families who are still sleeping outside.
كان مثل ناس في الشوارع.
To the south of the epicenter, hands and hammers tackle the rubble. No official help here. Further west, there were teams of rescuers searching for families still trapped in their homes. Back in Marrakesh, this is the Medina, the ancient part of the city. A symbol of Morocco's history, shaken, and the future for thousands, now uncertain.
Indigenous leader Mel Pearson says he is undeterred by polls showing falling support for the Indigenous voice to Parliament. The latest poll results show the yes vote trailing the no vote by greatest margin yet.
But Mel Pearson says he's confident the Yes campaign can still prevail.
The history of our organised rights struggle on behalf of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people started in the 1930s, and every battle we have won over the past century has been uphill. We've always been the underdog. It's always been very hard for us, but we have won games over these years, over these decades. And we won the native title decision with Mabo. We won the native title Act 30 years ago. We got justice for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples under the common law of Australia, and justice has played out over the past 30 years. All of these games are not easily won. We have persuaded governments and we've persuaded the Australian people of the gains that we've made. We're always the underdog. We're 3% of the population. We are the most powerless people in the country. We're the weakest political constituency in the country, but through persuasion and through argument and through constant campaigning, we've managed to make gains. We're the underdog in this referendum, but I still believe we can achieve victory.
Now, with governments across the country now committed to net zero emissions by 2050, Australia's biggest polluters will have to make substantial cuts.
But the ABC can reveal extraordinary claims by the former head of the Environmental Protection Authority in Western Australia that the previous Premier Mark McGowan pressured him to withdraw tough new emissions guidelines. Those guidelines have been criticised by gas giant Woodside and mining lobbyists.
Climate change is going to be a problem.
LNG producers hold prices too. Tens of thousands of jobs. There are emissions by 2050.
We're paying for it now. We've got to make some changes.
The calls for climate action have been growing in the resource-rich state of Western Australia, and the tactics of activists becoming more extreme. But for WA's former Environment Protection Chief Tom Patton, this battle started 4 years ago.
There are a handful of very large resource companies that play a very prominent role in this state.
In 2019, Dr. Patton tried to put them on a path to net zero.
I think we were the only jurisdiction in Australia at the time without even an aspirational state reduction target, and the state's emissions were going up.
The guidelines triggered a massive industry backlash, culminating in a telephone call from the most powerful man in the state, Mark McGowan.
It wasn't a very long phone call. It was a very straightforward request that he did not want us to continue with those guidelines and wanted us to withdraw them. He didn't feel that consultation was sufficient within industry. We responded to an extraordinary request in an extraordinary moment in the state's history.
Tom Patton is now speaking out for the first time. He wants the public to know what happened.
I have the whole reputation of 50 years of EPA on my shoulders, but also the environmental future of the state.
Dr. Patton says he was given 1 hour to brief his board members.
It was a very difficult moment for the board. And that phone call from the Premier was certainly unprecedented, highly unorthodox, and in my view, inappropriate.
What is the point of the EPA if it just gives the government what it wants?
It made me feel under pressure to both defend the independence of the EPA, but at the same time maintain our influence on government.
Mark McGowan declined repeated requests for comment.
The ABC has spoken to people involved with drafting of the greenhouse gas guidelines and former EPA board members that Dr. Hatton spoke to immediately after his phone call from Mark McGowan. All independently confirmed that Dr. Hatton had told them that the Premier had asked him to withdraw his guidelines.
It was a political intervention by the Premier to make a political problem go away. And that political problem was very powerful industries running a campaign to try and shift costs off their government street.
That campaign was extraordinary in its speed and power. Within 48 hours, articles, editorials and full-page ads funded by gas giant Woodside were plastered across Perth's only daily newspaper. The mining lobby quickly followed suit.
They became rather personalized attacks and challenging the sanity, the competency, the independence of the board.
They had the support of the Premier.
Big gap that was out there, not government policy.
Some of Australia's most powerful business leaders filed into Parliament House to put their case to the Premier. The measure would cost jobs and projects. Piers Verstegen was director of WA's Conservation Council at the time.
The consequences of this decision are going to be felt here in Australia and internationally for decades to come. We're talking about billions of tonnes of additional greenhouse gas emissions.
4 years of extra delay means we've got a whole lot of new projects that should have been done.
The ABC approached Woodside for comment, but it declined. The state government is legislating a path to net zero by 2050, but in this resource-rich state, that won't be easy. Catherine East, ABC News, Perth.
Well, Australians have trillions of dollars, in fact $3.5 trillion saved in superannuation accounts.
But there are growing concerns about the long delays some grieving families face when they're trying to access that money after a loved one dies.
John Bossman is battling one of Australia's biggest super funds. He's been waiting more than 6 months to be paid money saved by his late partner of almost 50 years, Julie.
It's just another imposition.
In March, Aware Super sent him a letter confirming Julie had nominated him as her beneficiary. But John Bossman claims Aware made the process difficult. He was even forced to get a second death certificate, which meant returning to the hospital where Julie died.
It did cause me some distress to have to go back to that department where I spent the last 5 days when we're watching the diary.
I apologise unreservedly if that has meant for Mr. Bossman. He's had to go through that experience.
After being contacted by the ABC, Aware has finally paid John Bossman. It's investigating what went wrong and has blamed some of the delays on a contractor.
His transactions have crossed this period where we were using a third-party service provider.
Complaints about delays with death benefit claims have tripled in the last financial year. Fiona Halsey is a financial services lawyer. She believes the regulator should increase its scrutiny.
I think it would be helpful if ASIC would consider doing some surveillance and investigations.
John Bossman wants better protections for grieving families. Michael Atkin, ABC News.
Now, Xavier O'Halloran is the director of Super Consumers Australia, which advocates for people who find themselves battling superannuation funds after the death of someone close. And he says the process can take months.
A lot of people don't realise that on top of this kind of stuff, it's time when it comes time to claim, which is often, they've just lost a loved one. They having to battle a whole bunch of paperwork and bureaucracy in order to get that money they're owed out.
How straightforward is that claims process? If you're trying to access someone else's super after they've died, you're a dependent and you have an entitlement to that money, how straightforward is that process?
So it really differs across the sector. It depends on the superannuation fund. They've all got different rules and requirements, different paper forms and different wait times to process those forms as well. And so, as we've seen in a recent cases, a string of recent cases actually, that can take months and months, and in some cases over a year to process, which we think is really not good enough.
We're documenting this story at the ABC today. What are some of the scenarios that you're seeing? Why are people finding it so hard? What should be a fairly straightforward process if they are the nominated beneficiaries?
Yeah, so the types of things we've seen are people waiting 6 weeks just to get the form to fill in to start the entire process. We've seen people having to go back to, say, a hospital where a loved one's passed away to get a second death certificate after they've already gotten one. And for what reason? So again, this comes down to the rules with the fund, and it is a bit of a grinding bureaucracy involved. In the case that we're seeing most recently, the super fund said that they needed to know the cause of death in order to pay out. But this is, that's common in an insurance case where they might need to test, if there was some foul play. But in these types of cases, typically that's not something that's as important to the case. And so requiring someone to go back to where they'd seen, a loved one suffer in hospital before they pass away for 5 days, I think it was in this case, and then they had to go back a second time to get a death certificate, just re-traumatise people. So, yeah, it's not good enough.
Should there be greater laws and restrictions around this so there's uniformity across the superannuation industry, which is a huge industry, $3.5 trillion?
Yeah, that's exactly right, and that's what we believe needs to happen here. At the moment, what we're left with is a bit of a principles-based approach. They still have a best interest duty to you. But what we've seen in reality is that without actual timeframes, incentives to deliver on those timeframes, these processes drag out for months, and in some cases over a year. People are left without money that they would otherwise, they would need if they're relying on that income stream from a loved one that's passed away.
But timeframes are difficult, aren't they? Because, we're talking about large sums of money going to someone who is not the primary account holder. There needs to be a standard of rigour to uphold to make sure that money is going to the right person.
That's exactly right. We think it needs to be a time frame that properly accounts for the time it should take to do that kind of thing.
What would be reasonable then?
So, it really depends on the scenario, because in some families it's quite straightforward. Because super funds can only give to someone who's a dependent, a financial dependent, and so they're really looking at, a spouse and children, or if you can prove some kind of financial independence with the person. So, in a lot of cases, that's pretty straightforward. If there's, say, a spouse there may be some adult children as well. And after that, there's no real question about it going outside of those few people. So you can really start to narrow down what's reasonable to identify who those close family members are and anyone that might be otherwise eligible because of the financial relationship there.
Is there anything that someone can do with their own super fund to make it tighter and faster and less complex at the time of their passing?
Yeah, absolutely. Look, super funds should be doing better, but there are steps that everyone can take to make it a lot easier when it comes that time. So what you can do is make a death benefit nomination to your superannuation fund. This basically identifies the people that you want that money to go to when you pass away. It can only go to people who are eligible, so that group of people I talked about before, typically a family member or someone who's financially dependent on you. So it's important that you identify people that are actually eligible to receive it. And you can let the superannuation fund know, and that is a binding nomination. Now, the one thing to note though is these things often expire, typically after about 3 years. So you really got to keep on top of it as well and make sure it's up to date with the superannuation fund.
Stay up to date, that's excellent. Isn't it? Let's talk now sport with Jared Coote. Jared, let's go to Australia in Paris. A sterling performance.
Certainly was a great way to kickstart this tournament for the Australians. The Wallabies won their opening match of that World Cup tournament in Paris against Georgia. Europe correspondent Steve Canane reports from Stade de France.
The Wallabies have defeated Georgia by 35 points to 15 here at Stade de France in Paris in their first match of the World Cup tournament. It's the Wallabies' first victory since November last year when they beat Wales. And getting past Georgia was always going to be tricky. They are a tough team. They've beaten Italy and also Wales in the past 18 months. The Wallabies came out of the blocks fast. Jordan Bataya scored one and set up another try in the first 10 minutes. And from that moment, Georgia never really recovered. You could tell too, the Australians were very fit. They've been training in Darwin, where it's very hot. It's very hot in Paris. You got the sense that the Georgian players did not cope with the heat, and the fitness of the Wallaby players really helped them. Ben Donaldson, who was a surprise selection at fullback for this match, he was man of the match. He scored 25 points, scored 2 tries, kicked a number of goals. He played really well. So he was a standout performer. Jordan Patire as well in the centres was very good. And the Australian forwards did well. Their scrummaging was very good. Their mauling was very good. They dominated possession and territory in this match. And that's really why they ran out winners. The big test is ahead of them. Fiji next weekend. Fiji could pose the greatest threat in this World Cup group to Australia. They've also got to get past Wales, so they really need to win those 2 games to get into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, the start of a long journey there, the Rugby World Cup, but a great start for the Australians.
Not such a great start for one Aussie in the World Surfing Championships, just missed out.
Yeah, he was almost the world champion. Ethan Ewing did so well to get there. He had to win 2 heats to make it through to this final. He only just returned to the water after multiple back fractures. Ethan Ewing did his off-3 in L4 just last month. He lost to Felipe Toledo, the Brazilian. He lost both heats in the final, but he did so well to get there in the end. But the Brazilian was strong. In the women's draw, it was Caroline Marks who beat Carissa Moore in the end. We can see him there celebrating Felipe, a great result, back-to-back world champion for him. It's such a unique format here, this World Surf League final. So the top 5 in the world are the only ones that are able to enter. 5 will take on 4 in one heat. Winner keeps going and will take on 3rd in the world. Winner of that heat will take on 2nd in the world. So it's a strange format. But in the end, it was Caroline Marks who beat Chris Moore at 2-0 in the final. The final's the best of 3 heats. Molly Kickham and Carla Wright, the Australians, couldn't get through in the end. This was at Lower Trestles in California. The poor old Chris Moore, the Hawaiian, you've got to feel sorry for her 2 years in a row with this new format. She's been the number 1 in the world heading into the final event. You just win one event and you're world champion all of a sudden. So some say it's pretty unfair, but they need the format, and that's what it is.
Let's go to the US Open, because Coco Gauff had a big comeback mid-match to take the women's final.
Yeah, lost the first set 6-2, the teenager, and showed great resilience. You've got the pressure of the match score, you've got the pressure of the fact that it's the US Open, you're playing in your home country, but such is the confidence and mental strength of Coco that it didn't really seem to phase her. In fact, she got better as the pressure seemed to intensify. She was the 6th seed here at this tournament, taking on who was the world number 2 in Arena Sabalenka, but she's now gone to world number 1 just by making the final. So 6-3, 6-2 in the final 2 sets. Superb effort from Gauff. It's her first major, and you can just see what it meant. And to win with this is the championship point right here. The way she won was pretty incredible start. A running passing shot to claim victory in the first ever major. She won a build-up tournament heading into this as well, so you can see the shot there, just falling to the ground, and just immense victory in the end. Thank her family, thank everyone after the win. But it was great, a great speech from someone, particularly being a 19-year-old, when she won. I think she played on repeat amongst her fans and around the tennis club. Is what she had to say.
Honestly, thank you to the people who didn't believe in me. I mean, like a month ago, I won a 500 title, and people said I would stop at that. 2 weeks ago, I won a 1,000 title, and people were saying that was the biggest it was going to get. So 3 weeks later, I'm here with this trophy right now. So the two, I tried my best to carry this with grace, and I've been doing my best. So honestly, to those who thought we were putting water on my fire, you're really adding gas to it. And now I'm really burning so bright right now.
What a speech. How fired up. So, sometimes athletes get a bad rap for giving boring speeches, but all the tennis players seem to be quite exciting ones when they win these Grand Slams, and that was one of the best.
I want names. It'd be really interesting, kind of people who, you can't back everyone. I wonder, what people did or didn't see in someone who's turned out to be.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, it's just interesting how athletes use some of what they hear to fuel them on, because most people were saying Coco Gauff's going to win a lot of majors and going to be one of the greats of the sport. So there were only been a minority that were saying, she can't get it done, and it's interesting what they take to fuel them.
At 19, a huge future ahead. Thank you so much, Jared.
Yes.
The top stories on Weekend Breakfast. The death toll from an earthquake in central Morocco has risen to over 2,000 people and caused severe damage to buildings. The country has declared 3 days of national mourning. hospitals there are experiencing an influx, while search and rescue teams work to reach victims in mountainous areas. It's believed many are still stuck under rubble.
Rescue teams have begun the tricky process of extricating an American researcher who became seriously ill while he was 1,000 metres below the entrance of a cave in Turkey. It could take days to bring Mark Vicky to the surface, with rescuers anticipating he will need frequent rest stops at camps set up along the way as they pull his stretcher through narrow passages.
A 26-year-old man has been charged over a deadly car crash in Melbourne's CBD that killed one and injured 5 others. The man from Melton West is facing a string of serious charges, including murder and attempted murder. He's been remanded in custody and will appear in court again in January.
American tennis player Coco Gauff has defeated Belarusian second seed Sabalenka in the US Open Women's Singles Final, as we've been discussing. The 19-year-old came from a set down to become the first American to win at Flushing Meadows since Sloane Stephens in 2017.
3,000 new words have been added to the latest update of the Macquarie Dictionary. Barbiecore and Spicy Cough are just two to make the list. In a world where dictionaries are continually playing catch-up in the ever-evolving world of language.
To discuss, we're joined by linguist from Monash University, Professor Kate Burridge. Good morning to you, Kate.
Good morning.
Now, as we just said, 3,000 new entries. I mean, that's a lot of words. What is, or what indeed should be, the criteria of a new word making it onto a prestigious dictionary list?
Well, I'm actually not a lexicographer because it's a hard choice, I think. And I recall the Oxford Dictionary editors saying they tracked, I think it was 1.6 billion new uses over 1 year period. That's a lot of new uses. That's not just new words, of course, it's also new meanings of old words. But they've got to decide, which ones are going to survive. And that's the tricky thing. If you think of, I don't know, words like amazeballs or awesome sauce or adorbs, that lasted a spectacularly short period of time. They're all in dictionaries now, but didn't last. So that's the tricky thing, because we're letting scruffy slang into dictionaries much earlier than we used to. It used to be a matter of just sourcing words from written language, fairly formal language books. So it's much easier.
Tell me, what are some of the highlights of this year's edition?
Well, I've always loved Goblin Core. Me too. It's a lovely blend of Barbiecore and Goblin Mode. Goblin Mode, which was, I think, around in 2009, but it took off during COVID times, during lockdowns. I mean, we were all embracing our inner goblin during that period. I like to think that the Zoom conference I attended in my pajamas with a fine pair of earrings was embracing my inner goblin. It's a very lovely expression.
So you mentioned another one there that's really taken the world by storm this year, Barbiecore. For the uninitiated, what is it, and is it justified, do you think?
It's all pretty big fashion as far as I can tell. And what's lovely about that word is it's another sort of blend. A lot of these new words are blends. There seems to be a blend of Barbie and hardcore, but it's in the tradition of, I think it was post-punk bands, so you had punk core and punk core and filth core. Of course, now you've got very pink Barbie core. So very, very different from the other blends with core.
Another kind of telling thing about times is how much COVID has made an imprint on our language. We've talked about terms like long COVID, spicy cough. It speaks to the times, doesn't it?
It does. Yeah, spicy cough, I think, was on a list for word of the year. At some stage, thankfully, it didn't make word of the year. But you're right. I mean, there were hundreds of created words during that time. But we didn't have a lot to do. We were in lockdown. And all of us suffer, I think, from this kind of leximania to create new words like leximania. We just love it. Most of them are short-lived.
Yeah, it's interesting because we're talking about, what informs these words. Some are hybrid words, some are new words, but it seems that there's an evolution in technology, there's also environmental catastrophes that are playing into all of this, and global cultural themes. Another one that sort of caught our attention, a hybrid word, situationship.
Yes, that's another blend, isn't it, of situation and relationship, although we do have an ending ship, so it's hard to know exactly, but it's a relationship that doesn't really have much commitment, I gather.
Yes. Yeah, it's really, it's fascinating because some of the, I mean, there's 3,000 of them, right? So we can't obviously go through all of them. But you mentioned before, Kate, you know, adorbs and amazeballs, ones that really capture a moment and then disappear. But they don't really disappear. They stay in print. Is there ever a situation where these dictionaries are going to get so good that they're going to turf some words out?
Well, a dictionary like the Macquarie would be doing that, so they'd have to be reassessing the situation and redrawing the admission and exclusion boundaries, unless you're the Oxford English Dictionary, that's the giant one. I think my edition, my hard edition from the 1980s is 20-something volumes, and all giant volumes. Of course, now it'll probably be twice that length, but that is what has been described as a roach motel. So once you're in there as a word, you never get out. So that dictionary will just continue to grow, which is why it's unlikely to appear in a hard copy again. It's massive.
If that's not already a word or a term, I want it in. Roach motel.
Yes.
We've got a lot of situations that could apply to. I know you said you're not a lexicographer, but what is the criteria for these? I mean, do you have any insight to how the Macquarie Dictionary approaches this from a uniquely Australian point of view?
Well, I imagine they'd be tracking these words over time. So something like Goblin Mode that appeared in 2009. And then, I mean, that's also the fact that these days is you've got the internet, and all of a sudden a word can suddenly just take off. I mean, look at selfie, which was around in 2002. It was on an ABC blog where it first appeared. But in 2013, it increased 17,000% in that year alone. And of course, went viral, went global. It was Dutch Word of the Year. It was Oxford Word of the Year. You know, so suddenly these words can take off. It is really hard to know. There's that kind of human wild card factor in words. I mean, I'm usually with grammar. Grammar does change, of course, but it's much slower to change, whereas words are coming and going, and we fiddle with them. You know, there's even been a scientific report to say that learning the meaning of a new word actually stimulates the same pleasure circuits in the brain as sex and gambling and good food. So it's no wonder. Neologism says it all, really.
Yeah, neologism, that's a great one. I'd want to know, I mean, yes, you are a linguist, Kate, and you're all about grammar, but obviously words make up the grammar. You mentioned before scruffy slang, and I wonder if you lament the way that language is going and the way that words are going, in light of they're now in many different contexts and formats.
No, I love the way that language will change. I love the fact that words come and go and they're recreated and their meanings shift. Obviously, I'm very sad when I see kind of words shuffling off the lexical coil and they disappear all the time. We just don't notice it. My students remind me all the time. Of course, I use a word and I get this blank look. And I realise that this word has dropped out of their active vocabulary. But yes, it's just, you know, endlessly fun to watch.
Hey, Farage, it's been terrific chatting. Thank you very much for doing this.
It's my pleasure, thank you.
We did you a due. What does that mean? I did you goodbye. So long, farewell.
No one will get that reference.
All right, well, the teenage years can be a tumultuous phase compounded by surging hormones, physical changes, and social anxiety. When Life Sucks has been described as a first aid manual for some of life's toughest challenges.
Author, psychiatrist, parent, and sometimes comedian Dr. Joanna Prendergast says the book provides parents with guidelines on how to help their teens navigate their growing pains.
But the purpose really was to try and fill a gap, because I know there's a lot of very desperate families out there with teenagers struggling and very stretched resources in terms of mental health services. And I knew myself parenting teenagers, there were often times where you kind of go, I don't know quite what to do in this situation, or I wish there was like a manual of what to do when your kid's struggling. And so I have very much written it like a first aid manual, full of practical tips, and also when to reach out for help. It covers a huge range of topics, from the lighter ones to the really more serious ones, mental health, etc. What is your messaging around some of those more serious matters that parents really grapple with?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really important. I mean, it's World Suicide Prevention Day today, to realise that we really need to be able to have conversations about the gritty end of mental health, because recent studies in Australia have suggested up to 25% of young people have harmed themselves in the last year. So it's a huge number of young people out there struggling, and I think there's quite a lot of myths about mental health in terms of, don't mention suicide or self-harm because it will put the idea into their head, whereas in actual fact it opens up a conversation, and it's an opportunity if a young person is struggling with their mental health to go, hey, by the way, I have felt like that, mum and dad. So really important to have those conversations and to make emotions, mental health topics that we can chat about with our kids.
A lot of the time, the first encounter with an issue, be it small or large, as a parent, you're kind of left going, I'm not quite sure how serious this is. What's your advice about how to get help around?
Yeah, I mean, I think if a young person ever mentions not wanting to be around, life's not worth living, suicidal thoughts or self-harming behaviour, is to always get a mental health assessment. It's quite easy to dismiss those things as, don't be silly and things like that, but really important because parents shouldn't be assessing their own young person's risk.
But sometimes it can be as simple as just not having a lot of energy or being isolated.
Yeah.
Having a huge friendship group. And that can be very serious, or it could be something very easily fixed at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, I think the things to look out for is when there's been a big change in your young person's behaviour. If they've always been a very introverted young person, that may be who they are, but if they've been a social involved in things kid and then suddenly they're withdrawing, that's a real red flag that something's going on. So any change in their functioning, so parents need to be really observant and not presume things are a phase.
The title of the book, Jo, When Life Sucks, as a teenager, we've all been there. Yes. There are times when life does not feel as great as it possibly might, for a range of issues as a teenager. But do you think, if you look at decades ago to now, the challenges are greater for teenagers?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, when I was a teenager, it was more about, does my crush like me? That was my biggest issue. I think with the pandemic seems to have really escalated teen mental health difficulties, with psychologists reporting a 60% increase in young people presenting with anxiety and depression, and eating disorders have really flared up and self-harm. So it's definitely, even compared to a couple of years ago, teenage mental health is more complicated. But, when you've got smartphones and half of the kids saying they're addicted to their smartphones and exposure to everything, it really makes life more complicated.
I was just going to ask that, devices. I mean, none of us is a saint, right?
Yes.
How about this?
You've got yours here really described.
How do we manage this in the life of a teenager?
Yeah, I think it's really difficult. And with half teenagers saying they're addicted to their phones, we've already got a significant issue, and a huge number of adults as well. I think the main things are to try and use devices in a positive way. Young people, their whole social world is their phone. So it's like they're cutting off a limb if you say no phones. But trying to get kids aware, to monitor the amount of time they're spending on their phone, ideally to not have phones in bedrooms overnight. So just ways to try and manage it and to use it in a sort of pro-social, connecting, finding out information way rather than sort of doom scrolling. And that was Dr. Jo Prendergast joining us a little bit earlier.
Well, when you think of trance DJs, a little 70-year-old man with 13 grandchildren probably isn't the first thing to come to mind.
However, 68-year-old Simon Jakes has become a regular on the Australian festival circuit after getting up the cars for caretakers in his 40s.
I'm 68. Currently, I'm a trance DJ that holds at festivals. That's pretty much what I do the last 20-odd years or so. Progressive trance, I guess you'd call it, is the upbeat project, and downbeat bass music is my own project. I just tell people that play intelligent dance music. Like on a gunfire, and fortunately I'm still able to get away with doing this, and I love the opportunity to get out there. I'm so excited that I still get asked to play, and Really, the crowd of people is one of the most humbling experiences ever. You know, to have people appreciate what it is you do. It's really humbling. I'd love to get away with that as long as I keep to the corner. My favourite afternoon spot was, I was in my early 40s already when I started DJing. In my eyes, I was still relatively young. But my sons were in their early 20s then. They took me for my first gig, and a lot of the broken beats and stuff didn't make a lot of sense to me. I know the trouble, but the moment I heard some good 4/4 music, I just said, wow, this is the new side of the music. You know, I grew up listening to jazz fusion and things in the 70s, which was, I guess, the psychedelic music of its era. It just made sense, and I got really excited about it. I started getting involved in events with people, you know, like there was a real crew of people that started, which definitely wasn't me, it was other people. And I started promoting initially, and then I started thinking, well, my collection of music's better than half these people I'm playing, maybe I should start playing. The early days up here, so out there, electronic things, on a mission. We were doing parties every week, we were doing beach parties, English parties and stuff, and then it just got so big that, you know, it was like to do it all over the country. You know, everyone started out as bush stuff anyway, no matter what state you were in. And then it just became so big that we had a junior fair all of a sudden, so we had to become a junior, we got companies, we take our insurances, and now you have medics, and, you know, you've got to supply humanity. Rainbow used to be the only party in the country that got numbers like now. So yeah, all the tiny parties to start with. It's become such a big industry now. Over the space of the last 20 years, I've played pretty much every major event in the country. You know, I'm doing more gigs now than I was 15 years ago. I'm definitely one of the more active members of the Cards fraternity that's still touring a lot. But, you know, the people doing this swagger thing, I love it, and I just jumped on because I thought it was pretty cool. You know, and I'm being glad to be part of it, but, yeah, I really like doing it. One of my favorite tracks. It's hard not to get inspired by the creativity, and I'm going to go to events and watch my young peers play, and I'm just in constant awe of the, I don't know, the musical and the technical ability.
Did you have a track currently pitching them?
No, I still can't mix. I mix very differently to my peers. They do a lot of beat matching. I tend to use harmonics and I use phase and HQs. Some people say it's easy, other people can't believe them. My life's so hard for myself. Take it kid. Yeah, lost track of I mean, I struggled with learning how, you know. I just got married around 2000 pioneers and they released the 3000. My daughter loads up all my Gig 6 for me because I'm hopeless. I still don't know how to drop and drag all that well. So that's a good how technical it is. I can't believe I still get away with this stick it's but here we go. I'm too scared. If I stop any of this, what I do, then I'll just change and I'm still in denial about the age thing. And it makes me feel good. I love playing music. I love the fact that I can move people and, you know, keep them moving. People's come up and say the nicest things to me, and I'm really excited that I have made a difference. I don't think there's much more to life than being able to express yourself artistically and be surrounded by a family that loves you. Yeah, you know, I think I've had a really blessed life. I've been able to do pretty well with all my dreams, which is pretty good, and I'd tell anyone to do that if you want to, but do it.
And if you'd like to see more on this story, you can head over to the ABC News website for an in-depth look at the godfather of Dukes.
Once a year, master potters, artisans and students descend on the Southern Highlands of New South Wales to fire up a very special type of kiln.
The Japanese style anagama requires 24-hour surveillance over several days, but what comes out in the end It's truly remarkable. It's 70 years this year that we've been having ceramics at surf, so it was a pioneering hobby in Australia. The Anadama kiln is a Japanese style kiln, 5 metres long. You need to make a lot of work to do it, and you also need to prepare a lot of wood for the 5 days and 5 night fire. We only do it once a year because it's very, very special. A master puddles from all over the country, they converge on surf here in the Southern Highlands, and we have students from all over Australia come and learn how to do it as well. They'll be doing shifts, 6-hour shifts, on and off. It's not for the paid party. Anadama kiln is a cross draft kiln, which means the flame travels from the firebox through all the wares and exiting at the back of the kiln. There is a real technique in stacking and packing the kiln because not all pots are just packed vertically on their base. They are packed against one another, they are packed on top of one another, they are laid on their side. I guess it dictates where the ash is going to land on the pot and melt. There's a lot invested when you are firing a wood kiln. Anxiety levels go up because there is a little bit of mystery about what's going to happen. People love to hear the journey of the pot. They love to hear the process that makes for a healthier lifestyle for wood firing hobbies because people are interested. Everyone should come out individual because of how it's affecting the thing. Nothing in life is perfect, and the variation of surface that can be obtained is like no other firing. Jared Kirk joins us again for the latest in sport, and he was Coach Eddie Jones was at his fiery best at the press conference after the Wallabies won at the World Cup.
Yeah, he had a bit of fun. I hate to see what he's like if they lost, but 35-15 win over Georgia. He was pretty happy with himself and how the team went, and had to go with a few people and was proud of the team. Let's have a look at some of the stuff that he had to say.
Luke Pearce, like this. Where's that Tommy bloke from, where was he from? Daily Telegraph, one of my favourite newspapers. Where's he? He's not here today. I'll be if he wants to be here. I'd have to send him an invitation, know his name? Charles. Charles, are you out there, mate? No, okay.
You came into this tournament not winning the game. What does just purely a win do for the confidence of the group heading forward to Fiji? And what's the mentality this week? Do you pat blokes on the back or give them rev ups and focus on the negatives? Not negatives.
I don't understand the question, mate.
What does it mean, what that do for confidence from the side? Let's just start with that.
We've always been confident about where we're going. I've got no doubt, and I just see how hard the players work and the way they come out in the start of games. You don't come out in the start of games and play like that if you're lacking confidence. So I still don't understand your question, mate. Obviously, I'm not popular, mate. So at least it's consistent. Like, you either want to be popular or unpopular. And I'm consistently unpopular, so that's all right. I can deal with that.
Spicy. Say no more. Said it all.
Now, big win at the US Open.
Yeah, Coco Golf, a big win over Arena Sabalenka. A huge result, 19-year-old, their first ever Grand Slam victory. She won in 3 sets, but we've seen what she looked like at course on the stage. This is her lifting the trophy today, but we've got vision of her at the 2012 US Open. She was in the stands as a fan, just dancing around. She was 8 years old at this stage, and that was 11 years ago. And now she's the first teenager since Serena Williams in 1999 to win the tournament. And she cites Serena and Venus as her heroes growing up, got into tennis, and there she was in the stands, and now she's out on the court lifting the trophy. Pretty cool.
That's awesome, isn't it? Yeah.
I'm going to be doing that for the rest of the day. Yeah, you can tell
We'll see you doing it. Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you.
And that is the very latest from the ABC Weekend Breakfast team. Thanks for your company.
And Miriam Cornwell will have the latest on the top stories in just a moment. I'll be back next week. Jess, thanks for tuning in next week. And we'll join us again soon. All right, thanks for your company. Have a great week. Bye-bye.
They might be worlds apart, but they share the same feelings. Maybe older, extinct. I don't like myself that much. Really beautiful. Teenagers, very judgmental. It's time to open their hearts. There's a little voice inside me saying, go for it, baby. The life-changing social experiment returns.
I just want to move on to find positive things around myself.
Thank you for sharing what you share. It doesn't matter who they are, we love them unconditionally. Old People's Home for Teenagers.
Already for whatever comes back.
How was it? Do I have to tell the truth? It starts October 3 on ABC TV and ABC iView. Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders are advised that this program contains images and voices of people who have died.
Some say with their culture that Aboriginality is like coffee. No matter how much we're preparing, it's still coffee. Unlike those who came before me, my life is not dictated by how I look. It has only ever been non-Indigenous people who tell me I don't look Aboriginal enough. My ancestor is Fanny Cockney. Her full name was Fanny, meaning free one. She was denied a name from our culture as a part of the assimilation process. Our names sounded too foreign for the colonizers on their new conquered land. They said Fanny's skin was too olive for her to be Aboriginal. They couldn't determine who her father was. Their inconclusiveness denied Fanny her culture and her childhood. She was taken from her mother and taught to know at a school for orphans. Only 50 years after arrival at the first street, she was one of only 47 surviving coloured people. But Fanny fought hard to keep her culture alive. She continued to practice power traditions and taught them to her children, providing us with the mosaics that we still piecing together today. She performed traditional songs and dances until white settlers fell classic in her honor. They began to listen to her and appreciate the culture they tried to erase. Her voice, her language, her songs were immortalized in black cereals. They're the only documented record we have of Kariwa language before 1900. Her songs still played every day at the Tasmanian Museum. Stolen generations later, I am still in her place. My skin is so light it illuminates the reflections of her past. It has been passed down through my mom's family that it is her blood that makes you strong. I'm a proud Kariwa woman from Nipaulina, Witcherika, a proud Tasmanian Aboriginal woman.
We interrupt our programming with breaking news. The next chapter of the award-winning series has arrived. With an ambitious young woman, you remember her? Your couple separated.
You will make the hell out of this story. You'll get the biggest numbers of the year.
The News Reader returns tonight 8:30 on ABC TV and ABC iView. Today, Morocco declares 3 days of national mourning as the earthquake death toll rises to more than 2,000. Also ahead, a 26-year-old man charged with murder over a crash in Melbourne CBD that killed 1 person and injured 5 others. Rescue teams in Turkey begin a complex mission to bring a seriously ill American carer to surface. American tennis player Coco Gauff stages a comeback to claim her first Grand Slam title. Hello, welcome to ABC News. I'm Marina Corwin. The death toll from a powerful earthquake in Morocco continues to climb. More than 2,000 people have been killed. Hundreds more have been injured in the country's deadliest tremor in more than 6 decades.
This is the moment the 6.8 magnitude quake struck a sparsely populated region in the Atlas Mountains, around 70 kilometres southwest of the city of Marrakech. Rescue workers are picking through rubble of damaged buildings, some with their bare hands, reticent to find survivors. The search teams admit they face a massive challenge reaching some victims. Many roads have been blocked by landslides and debris, and ambulances are unable to get through. Our Middle East correspondent Tom Jordan has more from Morocco.
I'm standing at the edge of the ancient old city, right in the heart of Marrakesh, a labyrinth of streets filled with market sellers and mosques, which only days ago was pumping with tourists. There are signs here of destruction everywhere, with the full scale of the damage yet to be assessed. As you can see around here, many of these structures are very old and tightly packed in and just didn't stand a chance when the massive tremor struck late on Friday night. It's an even worse story in the rural areas just outside the city, where emergency services are still working to bypass roads blocked by debris. Reaching some of the remote villages at the epicenter of the quake is proving hard, and because of the terrain there's still a risk of landslides. Locals here also know that the danger is not over, even if their homes are intact. Many will be sleeping outdoors for a second night. They're scared of an aftershock that could do even more damage.
The earthquake hit, or I don't know what it was. We were eating dinner before the electricity was cut off, and we did not know what was happening. Our children and our family, we no longer know if they are alive or dead. We hope that someone will help us.
Others in some hard-to-reach places are still waiting for any help at all to arrive.
There is no way to enter the houses. My parents are ill at home. It is necessary to get help. We cannot continue without water or electricity. The roads are blocked for the children who want to go to school. We only wanted to get our parents out of the house, but we could not. They're ill.
Earthquakes of this size are rare in Morocco, and the country isn't necessarily prepared for them. Buildings, particularly in those rural areas, simply aren't built to withstand the shock.
The community in the Medina needs the authority to step up and to step up really heavy in certain communities that need help. Because, like I see an area in Mallah is one of the poorest areas in the city, and those people need help.
Hospitals also straining under the influx of hundreds of injured, which again will likely continue. There's been an outpouring of offers for help from governments and organisations from around the world, including from Algeria, with whom Morocco has no diplomatic relations. Morocco's own government has declared 3 days of national mourning and has urged for calm. The affected area is home to millions of people, and the death toll will likely keep on climbing as rescuers continue to dig through the rubble for survivors. Right now, of course, the first 48 hours are the crucial time for that to happen as the window for survival starts to close.
Back home now, a 26-year-old man has been charged over a deadly car crash in Melbourne CBD that killed 1 person and left 5 others injured. The Melton West man is facing 10 charges, including murder, attempted murder, and intentionally causing serious injury. He appeared at an after-hours court hearing on Saturday. He's being remanded in custody and is due to reappear in court in mid-January. There's still no sign of 2 gunmen who were shot dead in Melbourne underworld figure. 50-year-old Gavin Preston was shot dead outside a cafe in Keilor Village on the Old Calder Highway yesterday morning. A second man, aged in his 20s, was taken to hospital in a critical condition, also after being shot. Investigators say 2 offenders dressed in black and driving a black Audi SUV fled the scene. A man has died after being bitten repeatedly by a snake in North Queensland last night. Paramedics say the man, aged in his 60s, was attempting to uncoil the snake from another man's ankle at Kamala, south of Mackay, around 6:30. It was bitten multiple times on the chest and arm and died at the scene. The second man was also beaten and was taken to Carve's Hospital in a stable condition. The latest poll results for the Voice referendum show bad news for the Yes vote, with rapidly declining support across all demographics. As the breaks down the full surveys released this last week.
First came the news poll at the start of the week when we exclude undecideds from that. That put yes at just under 42% of the vote. The second poll of the week was one from Essential, 47. That's the best number for yes this week that we've seen. And then yesterday's 2 polls, that one from Redbridge and So that's done quite a bit in narrowing the uncertainty in our polling average and also moving it. Let's just show you what the polling average now looks like. You can see that slide we've been talking about now all year continues. Yes, sitting on an average across the polls of 42.6%. Remember, we're not predicting the outcome here. This is an estimate of what the polls are saying as a collective. No, sitting at 57.4. So we're talking, nearly 15 percentage points ahead. With numbers like that, no would be getting pretty hopeful of winning maybe 5, probably even 6 of the 6 states come referendum night. So what's Yes's pathway to victory from here? Well, probably a dramatic turnaround in this trajectory in the next 5 weeks, so not very long. If we would see that, it would be, an unprecedented turnaround in opinion polling, certainly this century and probably for considerably longer. The other option is, of course, that these polls are wrong, but for them to be wrong enough for Yes to prevail from here, we would need to again see an unprecedented polling fail, and I'm talking in the order of maybe nearly triple the error that we saw in 2019. The other option, of course, being a combo of those two errors that might, a turnaround and a polling error that might help Yes if they were to work together in the right direction. There is always a chance of an outlier here. We know polls are estimates; they're never, precise, and there's always a chance of them being incorrect. But history of referenda, both here and overseas, has not really pointed us to any examples where they're this wrong before. You're wrong enough for Yes to get there from it. So, David, I don't know if that's a pathway for Yes to win or a tightrope they have to walk.
G20 countries have agreed on a joint declaration, but Western leaders have conceded to soften the language on calls to condemn Russia for the Ukraine war. The summit of the world's most powerful leaders was hosted by the Indian government, which has acknowledged the G20 isn't the platform to solve security issues. South Asia correspondent Andy Dice reports.
The leaders of the world's most powerful and richest countries have managed, against all odds, to agree on a joint declaration here at the G20 summit. Even on Saturday morning, as the leaders were arriving here at the venue in New Delhi, that seemed like a completely impossible task, considering the polarizations on the world stage, especially in relation to the Ukraine war. We know that negotiators have been working around the clock in the lead up to this weekend, trying to form some sort of consensus, and there was still that sticking point, the wording around the Ukraine war. Now, every year, the G20 leaders, they gather in a meeting and they try to release this declaration. But this year, it seems like for the first time in the G20's history, that would be impossible because of pushback from countries like Russia and China. Now, it seems like in this statement that Western leaders had to concede on the language around the Ukraine war. They were coming out earlier saying they wanted a full condemnation of Russia in regards to that. But instead, the declaration says we will welcome all relevant and constructive initiatives that support a comprehensive, just and durable peace in Ukraine. Now, the Australian Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, has come out and been questioned about whether that's too soft in terms of wording. He says that it is quite strong in its language, calling for peace. But this certainly is a win for the Indian government. Narendra Modi surprisingly announced this news on Saturday evening, and it seems like the hosts of the G20 have managed to form some sort of consensus. Whether or not that will actually be able to be applied in the real world is a completely different question.
Rescue teams have begun a tricky process of extricating an American researcher who became seriously ill. He was 1,000 meters below the entrance of a cave in Turkey. It would take days to bring Mark Dickey to the surface, with the rescuers anticipate making more frequent rest stops at camps set up along the way as they pull his stretcher through narrow passages. The 14-year-old experienced caver began vomiting last week because of some bleeding while on an expedition in the Major Cave in some of Turkey's Taurus mountains. After a 4-day manhunt, UK police have captured the escaped prisoner, Daniel Khalid. A plainclothes police officer called him off a bicycle he was riding near Canal in West London. 21-year-old former soldier had escaped from Wandsworth Prison on Wednesday, where he was awaiting trial for terrorism offences.
A national manhunt now at an end. Britain's most wanted man, Daniel Khalif, arrested at this spot in West London. The terrorism suspect back in custody after 75 hours on the run. This morning, police closed in on him as more and more intelligence came in to Scotland Yard. This stately home and gardens on the edge of West London became the focus after reports he'd been in the area in the middle of the night. The citywide search was narrowing down. Helicopters overhead, dogs on the ground, search teams aided by secret MI5 techniques, and then the breakthrough. One of those officers following a lead ended up here. He saw Khalif on a bicycle and pulled him to the ground.
From the moment it reported to the police, we've had a very substantial amount of resource on this investigation. It's been 75 hours from the moment of escape to the time of his capture, and a huge effort from that. And I'm grateful to the public, officers and staff, and the media for their help.
On Wednesday morning, Khalif, who'd been working in Wandsworth Prison's kitchen, escaped underneath a food delivery lorry. Police say he was first seen near a major roundabout just a mile from the jail. From there, he moved west, with police chasing leads north of the Thames into Chiswick this morning. Khalif was finally arrested 12 miles away on a canal path in Norfolk. Khalif will be settling back into a cell and heading back to the courts. Now the attention turns to the government. How could a prisoner escape under a lorry?
It's good news that we captured the person concerned. As people already know, the Justice Secretary has initiated an inquiry into the circumstances of his escape, and that work will continue. But this is obviously very welcome news, and again, my thanks to the police, but also to the public.
The police regard this as a textbook operation. The former soldier tracked down in a city of 8 million. Question is, how did a prison manage to lose just one man among 1,600, all supposedly locked behind bars?
Australians have trillions of dollars saved in superannuation accounts, but there are growing concerns about the long delays some grieving families face in trying to access that money after a loved one dies.
John Bothman is battling one of Australia's biggest super funds. He's been waiting more than 6 months to be paid money saved by his late partner of almost 50 years, Julie.
It's just another imposition.
In March, Aware Super sent him a letter confirming Julie had nominated him as her beneficiary. But John Bothman claims Aware made the process difficult. He was even forced to get a second death certificate, which meant returning to the hospital where Julie died.
It did cause me some distress to have to go back to that department where I spent the last 5 days when we were watching her die there.
I apologise unreservedly if that was meant for Mr. Bothman. He's had to go through that experience.
After being contacted by the ABC, Aware has finally paid John Bothman. It's investigating what went wrong and has blamed some of the delays on a contractor.
These transactions have crossed this period where we were using a third-party service provider.
Complaints about delays with death benefit claims have tripled in the last financial year.
This is a systemic issue across the industry.
Consumer groups want mandatory standards with set timeframes to be introduced.
We want to see standards implemented across the industry to really drive better behaviour, because at the moment we've got very little.
Fiona Halsey is a financial services lawyer. She believes the regulators should increase its scrutiny.
I think it would be helpful if ASIC would consider doing some surveillance and investigations.
John Bothman wants better protections for grieving families. Michael Atkins, ABC News.
The gig economy, stress and fatigue have been linked to a number of accidents and deaths of delivery riders. Governments are now looking at legal reforms. The riders are now getting some physical relief too, in what Melbourne City Council says is an Australian first.
This is frenetic and treacherous work.
All sorts of traffic signal changes, random people in the street. You're constantly running around.
And injuries and fatalities happen.
I've definitely fallen off my bike multiple times, but I have seen other riders pull up at the hospital and injure themselves.
Australia has an estimated 250,000 gig workers, and delivery drivers are the most visible. It's accessible work for students, migrants, and anyone needing a second or third job.
We've seen it grow ninefold. It's worth about $6.3 billion to our economy across Victoria.
And it's more than just burgers and chips.
I'm also doing groceries, so big supermarkets. I do pharmaceuticals.
For the hours can be long and conditions crucial.
I go through bushfire smoke back when the bushfires happened, floods, all sorts of stuff.
They don't have access to the same basic amenities that practically every other worker does.
This gig workers hub is changing that.
If someone is a clean toilet, that can mean something for these guys.
This trial site is a physical lunchroom for a workforce without an office space.
Hey, how's it going?
It's run by a former gig worker and architecture student along with the Melbourne City Council.
An opportunity to charge your batteries and your phones. You've got power points here. You can access free drinks, free food.
The council says it's the first space of its kind in Australia for gig workers.
It just gives you a bit of dignity.
We want our gig workers to know that we value them.
This hub isn't just a sanctuary from the rain and a place to get some free food or free tip. It's a place to build community, build understanding, have conversations, even about workers' rights. And there are lectures here about sick pay, which is now a right for gig workers in Victoria. The hub is open twice a week for the rest of the year, and if successful, could be expanded. Iskandar Raza, ABC News, Melbourne.
Sandalwood is prized for its fragrant oil, and hardwood can sell for up to $15,000 a tonne. Harvesting is tightly regulated to ensure the native tree survives, but it also needs to be protected from bushfires. A remote Western Australian community is combining traditional fire burns with modern techniques, delivered by Chopper.
On the edge of the Great Victorian Desert, Cosmo Newbury is alive with activity. The remote Aboriginal community of less than 80 people lies over 1,000 kilometres northeast of Perth in Western Australia's resource-rich goldfields. But it's not the prospect of finding gold that has the locals excited. For the first time, the Yunka Rangers are using a relatively new concept in land management that's becoming increasingly popular: heliburning.
It's not to unlock, it's to protect sections of bushland that have sandwood. So that's we want to make sure that we're on top of protecting them before wild bushfires in summer end up going through and burning them. Once they get burned, they're pretty useless.
For generations, rangers have been using ground burns to protect parcels of trees. But heliburning allows them to reach more remote parts of the country.
The helicopter is a normal machine for that, and you get from A to B really quickly and get an efficient job done fast. It's very precise, so with the right winds and the right drop rate and things like that, you can get excellent burns where you want them, whenever you need them.
So, what you got? This is the machine for the helicopter. So inside here, there's your capsule, and inside here, little crystals. When you mix this one with those crystals, that's what makes it white. What this machine does is it does that for us safely in the helicopter. That's all it does. It doesn't do anything else. It's a whole job of mixing this stuff with that stuff in the helicopter in a way that's crystal safe. 1, good going. 2, good going. 3, good going. 4, good going. 5, thanks mate. There we go, so I like it. Before we do a flight, we make sure we get 5 of those we test it, because we don't want to get up in a helicopter, fly around for 2 hours and not make any worry, you know. So.
The incendiary device is mounted on the backseat of the chopper and operated by a ranger controlling the rate at which it had to drop onto the land. Doing it in a matter of hours, a job that used to take weeks.
I don't mind it, yeah. I don't mind flying a helicopter. It's good fun.
Living and working on Yunka for more than 20 years, HJ knows the land better than most from any angle.
My role in this year's off in with the helicopter role is being a navigator. So I help navigate whether you're going to decide whether it's burning or not burning. So up in there, I'm trying to do fire breaks, if you get what I mean. I'm trying to protect and do it so it's, in a way, sort of prevent larger fires. So we're trying to do smaller fires instead of larger fires.
And you can see more of that story on Landline on ABC TV today or streaming on iView. Now let's check all the day's sport news with Joe Coote.
The Australian men's rugby union side has opened its World Cup campaign with a 35-15 victory over Georgia in Paris. The Wallabies ran in 4 tries to 2 to end a 5-match losing streak under new coach Eddie Jones. Fullback Ben Donaldson scored 2 tries and kicked 6 goals to contribute 25 points in total. In other matches, England beat Argentina without scoring a try, 27-10. Ireland thumped Romania 82-8, and Italy beat Namibia 52-8.
One thing I know in a World Cup is that you want to get better week by week. And, you know, as I said, we had the game, not won, but in the position to win it at half time. We didn't really allow them a chance to get in the game. So whilst the second half wasn't our absolute best, which probably parts of our first half were some really good stuff, that's part of our progression in the tournament.
American teenager Coco Gauff has won the US Women's Singles Open final, beating Belarusian Aryna Sabalenka in 3 sets. The 19-year-old lost the opening set 2-6, before taking the next 2 6-3, 6-2. It's Gauff's first major title, and she becomes the first American to win a US Open singles title since Sloane Stephens in 2017. Despite the loss, Sabalenka will now move to number 1 in the world, while Gauff moves up to number 3.
Obviously, thank you to the people who didn't believe in me. Those who thought we were putting water on my fire, you're really adding gas to it. And now I'm really burning so bright right now.
The Sydney Roosters had a thrilling 13 points to 12 victory over the Sharks in last night's NRL elimination final. The Sharks were in front 6-0 at the break before the Roosters lost to Joseph Swaliti and Joseph Marner for injury, as well as James Tedesco to the sin bin, but the Tricolours managed to level the scores before Sam Walker kicked the winning field goal. The Roosters will now play the Storm in Melbourne next weekend. In Saturday's other match, Penrith defeat the Warriors 32 points to 6. The Panthers now have a week off, while the Warriors will play either the Knights or the Raiders next week.
Yeah, I felt like the spirit grew, the more changes, the more chaos that got created in that game, the more the players grew. They got calmer, they got really focused on some key areas that they probably weren't in the first half. So yeah, just really proud. Like you want the footing to improve, but as far as the spirit which the club and the team plays the game, that was of a high end.
The Brisbane Lions beat Port Adelaide by 48 points in Saturday night's AFL qualifying final at the Gabba. The Lions won 19 goals 9 at 123, 11-9-75 with Jeff Danaher, the star for the Lions, kicking 5 goals. The Lions are now into a preliminary final, while the Power has a second chance and will play the GWS Giants in a sudden death semi-final in Adelaide next weekend. The Giants knocked out St Kilda, winning 15-11-101 to 11-11-77 to progress through. Australia has beaten South Africa by 123 runs in the second one-day international in Bloemfontein. David Warner and Marnus Labuschagne both blasted centuries. Its visitors reached 8 for 392 from their 50 overs. Warner's 106 from 93 deliveries was his 20th ODI century and the second fastest of his career. In response, South Africa was bowled out for 269. Adam Zampa took 4 for 48 with the ball, while Sean Abbott, Nathan Ellis and Aaron Hardy picked up 2 wickets each. Australian Ethan Ewing has lost the men's title match at the World Surf League finals at Lower Trestles in California. Ewing, who fractured his back just last month, won 2 heats before losing to Brazilian Felipe Toledo in the final. It's the second year in a row Toledo has been crowned world champion. American Caroline Marks is new women's world champion after beating Hawaiian Carissa Moore in the final.
Looking around the country in Queensland, showers in the northeast, sunny in the southwest, mostly sunny elsewhere. New South Wales and the ACT mainly fine in the east, some cloud cover over the southwest and sunny in the northwest. For Victoria, a late shower in the southwest, mostly sunny in the southeast, mostly cloudy in the north with increasing sunshine in the northeast. Turning to Tasmania, rain in the south and mostly clear and cool in the north. In South Australia, a clearing shower in the southeast, cloud increasing in the west and mostly sunny elsewhere. To Western Australia, mostly cloudy in the south, fog clearing in the southwest, rain fine and hot in the north. For the Northern Territory, showers over Arnhem, windy and warm for the interior, mostly clear in the south and the northwest top end. When you head to tomorrow's forecast for the capital cities, mostly sunny for Brisbane and Sydney, or clearing for Canberra and Perth, mostly cloudy for Melbourne and Adelaide and Darwin, mostly sunny. That is the latest from ABC News. Remember, you can also keep up to date at news.abc.net.au and on ABC iView. I'm Miriam Corliss. David Offsiders is up next. Thank you for your company.
Awe-inspiring builds. Oh my word, that's phenomenal. Pioneering homes that rewrite the rule book. Your own world. Oh my goodness. That's actually what's that house here. Oh, the house is showcased in a spectacular new season. It's beautiful. Oh, this is so intense. Grand Designs House of the Year. Be the best house win. Thursday 8:30 on ABC TV and ABC iView. When Nerd returns to the countryside, these are the sleuths to call. Of course, she's been up away from the private investigators, 3 sets of deaths. We all seem to be dropping like flies.
Mr. Hathaway, can you help us?
Yeah, the motive and no alibi. Well, she really was rather passionate.
You think you might have thinking?
Depends if you're thinking about lunch.
Maybe for a bit.
New Shakespeare and Hathaway, Saturday 7:30 on ABC TV and ABC iView.
They might be worlds apart, but they share the same feelings. I'm getting older. It stinks. I don't like myself that much. It's time to open their hearts. There's a little voice inside me saying, go for it, baby. I saw the offer. The life-changing social experiment returns.
It doesn't matter who they are, we love them unconditionally.
Old People's Home for Teenagers.
How was it?
You have to tell the truth. Starts October 3 on ABC TV and ABC iView.
So for the final season, right, here's my top tip for making sure you don't miss a second. Your footy finals live and ad-free on the ABC Listener. Every try, goal, mark is happy. Going in to score. Call by ABC Sports expert commentary team. Whatever footy you're after, we've got you covered. Get 100% footy live and ad-free on the ABC Listener.
Hello and welcome to Offsiders. Well, we really are spoiled for choice in the sporting world this year. With the glow of the Matildas and the Ashes only just fading, up popped the AFL and NRL finals, and the Wallabies in a Rugby World Cup.
Georgia, so you know what? We'll have a good one, and we're doing some damage, maybe. It's really take it deep to the Wallaby Cup, and they've got that big Tupo. Taylor Tupo, one-handed over the top for Ben Donaldson. Winning down one-handed. The Wallabies, over their third win at 2023. He really tries to score it again. Canada, you can use Hitler right now, they'll do it themselves. Not for the first time this year, the power has gone out of the cover. That's 7 minutes with it. Surely they take a shot at one if they get close enough.
and plenty of sport to march through this morning to help us through it. Good morning to Catherine Murphy, Caroline Wilson and Roy Masters. Catherine, Eddie Jones has his first win as Wallabies coach, only happened a few hours ago. Perfect time to do it.
Perfect time to do it. The World Cup in France is officially underway. You sat here alone for 2 a.m. like I did. It was worth it. All I can say is relief is the main emotion. A big win for the Wallabies. They solved some issues as well that were discussed in the lead up. We'll talk more about that later. But I don't know which I'm happier about. The Wallabies winning or the All Blacks losing to France yesterday morning. All I can say is life is good. Happy Sunday.
Caro, interesting, both the NRL and the AFL 7th up stage 6, and there's some teams at the bottom of the 8 that have really come from the clouds, and these teams aren't just making up the numbers.
We do say it every year after elimination finals when you see good performances by the winners, but Carlton finished 5th, and they're sort of in the finals 3 or 4 years late in my view, and some of the talent is just so extraordinary. So obviously Carlton and GWS are an experienced finals team who just went missing for a couple of years. So yeah, I'm pretty bullish about both of them, Ted.
And the Sydney Roosters, that was one team that upset 7th v 6 because they were too good for the Sharks last night. And he was gutsy, Roy. It was a come from behind against all odds win.
Well, it was a great field goal by Walker, and don't forget that Walker had earlier been dropped and then came back from a long injury. Yet another example of the fact that rugby league is an old testament sport, a game caught up in endless cycles of redemption. I think actually it was played well before your game over there in the Sime Open somewhere in around about 2000 BC.
We were just born in Australia, like everything great about this country.
Let's have a look at the vision of Sam Walker that Roy talks about. So there were 7 minutes to go in this game. It was being played at Shark Park. And here we go. Scores are level. The field goal gives them a point. But then they actually had to hold on to the death. They had to defend with everything they had, Roy. And it wasn't just one, but 2 of these incredible touchdowns. First, Tedesco. That's just brilliant. And then Luke Keary, inspired by his skipper, he follows it up and does it again.
Well, also earlier in the game, of course, they lost Wiley to concussion, and also Joey Manu, arguably their best player, Joey Carnes to a hamstring. And Tedesco, as you mentioned, the one that was responsible for that very brave charge down, had been sued for 10 minutes. So they're now, I think, on about their 6th or 7th consecutive win.
So Suwali, there's the concussion. He's a hamstring injury, which is nasty for Joey Manu. And then, as you said, they were down a man because Tedesco was put in the sin bin. They're missing Warrior Hargraves for the rest of the season. Is this a team that can actually do damage deeper into September, given they've been playing elimination finals, it feels like, the last 6 weeks?
Yeah, I think, well, obviously they're going to play the Storm on Friday night in Melbourne, and the Storm had an absolute shocker against the Broncos, where all their playmakers really played poorly. Look, I think this premiership is going to be one between the 2 top teams, the Panthers and the Broncos.
Let's have a look how it sits heading into semi-finals round 2 of the NRL. So the Roosters will play Melbourne Storm in Melbourne, and then it's the New Zealand Warriors against the winner of today's game, which will be played between the Knights and the Canberra Raiders, an elimination final later today. As you mentioned, Roy, Brisbane and Penrith straight into the prelim. The Panthers, it's just, we'll talk about the Broncos and the Storm in a moment, but the Panthers just all about Nathan Cleary, and it's so good in September. This is what we love. Any code, when you see the superstars elevate their game to a whole new level, and he tore the Warriors apart.
He certainly did. Look, his pass selection was magnificent. He just, every option that he had to make, he made the correct one. He's the best player in the NRL at the present time. Not he's a good defender, he's a good kicker, but look at the way in which he chooses a myriad of supporters. He gives up to the precise one, running a perfect line, and totally bamboozled the Warriors, as you can see there from that excellent demonstration of it.
He did that one without.
Here he goes, off the match, he will start driving past the running and scores that try. We've given them about the same lead by which the Broncos had written the Storm on Friday night.
Yeah, absolutely. And to see Adam Reynolds on Friday night and then Nathan Cleary, it's going to be huge, particularly if they do make it through to a grand final. from Friday night, the story of the AFL is a big tribunal hearing. In the NRL, it's this devastating injury to Ryan Pappenhausen that we saw the Melbourne Storm start.
I think we can say on behalf of all rugby league fans, and that's unusual because I'm very aware of how unpopular Melbourne Storm are, particularly in New South Wales, but I don't think there's a rugby league fan out there that could look at this and not be devastated for Ryan Pappenhausen, out for over a year, coming back from that knee injury, just his third match back. I was so excited to see him back. Can't believe he's gone. He's had surgery already, and he's acknowledged all the love he's had from rugby league fans around the country. He's had that surgery on his right ankle, but they're hoping he'll be back next year. But it's so concerning and just so devastating to see that.
I spoke to Craig Bellamy last night, and it's almost certain that he'll be back training towards the end of January. It was a small break in his ankle, not the compound fracture that was said on the TV at the time. So therefore, it's not as horrific as the fractured kneecap that he had. So I think we'll see him back certainly at the end of the 2023 campaign. But the interesting thing is that the Broncos are having sacrificed the opportunity of winning the minor premiership in that last round match. Then, of course, are now in a very, very good position because they go into a major, into a preliminary grand final, playing a team that has had to come all the way across the Tasman to play them. Because, as you know, the winner out of today's game plays the Warriors over there. And whoever that game's played in New Zealand, so somebody's got to come back to play the Broncos, and that's a big test of you in that pressure cooker environment.
Yeah, it certainly is. And I mean, the city of Brisbane, Caro's just caught up in footy finals fever when you think about it. Both the Broncos and the Brisbane Lions finished second. Both absolutely dominated their home qualifying finals over the weekend, and both have advanced to preliminary finals. So we saw great crowds at Lang Park on Friday night, and then another great crowd at the Gabba last night. Another sold-out crowd at the Gabba. It's just been rocking, that venue. As we played at the start of this show, the power did go out. This time in a very different way, and in a very nice way for Brisbane. But look, Port Adelaide's defence was exposed, and the jitters from Port Adelaide in front of goal. You know, Marshall and Powell Pepper to name two. Marshall is extraordinary, just so unlike him. So I still think that Brisbane went into that game hot favourites and probably would have won anyway. But they've got every right now to share premiership favouritism with Collingwood. Yeah, and the stadium is absolutely rocking. How does Brisbane cope over the next couple of weeks, Roy? I mean, are the Lions gaining popularity or nothing concerned, Roy? I mean, Gold Coast have got a new coach, and they're going to make finals next year. The AFL already say that footy is bigger now. AFL footy is bigger in Brisbane than the NRL. And it's only going to get better.
It depends on how you count the number of kids playing. If you count a kid that turns up for it, I'll stick you giving the ball and you're sending home after 15 minutes, and you count it as the same as a brave young boy that's played 13 outside games for 60 minutes, except they're coming back week 2 now. They're coming back week 2, and the women's numbers are the biggest in the country per capita. Well, okay, I can see that Jim McLaughlin is making these claims, but let's go back to the time that the Lions won 3 consecutive premierships. Where was the domination that you anticipated then? Where was the AFL then? Was going to be absolutely right. Playing Mars was going to dominate China. In fact, Queensland was going to become.
They don't want China, they just want Queensland, boy, and I think they're winning. So the prelim final will be interesting. The Lions have been locked in for Saturday twilight. Yeah, they haven't said that, but I think it will be Saturday twilight, in fairness to both sides for the grand final. Peter V'landys wouldn't dare go head-to-head, would he? That would be a ridiculous thing.
Peter V'landys would be bullish enough to take on the AFL.
That's not fair to the Broncos. They didn't play Friday night.
It enabled the Dolphins in order to destroy or undermine Queensland's push into Queensland. He would put them on against each other.
Well, you think
they sell out, I reckon. You saw that during the World Cup with the attendance as well. I mean, sport is selling in Brisbane.
Yeah, you surely don't play Friday night. You think they play Friday night? They really in fairness to the Broncos, but I don't mind the idea. And, you know, this is a different culture in Queensland compared to Victoria and New South Wales. Why don't they occasionally
do a double header. Yeah, start off with the AFL at twilight and then the NRL.
And you've got to get Channel 7 and Channel 9 to agree on those matters.
And you've got to get Gillon McLaughlin and Peter Fernandes to talk over the phone and agree as well. So good luck.
Well, it won't be Gillon McLaughlin for much longer.
No, let's have a look how it stands. The AFL semi-finals, week number 2 of this finals campaign. So 1 and 2 into the prelim, that's Collingwood and Brisbane. The semis will be Melbourne and Carlton at the MCG on Friday night, the winner to play the Lions at the Gather, and Port Adelaide will host GWS on Saturday with the winner to play Collingwood in a grand final qualifier. So the Giants, they were the stories we touched off the top. 16th last year, they were third to bottom, they were so slow, they were boring to watch. In comes Adam Kingsley, they were 3-7 at one point in this season. He declares bravely and boldly the Orange Tsunami is back, and his best players are in career best form.
Yeah, so it was not T Green, the captain, but the younger T Green, who absolutely starred yesterday. But look, he came in, he made Toby Green sole captain, which Toby Green wanted. He brought Cornelio and Kelly into that decision, and they were both disappointed, as he said in a pre-game interview yesterday. But they've both had close, not career best years, but certainly their best seasons for some time. Two players who were signed on 6 or 7 year deals. The club had to really fight to keep them, hadn't really justified it, I reckon, those long-term deals up until this year. So Adam Kingsley, as you say, has come in and completely transformed that team. Leon Cameron was just tired. His time had come, and I think that, look, you could honestly say that you wouldn't be surprised if they did finish top 4, and they've got a lot of work to do, Roy. They've got a lot of work to do in Western Sydney, and their CEO has come out and said that the NRL is bigger now in New South Wales than it was when the Giants started. So it's not bigger now in New South Wales, it's bigger now in the west of the city. Yeah. Okay, and they've got the territory where they've done enormous yeah, and the NRL has shown up the AFL regionally around Australia, specifically in Western Sydney. But now the Giants and the AFL are working together, and there's been a lot of tension over a lot of years. I feel pretty bullish about the Giants, and you've got to say that the other Sydney team who's been so wonderful for many years bowed out early, and they did well to make the finals in the end with all the injuries they had, and they're a young team, so they'll continue. But you know, I could see Carlton getting over Melbourne in what is going to be a huge 292,000 crowds in what two horrible wintry nights in spring in Melbourne. I think I don't think week 1 really set the game alight like it did in week 1 last year at the finals, but certainly in numbers. The fact that you created that tie before the semi-finals start significantly advantage elimination finals. Yeah, significantly advantages the 5-8. Yeah, it does. Yeah, you're right.
It's a great build-up. I missed Toby Green at the tribunal, and I know we're going to talk about the tribunal. Can you believe it's the year 2023? The guy hasn't been suspended since 2021. That was in the good old days, Carol, when we went to see them in the dock. Now it's online. It's not as good. You can't bring popcorn. Still like that.
Speaking of the tribunal, I want you, because you keep your eye across a lot of cards, so I want you to have a look at this weekend and tell me what you think, because there's going to be a tribunal hearing that will shake up September. Braden Maynard's hit on Demon Angus Roadshow has been sent directly to the tribunal. Many former players believe that this was simply just an accident, but it has been sent, as I said, directly to the tribunal. What do you say? What do you think, Catherine?
I think he could have done more, and I think the reality is when a player goes off on a stretcher, a player with a history of concussion issues, when you see the new head of football,
could have done more.
I think so. Yeah, could have done more, and the way it is right now, it has to be on the outcome, because we see the class actions building against the AFL, building against all codes, and that's got to be a consideration. I thought it was really interesting to see the youth volleyballs get involved in this one. Not the first time that's happened, but it's the first time I reckon we've seen that in a press release.
Yeah, if it's true, Catherine, that the MRO, the Metro Review Officer Michael Christian, a former Collingwood Premiership player, and no one is suggesting for a moment he's going to be favouring his own team. But if it's true that he didn't want to send this to the tribunal and he was looking for a more lenient outcome, and then Laura came, the new footy boss overruled him, I think his position is untenable. And I can't see him go. And he's been there for a long time. He was a Gillon McLaughlin appointment.
We hope that Andrew Gillam, the new boss, will shake a few things up, because any organisation needs shaking up when he's been a boss for a long time. I think Michael Christian has to go. And looking at that incident again, and at a time when the presidents are meeting independently away from the AFL, they have so little confidence in the commission to help them indemnify themselves and their clubs against concussion legal action. And one of those presidents leading that is the Collingwood chairman, Jeff Brown. Then I don't see how Braden Maynard doesn't get 3 weeks.
Yeah, I can't see how anyone could defend him on that point. As he was coming down, he set himself to hit him with the point of his right shoulder. As Captain said, he had ample opportunity to point out that.
At the very least, it's reckless.
It's hard to judge in a split second, though, isn't it? What stood out for me was I wasn't at the ground, so I was watching on the couch. The host broadcaster and former footy players are saying, "Oh, well, that's just a footy accident. That's a footy accident." And then a promo comes on, and they're promoting John Plutton, who's saying he's in tears because he's mentally broken because he's suffered so many concussions. And I'm like, that stands out to me like anything.
And then you don't often hear a coach. Are we going to have a listen to
Actually, let's have a listen. Yes, to the opposition coach. So we understand that the Brayshaw family, Angus Brayshaw, suffered several serious concussions, and that the Brayshaw family is seething over this incident. And then this is his coach, Simon Goodwin, here today after the game.
Yeah, they're a pretty shattered player in there. Yeah, look, you can only go by the facts, and jumped off the ground and knocked the guy out. So, I guess time will tell.
Fascinating that he got involved.
Yeah, and you didn't have to. In the old days, often you got fined for that, for commenting on a reportable incident. Look, you could tell how unhappy Simon Goodwin was. I mean, you remember what happened to Andrew Brayshaw, courtesy the Fremantle player, courtesy of Gaff from West Coast a few years ago. His family has held their heads high over some horrible incidents, but his final series is probably over now, Angus Brayshaw. It's completely shattering for him, and I believe that incident means that the other bloke didn't get to play finals. Yeah. And I can't understand the suggestion that, Brayshaw should have been off anyway for a previous concussion test. Yeah. I think they're clutching at scores, I really do, but look, Collingwood will appeal, and this will be a battleground between Collingwood and the AFL over the next fortnight. You can see it unfolding.
Yeah, you're right, and it'll be fascinating. I think Nick Malthouse, just on the final word of it, I know it frustrates me when former footy players say, for those that haven't played the game, they don't know. And Nick said you can spoil as a high jumper, or you can spoil as a long jumper. And he charged at him, knowing deliberately that he was going to make contact.
Having made some very public comments last week, Braden Maynard, about how highly geared they are for the Melbourne game.
Yeah,
interesting.
Another tribunal hearing this week, and no doubt, hasn't been confirmed, but you think Carlton will appeal the 2-match suspension that was handed down to Jack Martin in the Blues' big win over the Swans on Friday night. So the swinging arm has been handed the 2-week suspension, so you think that they would go to the tribunal. They'll already be missing Harry Mackay, who has concussion, will be out for the D's game as well. And just finally, Caro, on the AFL, change of management sweeping through. Dylan McLaughlin's got 3 weeks left. Now there's calls for the AFL Commission Chairman in Richard Boyder to stand down as well, particularly given he's been under the spotlight as the chairman of Qantas, which lost its CEO, Alan Joyce, this week. So he's been accused of both companies of being a really hands-off chairman. What have you made of these reports?
Well, look, I've been writing for 3 or 4 years what a remote figure he is in the game. When he didn't turn up mid-COVID to the 2020 Grand Final in Brisbane, that sort of said it all for me. He wasn't at the finals this weekend because he's at a family wedding up in Broome. Probably a good thing. Dylan McLaughlin, as the AFLers want to do, made jokes about Qantas in the pre-game speech, making a joke of something very, very serious and very upsetting to a lot of Australians. There is a new CEO coming in. I'm not sure if this is the time to throw out the chairman. I don't think Robin Bishop is the president's choice as the replacement. That's the Richard Boyder was. There is talk of bringing in someone like David Koch, Peggy O'Neill, or even Jeff Brown to take over the commission. I think there needs to be some patient heads here to think about who the game really needs to lead them. I don't think it should be Boyder long term, but he was only voted in for another term at the start of this year, so I think he deserves to hang around and sit out at least for next year.
As a de facto seventh commissioner of the AFL, who would be your choice
if he had to go. I don't think there's probably anyone on the commission at the moment who is going to take over as chairman. It might be, and I certainly don't think Robert Bishop, another sort of investment banking type. I like the idea of bringing in one of the presidents, and I like the idea of the new commissioner, who I believe will be the new commissioner, Andrew Ireland, getting in, and maybe him having a look at the role. But I don't mind someone like Jeff Brown or David Koch.
Let's talk Eddie Jones. How did he get the win against Georgia earlier this morning?
Well, he's been a massive surprise in selecting Ben Donaldson, and there's been so much talk about Donaldson being on the squad in the first place. Then he drops Andrew Kellaway. He announces that Donaldson will start at test level as fullback for the first time, and he not only took over kicking duties, Kelly, he scored 2 tries, could have had a hat trick. All in all, 25 points for Ben Donaldson, but most reassuringly for anyone who got up early with the kicks at goal. Really impressive, can be relied on. Carter Gordon, meanwhile, he relinquished the kicking duties, showed how Eddie's willing to keep his cards very close to his chest. He'd said all week, I'll still be kicking despite my performance against France. He cut off his mullet. He can no longer be referred to as the Melbourne mullet. That was absolutely shocking. Took me a while to get over that. He did set up one of those tries. Eddie not breaking headsets. However, we need to temper all of this with the fact at the end of the first half, the Wallabies were sloppy. Errors at the end of the match when they emptied the bench, Cal, a bit to improve on. England had a massive win over Argentina. That was a huge shock as well overnight. And a disappointment? Maybe no comment, Roy. I'm totally objective on these matters, but I would love to see the Wallabies play England, and if Wallabies top their group and England top the group, they miss each other in the quarterfinal. I think that would be the dream quarterfinal. I know France has never won a World Cup, but they could break the draft because I bet the All Blacks first up as well.
And it's terribly important that the home country, as it is in Olympic Games or the home city as it is in World Rugby World Cups, that the home team does extremely well.
America has a new tennis superstar, Coco Gauff, burst onto the scene as a 16-year-old. She's had her ups and downs since being Catherine. It took 3 sets to outclass Arena Sabalenka in the US Open final in New York City. These are wonderful scenes.
Wonderful scenes, because it feels like she's been around for years, Kelly, as you say, and there was a lot of pressure on her to deliver. She's only 19. She's beaten Arena Sabalenka, who will become the new world #1 on Monday. Do you know what I love about her? I don't like calling sports people role models. I don't think kids should be told to treat sports people as role models, because often they're not. She is a role model. She's embracing it. I think tennis needs her as a big name. Naomi Osaka's coming back. Just delighted for her. Great for tennis.
And I love what Coco Gauff said in the presentation. To those who thought you were putting water on my fire, you are adding gas to it. So she's had a crack at her critics in the winning speech as well. Just very quickly and finally, in the AFLW and NRLW, round 2 of the AFLW has got off to a cracking start. Plenty of goals, lots of high scoring, and we saw some big bags yesterday. Jamie Stanton for the Gold Coast Suns kicked 6 goals in a game. This is Chloe Shear for the Cats, an All-Australian forward last year. She kicked 5 goals yesterday. Look at Chloe Malloy's goal, the new face of women's footy in New South Wales. She bangs it from the goal square, so rather the centre square there, 55 out. But Danielle Ponta says, anything you can do, Chloe, I'm going to do it from the centre circle. She's kicked it off of the centre circle. She's got Rioli blood in her, Danielle Ponta, and I love the celebration.
The more games and more pay, and this is the best way to do it.
Yeah, they're doing really well. And the NRLW, the Knights beat the Roosters to go top of the NRLW ladder. So the Knights are the defending champs here. It's a big weekend in the Hunter Roy. They're on top, the women, and the men's playing today. Who's going to win that elimination final?
Yeah. Who will win that?
Yes, the Knights.
The Knights, they're on the roll. As they win the battle as well.
Yeah. Okay. Final super observation.
Absolutely loved what Novak Djokovic did to his semi-finalist Ben Shelton after he absolutely crashed him. So Ben Shelton, American rising star, this is how he celebrates winning. He hangs the phone up on his opponent. Great. Till you play Novak Djokovic, he mimics the celebration. Now, people are criticizing Novak Djokovic as a 36-year-old, for hanging up the phone on this poor young guy. You know what I would have done? I would have said, hey Ben, it's your babysitter, they're looking for you. You're 20 and you guys still aren't up to it. I absolutely
That's such a try hard. I hated it.
Oh, we could debate that for another half hour. All right.
Look, as I love to remind Roy, Australian rules footy is the Indigenous game. They're supporting the voice. They've pressured the clubs to support the voice for Parliament. They're running away from doing anything on game days during finals. This Thursday is an enormous opportunity for Gillon McLachlan as the outgoing CEO to join, as he's been invited, Michael Long on the last leg of his long walk to Parliament in Canberra. I think that will make a big statement. Gillon's biggest failing really was with this commission not defending Adam Goods early enough, and I would love to see him join Michael Long as Michael Long wants him to do on Thursday.
Right.
The IOC Executive Committee deferred their decision on the new sports for the Los Angeles games. Cricket is the big issue there. Then T20 cricket. In fact, the T20 cricket happening, including the Melbourne Commonwealth Games, they'd still be on because of the massive amount of money that will be coming in from India. And everybody among the league has been watching, including the fact that it was the first game ever to have an Indigenous guy as the national captain and 31 teams ago overseas. Rugby league is the Indigenous game.
We'll let you get on over a cup of tea and keep you very Catherine. Thanks for coming on and staying up all night. Just a reminder, the Socceroos play Mexico in the US later today in a friendly, so good luck to them. That's the program for today. We'll leave you with a brief history of Australia's latest NFL punter, Lou Pegley. Now, he's going to debut for the New Orleans Saints tomorrow. Good luck to him. And TikTok has been loving his extraordinary journey to the top. Thanks for watching.
This kicker might have the most interesting journey to NFL because he's from Australia and he just signed for New Orleans as a 30-year-old. So what took him so long to get to the NFL? As he dropped out of high school because he wanted to start earning some money, so he became a scaffolder. He then decided he wanted to open up his own tattoo shop, but not in Australia. He went to Indonesia. He signed up people for some time for football started getting heavier and heavier on the team. You see, Lou had played Australian rules football, but he gave up because he never thought he could go pro in Australia. So he decided to take a whole other path. He enrolled in pro camp, where he got tons of attention from college scouts. So he sells his stake in the tattoo shop. He enrolls in the City College of San Francisco. Absolutely crushes it in Power 5 schools from Mountain. He commits to Miami as a 25-year-old, where he averaged 45.2 yards per punt. And now he's in the NFL, taking third-year pro Blake Gillikin's starting spot. What is it?
This week on News Breakfast, we catch up with the stars of coming-of-age cartoon comedy Ruby Gillman, Teenage Kraken, and he's described as a global rock star violin virtuoso. We chat to David Garrett as he makes a triumphant return to Australia.
Today, rescue efforts continue in Morocco as the earthquake death toll rises to more than 2,000. Also ahead, a 26-year-old man charged with murder over a crash in Melbourne CBD that killed one person and injured 5 others. Rescue teams in Turkey begin a complex mission to bring a seriously ill American caver to the surface. American tennis player Pepper Goff stages a comeback to claim her first Grand Slam title. Hello, welcome to ABC News. I'm Miriam Colliver. The death toll from a magnitude 6.8 earthquake in Morocco on Friday continues to climb as rescue efforts continue. Authorities say more than 2,012 people are dead after the quake struck in a mountainous area near the city of Marrakesh. Middle East correspondent Tom Joyner reports from Morocco.
I'm standing at the edge of the ancient old city, right in the heart of Marrakesh, a labyrinth of streets filled with market sellers and mosques, which only days ago was pumping with tourists. There are signs here of destruction everywhere, with the full scale of the damage yet to be assessed. As you can see around here, many of these structures are very old and tightly packed in and just didn't stand a chance when the massive tremor struck late on Friday night. It's an even worse story in the rural areas just outside the city where emergency services are still working to bypass roads blocked by debris. Reaching some of the remote villages at the epicenter of the quake is proving hard, and because of the terrain there, there's still a risk of landslides. Locals here also know that the danger is not over, even if their homes are intact. Many will be sleeping outdoors for a second night. They're scared of an aftershock that could do even more damage.
The earthquake hit, or I don't know what it was. We were eating dinner before the electricity was cut off, and we did not know what was happening. Our children and our family, we no longer know if they are alive or dead. We hope that someone will help us.
Others in some hard-to-reach places are still waiting for any help at all to arrive.
There is no way to enter the houses. My parents are ill at home. It is necessary to get help. We cannot continue without water or electricity. The roads are blocked for the children who want to go to school. We only wanted to get our parents out of the house, but we could not. They are ill.
Earthquakes of this size are rare in Morocco, and the country isn't necessarily prepared for them. Buildings, particularly in those rural areas, simply aren't built to withstand the shock.
The community in the Medina needs the authority to step up and to step up really heavy in certain communities that need help. Because, like I said earlier, Mela is one of the poorest areas in the city, and those people need help.
Hospitals also straining under the influx of hundreds of injured, which again will likely continue. There's been an outpouring of offers for help from governments and organisations from around the world, including from Algeria, with whom Morocco has no diplomatic relations. Morocco's own government has declared 3 days of national mourning and has urged for calm. The affected area is home to millions of people, and the death toll will likely keep on climbing as rescuers continue to dig through the rubble for survivors. Right now, of course, the first 48 hours are the crucial time for that to happen as the window for survival starts to close.
At home, a 26-year-old man has been charged over a deadly car crash in Melbourne CBD that killed 1 person and left 5 others injured. The Melton West man is facing a string of charges, including murder, attempted murder, and intentionally causing serious injury. He appeared at an after-hours court hearing on Saturday. He's been remanded in custody and is due to reappear in court in mid-January. There's still no sign of 2 gunmen shot dead a Melbourne underworld figure. 50-year-old Gavin Preston was shot dead outside a cafe in Keele Village on Calder Highway yesterday morning. A second man, aged in his 20s, was taken to hospital in a critical condition after also being shot. Investigators say 2 offenders dressed in black and driving a black Audi SUV fled the scene. The latest poll results for the Voice referendum show declining support for the Yes campaign. The No vote is now leading by the largest margin yet, with a Red Bridge poll showing just 39% in favour of the Voice. Data analyst Case Briggs breaks down the 4 surveys released this past week.
First came the news poll at the start of the week, when we exclude undecideds from that. That put Yes at just under 42% of the vote. The second poll of the week was one from Essential, 47. That's the best number for Yes this week that we've seen. And then yesterday's 2 polls, that one from Redbridge you mentioned, 39%, and another one from Freshwater, also published in News Corp papers. That one put Yes at 41%. So these 4 polls, they actually have largely got some overlapping fieldwork data. So that's done quite a bit in narrowing the uncertainty in our polling average and also moving it. Let's just show you what the polling average now looks like. You can see that slide we've been talking about now all year continues. Yes sitting on an average across the polls of 42.6%. And we're not predicting the outcome here. This is an estimate of what the polls are saying at the collective. No sitting at 57.4. So we're talking, no nearly 15 percentage points ahead. With numbers like that, no would be getting pretty hopeful of winning maybe 5, probably even 6 of the 6 states come referendum night. So what's Yes's pathway to victory from here? We'll probably want a dramatic turnaround in this trajectory in the next 5 weeks, so not very long. If we would see that, it would be, an unprecedented turnaround in opinion, polling certainly this century and probably for considerably longer. The other option is, of course, that these polls are wrong, but for them to be wrong enough to get to the veil from here, we would need to again see an unprecedented polling fail, and I'm talking in the order of maybe nearly triple the error that we saw in 2019. The other option, of course, being a combo of those two errors that might, a turnaround and a polling error that might help, yes, if they want to work together in the right direction. There is always a chance of an outlier here. We know polls are estimates, they're never, precise, and there are always a chance of them being incorrect. But history of referenda, both here and overseas, has not really pointed us to any examples where they're this wrong before. I don't know if that's a pathway for yes to win or a tightrope they have to walk.
Indigenous leader Noel Pearson says he is undeterred by the polls. He's confident the referendum will back the voice.
The history of our organised rights struggle on behalf of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people started in the 1930s, and every battle we have won over the past century has been uphill. We've always been the underdog. It's always been very hard for us, but we have won games over these years, over these decades. And we won the native title decision with Mabo. We won the native title like 30 years ago. We got justice for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples under the common law of Australia, and justice has played out over the past 30 years. All of these games are not easily won. We have persuaded governments and we've persuaded the Australian people of the gains that we've made. We're always the underdog. With 3% of the population, we are the most powerless people in the country. We're the weakest political constituency in the country, but through persuasion and through argument and through constant campaigning, we've managed to make gains. We're the underdog in this referendum, but I still believe we can achieve victory.
G20 countries have agreed on a joint declaration, but Western leaders have considered to soften the language on calls to condemn Russia for the war in Ukraine. The summit of the world's most powerful leaders was hosted by the Indian government, which has acknowledged the G20 isn't a platform to solve security issues. Some Asia correspondent Anil Dias reports.
The leaders of the world's most powerful and richest countries have managed, against all odds, to agree on a joint declaration here at the G20 summit. Even on Saturday morning, as the leaders were arriving here at the venue in New Delhi, that seemed like a completely impossible task, considering the polarizations on the world stage, especially in relation to the Ukraine war. We know that negotiators have been working around the clock in the lead up to this weekend, trying to form some sort of consensus, and there was still that sticking point, the wording around the Ukraine war. Now, every year, the G20 leaders, they gather in a meeting and they try to release this declaration. But this year, it seems like for the first time in the G20's history, that would be impossible because of pushback from countries like Russia and China. Now, it seems like in this statement that Western leaders had to concede on the language around the Ukraine war. They were coming out earlier saying they wanted a full condemnation of Russia in regards to that, but instead the declaration says we will welcome all relevant and constructive initiatives that support a comprehensive, just and durable peace in Ukraine. Now, the Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese has come out and been questioned about whether that's too soft in terms of wording. He says that it is quite strong in its language, calling for peace. But this certainly is a win for the Indian government. Narendra Modi surprisingly announced this news on Saturday evening, and it seems like the hosts of the G20 have managed to form some sort of consensus. Whether or not that will actually be able to be applied in the real world is a completely different question.
Rescue teams have begun a tricky process of extricating an American researcher who became seriously ill while he was 1,000 meters below the surface of a cave in Turkey. It took days to bring Mark Dickey to the surface, with rescuers anticipating he'll need frequent rest stops at camps up along the way as they pulled his stretcher through narrow pastures. The 40-year-old experienced caver began vomiting last week because of stomach bleeding while on an expedition in Hoja Cave in southern Turkey's Taurus Mountains. Domestic violence has been at crisis levels in Alice Springs, with a 30% rise in domestic assaults reported from the year to June. Experts say important work is being done to keep victims of violence safe, but more focus is needed on breaking cycles of violence among perpetrators. Charlie Allison reports from Alice Springs.
For years, Nigel Button couldn't see a life outside of violence.
Just come straight out, straight onto the booth, doing the same thing again.
Until one day, he was referred to a men's behaviour change program. There, he learnt to take responsibility for the violence he perpetrated and find a path out of it.
Before I didn't really thought I needed help, but now, doing this program, good.
The NT has the highest rates of domestic, family and sexual violence in the country, and it's on the rise in Alice Springs. But experts say they've seen very little funding or focus on supporting perpetrators to change.
The local men's behaviour change program is one of just 2 in the territory. They say a lack of funding means they haven't been able to reach men where they're needed most, in prison and on remote communities. And that's something that we definitely be saying needs to happen at some point. We know that. Senior man Michael Little says more Aboriginal men also need to stand up and talk about domestic violence in places other men are frequenting.
These conversations need to be spoken about in pubs, in the streets, near the bank.
But as calls for more action continue, Nigel hopes to keep making a difference, one conversation at a time.
Even in the streets, like, see the brother boys walk along, if they have a yarn, what you doing, I'm doing, coming doing that group.
A long path towards change. Charmaine Allison, ABC News, Alice Springs.
If this story is raising issues for you, you can get help by calling the National Sexual Assault and Family Violence Counselling Helpline, 1-800-RESPECT, which is 1-800-737-732. Australians have trillions of dollars saved in superannuation accounts, but there are growing concerns about the long delays some grieving families face when trying to access that money after a loved one dies.
John Bossman is battling one of Australia's biggest super funds. He's been waiting more than 6 months to be paid money saved by his late partner of almost 50 years, Julie.
It's just another imposition.
In March, Aware Super sent him a letter confirming Julie had nominated him as her beneficiary. But John Bossman claims Aware made the process difficult. He was even forced to get a second death certificate, which meant returning to the hospital where Julie died.
It did cause me some distress to have to go back to that department where I spent the last 5 days and we're watching the guy here.
I apologise unreservedly if that was meant for Mr. Bossman to have to go through that experience.
After being contacted by the ABC, Aware has finally paid John Bossman. It's investigating what went wrong and has blamed some of the delays on a contractor.
These transactions have crossed this period where we were using a third-party service provider.
Complaints about delays with death benefit claims have tripled in the last financial year.
This is a systemic issue across the industry.
Consumer groups want mandatory standards with set timeframes to be introduced.
We want to see standards implemented across the industry to really drive better behaviour, because at the moment we've got very little.
Fiona Halsey is a financial services lawyer. She believes the regulator should increase its scrutiny.
I think it would be helpful if ASIC would consider doing some surveillance and investigations.
John Bossman wants better protections for grieving families. Michael Atkins, ABC News.
Learning to read is one of the building blocks of life, and yet there are concerns some children are being left behind. Schools explicitly teaching students to sound out words as seeing literacy standards lift, But advocates warn adoption of phonics-based learning is still uneven, creating a lottery for students.
12-year-old Zoe is a thriving student now, but in her younger years, she struggled to learn to read.
It was a little frustrating for me because no one was telling me how to do it or no one was helping me understand what I was reading.
By year 3, Zoe was 3 years behind.
I did feel quite let down. I put my trust into the teachers and into the public system, and I've literally got no result.
Noni found Zoe a tutor and moved her to the Canberra Catholic School. There she was explicitly taught to sound out words instead of memorising or guessing them. Zoe caught up within 2 years.
There's many what I would call instructional casualties, which are kids that are failing to learn to read, not because they can't, but because they're not taught well enough.
More and more schools are moving to what's called structured explicit literacy, where children are taught letters and sounds in a particular order so they can decode unfamiliar words. Instead of using predictable readers, which have been removed from the national curriculum, it uses decodable readers.
Predictable readers promote guessing, and there's lots of long words and tricky sounds. A decodable reader promotes decoding, and it has a restricted amount of letters and sounds which the child has been practicing.
We know that children who are effective readers early on are the ones who have acquired those automatic decoding skills.
Professor Pamela Snow says there is huge variation in what schools are doing across the country.
It is a lottery, unfortunately, and parents don't know that they're signing up for a lottery when they enrol their child at this school rather than that school.
Are you ready for spaghetti? South Australian public schools started explicitly teaching phonics 5 years ago. With the help of literacy coaches, the state's NAPLAN reading and phonics check results have been steadily improving, especially among children from poorer backgrounds.
When you can see those results changing, that's always really good for teachers to be able to go, oh, actually what you're telling me and what we're trying and doing here is actually working for me and my students.
The big thing that I'm seeing in children is confidence. So when they come into our phonics lessons, because they're structured, they're explicit, they have a routine, and the kids know what to expect, they're all willing to have a go.
New South Wales and WA public schools also teach this way, while Tasmania and now Queensland are committed to making a statewide switch. But the phonics first approach still has its critics.
I believe that a balanced approach works best because it allows the teacher to encompass using a whole range of different strategies to meet the needs of the individual learner.
For Noni, there's no question what works best. Her son Jago was explicitly taught phonics from the beginning.
In early Maria, and you do level in reading, when they have to take reading.
Cracking the codes were fundamental skills for life. Susan McDonald, ABC News, Canberra.
Families across Australia are making big financial sacrifices to pay for their children's healthcare, and the public system fails them. One family says their son deserved his pain network treatment without the big price tag.
Jacob Fulcher is 19, but has the spine of an 80-year-old.
Very depressing. It's a bit scary at the moment. An old man now.
He has juvenile disc degeneration, but he waited in pain almost 3 years to be seen by a neurosurgeon in the public system. In the end, his family gave up and made an appointment with a private specialist who made the diagnosis.
It was really heartbreaking knowing that he needs to see someone so that he can get his life back and get some relief.
On medical advice, the family paid $10,000 for pain relief surgery for Jacob in Melbourne. It was money they'd set aside to renovate a bathroom for another family member with disabilities.
And we've got a lucky country yet. I don't think we're that lucky down here.
I feel like we're becoming more like America with their healthcare system. Like everything's done privately. It's super expensive. We just need to fight for a change.
People across the country face long waits to see a specialist through the public system. In Victoria, the wait to see an ear, nose and throat specialist can be 8 years. In South Australia, the wait to see a gastroenterologist can be as long as 5 years.
And the wait to see a neurosurgeon in Tasmania can be 6 years for non-urgent cases.
People are living in pain, in misery. They're getting worse, and sometimes they're dying.
The federal government is being urged to play a bigger role in providing leadership and funding for state hospitals when the National Health Reform Agreement is renewed in 2025.
It's the last big chance we really have of saving a recognisable public hospital system in this country.
Jacob Fulcher is likely to need more invasive procedures in the future, but he's staying positive and making plans for his next move, studying acting at university. Fiona Blackwood, ABC News. And it's time for all the sport news with Jared Coote.
The Australian men's rugby union side has opened its World Cup campaign with a 35-15 victory over Georgia in Paris. The Wallabies ran in 4 tries to end a 5-match losing streak under new coach Eddie Jones. Fullback Ben Donaldson scored 2 tries and kicked 6 goals to contribute 25 points in total. In other matches, England beat Argentina without scoring a try, 27-10. Ireland thumped Romania 82-8, and Italy beat Namibia 52-8.
One thing I know in the World Cup is that you want to get better week by week. And, you know, as I said, we had the game, not won, but in the position to win it at half time. We didn't really allow them a chance to get in the game. So whilst the second half wasn't our absolute best, which probably parts of our first half, there was some really good stuff. That's part of our progression in the tournament.
American teenager Coco Gauff has won the US Women's Singles Open final, beating Belarusian Irina Sabalenka in 3 sets. The 19-year-old lost the opening set 2-6 before taking the next 2 6-3, 6-2. It's Gauff's first major title, and she becomes the first American to win the US Open singles title since Sloane Stephens in 2017. Despite the loss, Sabalenka will now move to number 1 in the world, while Gauff moves up to number 3.
Honestly, thank you to the people who didn't believe in me. Those who thought we were putting water on my fire, you're really adding gas to it. And now I'm really burning so bright right now.
The Sydney Roosters had a thrilling 13 points to 12 victory over the Sharks in last night's NRL elimination final. The Sharks were in front 6-0 at the break before the Roosters lost Joseph Swaliti and Joseph Mamu to injury, as well as James Tedesco to the sin bin, but the Tricolours managed to level the scores before Sam Walker kicked the winning field goal. The Roosters will now play the Storm in Melbourne next weekend. In Saturday's other match, Penrith beat the Warriors 32 points to 6. The Panthers now have a week off, while the Warriors will play either the Knights or the Raiders next week.
Yeah, I felt like the spirit grew, the more changes, the more chaos that got created in that game, the more the players grew, they got calmer, they got really focused on some key areas that they probably weren't in the first half. So yeah, just really proud. Like you want the footy to improve, but as far as the spirit which the club and the team plays the game, that was at a high end.
The Brisbane Lions beat Port Adelaide by 48 points in Saturday night's AFL qualifying final at the Gabba. The Lions won 19 goals 9 at 123, 11-9-75, with Jed Danaher, the star for the Lions, kicking 5 goals. The Lions are now into a preliminary final, while the Power has a second chance and will play the GWS Giants in a sudden death semi-final in Adelaide next weekend. The Giants knocked out St Kilda, winning 15-11-101 to 11-11-77 to progress through. Australia has beaten South Africa by 123 runs in the second one-day international in Bloemfontein. David Warner and Marnus Labuschagne both blasted centuries as the visitors reached 8 for 392 from their 50 overs. Warner's 106 from 93 deliveries was his 20th ODI century, the second fastest of his career. In response, South Africa was bowled out for 269. Adam Zampa took 4 for 48 with the ball, while Sean Abbott, Nathan Ellis and Aaron Hardy picked up 2 wickets each. Australian Ethan Ewing has lost the men's title match at the World Surf League finals at Lower Trussels in California. Ewing, who fractured his back just last month, won 2 heats before losing to Brazilian Felipe Toledo in the final. It's the second year in a row Toledo has been crowned world champion. American Caroline Marks is new women's world champion after beating Hawaiian Carissa Moore in the final.
Looking around the country, in Queensland, showers in the northeast, sunny in the southwest, mostly sunny elsewhere. New South Wales and the ACT mainly fine in the east, some cloud cover over the southwest, and sunny in the northwest. For Victoria, a late shower in the southwest, mostly sunny in the southeast, mostly cloudy in the north, with increasing sunshine in the northeast. Turning to Tasmania, rain in the south and mostly clear and cool in the north. In South Australia, a clearing shower in the southeast, cloud increasing in the west, and mostly sunny elsewhere. For Western Australia, mostly cloudy in the south, fog clearing in the southwest, again fine and hot in the north. For the northern territory, showers over Island, windy and warm for the interior, mostly clear in the south and the northwest, topping. Then head to tomorrow's forecast for the capital cities, mostly sunny for Brisbane and Sydney, while clearing for Canberra and Perth, mostly cloudy in Melbourne and Hobart, Adelaide and Darwin, mostly sunny. That is the latest from ABC News. Remember, you can also keep up to date at news.abc.net.au and on ABC iView. I'm Noreen Carver. Thank you for your company.
Here's up the golden couple of years. In 1987, can we expect a newsroom legend?
The whole country is on the brink of colossal change, and it is our job to report it. No other news director would sign up. Get on top of it. Haven't you done enough already?
The bicentennial commemorations will continue. We've got a couple of months to call if she can't. We took replacement. There's a 1 in 200-year news of it. Nothing to know. It's going to be huge.
He took a job in the war zone.
That's one of the worst dead calls a bad guy's had.
Everybody thought of Dean as this kind of indestructible news robot.
What happens next unraveled everything.
Roger that.
My son, they were killed on my watch.
And as a family, you spiraled with him a life-changing journey.
It's time that mental health was made a priority in the workplace. I am not going to rest until things change.
Australian Story, tomorrow at 8.
This referendum won't change who we are. We will reveal who we are. This is a total suggestion. We won't change anything.
I feel ignorant. I think it's important. I don't know what the right thing to do is.
I'd like to think that we can address this in our generation and not leave it for our children and grandchildren.
We don't have time. Settle the business. Settle the score.
Four Corners tomorrow, ABC TV and ABC iView.
Hello, I'm Rachel Papazoni. Welcome to Close of Business. Coming up on the program, a golden parachute for Alan Joyce, but tough questions for the Qantas board and new boss. Who might have got rid of Joyce and who might appear to have cleared the air, but they've got to do with the cleanup. And not a popularity contest. Outgoing RBA Governor Lowe reflects on his achievements and regrets.
Rising interest rates and tightening policy can make you very unpopular, as I know personally as well.
Also on the program, growing and slowing pains for the economy. Qantas consumers spending and doing less. First up, Qantas is a company in damage control. Carrier issued yet another apology to customers after being accused of selling tickets for ghost flights that were already cancelled. That saw pressure mount on the board to hold back bonuses to top executives, including the CEO. From presiding over a record profit, boss Alan Joyce was now battling unprecedented reputational damage. The St. Killen reports.
The doors are closing in on Qantas's outgoing CEO, who's leaving an airline with a shattered reputation. Qantas's board is under pressure to take swift action, but on Friday, it instead awarded Alan Joyce more than $10 million in shares for meeting the airline's COVID-19 recovery goals.
Alan Joyce should be clearing his desk immediately and leaving the building.
Shareholder activist Stephen Mayne says the board needs to strip the CEO of any future bonus payments following a turbulent week of lawsuits, questions over its influence in blocking Qatar Airways from accessing routes, and the company's backwhip over flight credits.
The Qantas board is clearly tone deaf. If ever there was an argument for withholding every possible bonus and payment to a floundering, scandal-ridden CEO, this was the moment.
The company was forced to issue another apology to its customers following Australia's consumer watchdog announcing it's taking Qantas to court for selling 8,000 tickets to flights that were already cancelled. Qantas said in a statement, the ACCC's allegations come at a time when Qantas's reputation has already been hit hard on several fronts, and noted it will take time to repair. It comes as the political heat ramps up. The federal government may be forced to front an inquiry over its rejection of additional Qatar Airways flights after the opposition accused it of running a protection racket for Qantas.
You see, the Labor Party gives 7 different reasons as to why they rejected the Qatar Airways decision. When we find out that the government has a very cosy relationship with Qantas, there's a lot of questions to answer.
Former ACCC Chairman Alan Fowles says allowing Qatar Airways entry could have brought prices down.
The government has lost a lot of public trust with this decision, and it's particularly bad because they're trying to launch a competition review.
The airline has also been under pressure to back pay $2.7 billion in taxpayer subsidies handed out during the pandemic, including about $900 million in JobKeeper payments. The Prime Minister finally weighed in after the Treasurer previously said the airline wouldn't be made to pay it back.
The government, when it designed the JobKeeper program, should have made sure that there was some provision to ensure that taxpayers' interests were protected.
Investors are calling on Qantas for raining bonuses to executives, including Joyce, the Australian Council of Superannuation Investors, whose members control more than 20% of the shares in Qantas, has warned it's watching the board very closely.
It's just a very arrogant, intransigent culture where Qantas knows best, Qantas always wins, Qantas never gives in to their
After 15 years in the top job, Alan Joyce was hoping to leave Qantas on a high. Instead, the airline's flying into yet more turbulence.
Just 24 hours later, boss Alan Joyce was in the departure lounge. Mr. Joyce abruptly ended his 15-year term 2 months early, saying Qantas needs to move ahead with renewal as a priority. He leaves with a big payout of $22 million, with both sides of politics saying the board has questions to answer. Here's Lucy Padem again.
After a week of heavy turbulence, Alan Joyce has been pushed out the door, retiring 2 months earlier than planned. His successor, Vanessa Hudson, who's worked for the company for 29 years, had this message for Qantas's 25,000 staff.
We know that post-COVID, we haven't always delivered to what our customers expect, but we are listening, and we hear what they are saying.
Liz Aitken is one of Qantas's many unhappy customers.
Please visit Qantas.com. We thank you for your patience.
She's been on hold for years, waiting for a refund for a flight her now deceased mother had booked with Qantas in March 2020.
Pretty poor, to be honest. Mum was always a great supporter of Qantas. She never really flew Virgin.
Liz now refuses to fly Qantas.
They basically just ignored her for the whole process and then proceeded to ignore me as well. It just leaves a bad taste in my mouth.
Many others are disappointed.
Which picks up in the because she's on home services and good.
Prices are high, typical big companies, already they're thinking of the shareholders a lot of times.
Investors also want the airline to lift its game. They're calling on the company to withhold millions of dollars of bonuses for its executives, and some want the chairman sacked.
I would argue that Joyce out, Chairman Goyder out.
Qantas has a big repair task ahead. It could face a multi-million dollar penalty after the consumer watchdog, the ACCC, takes the company to court, alleging it sold more than 8,000 flights that were already cancelled. There's also political heat building over Qantas's special relationship with the government that led to it blocking rival airline Qatar Airways from accessing routes that could have driven prices down.
I'm not here to comment on decisions of the federal government when it comes to who flies in and out of our country. But I will make this point. We've always wanted more flights, not less. With more flights mean lower prices.
Liz Aitken is counting on a better experience. After ABC News contacted Qantas, it said it would refund her the full amount owed.
They should be paying attention to the people that make the money, which is their customers.
It's a message that Qantas is just beginning to heed.
As Qantas tried to hit the reset button, the announcement of a Senate inquiry into the decision to block Qatar Airways turned up the heat on the federal government. The opposition says blocking the 28 Qatar flights a week lessens competition and will keep airfares high. At a press conference on Thursday, Embattled Transport Minister Catherine King defended her decision.
I made this decision in the national interest, and there's no one factor that I would point to that swayed my decision one way or the other.
Under questioning, Ms. King was unable to say whether she met with ex-Qantas boss Alan Joyce before her Qatar decision. Claims Australia can become an energy superpower are under fire. Peak Business Group say assumptions Australia can compete internationally because of an abundance of sun and wind doesn't hold up. The comments come amid questions over the viability of the Snowy Hydro 2.0 project, which faces cost blowouts 6 times its original budget. The director of the Victorian Energy Policy Centre, Bruce Martin, says Australia could be a low-cost energy producer, but government policy has so far limited that.
Australia has the essential ingredients to be a low-cost electricity producer. We have fantastic wind, sun, and we have lots of land. We aren't the only country with those three, but unfortunately we have a very high cost of transmission, and government policies have not orchestrated the transition well so far. So I think there's some gap between the aspiration of being a superpower and where we are now.
How does Australia stack up in this age of global decarbonisation against our peers?
It's quite interesting. We are stacking up well at the decentralised level. The uptake of rooftop solar is world-leading, and we have a competitive industry. We're now building up decentralised storage. Our problem is we do not do the big things well. We do not do transmission effectively. Although we have some cost-effective wind and solar construction, it's now lagging behind. Governments themselves, I think, generally have said lots of good words, but the difference between those good words and actions is now becoming evident. And so I think a lack of commitment and organisation is holding us back.
The government has been forced to spend billions more on Snowy Hydro 2.0, which has faced significant delays. Do you think it's worth proceeding with what is now a $12 billion project?
I can't say for sure that it is worthwhile or not. What we have been calling for right from the outset is an independent assessment. And governments, both the last government and this one, have failed to heed that. And Minister Bowen most recently partly explained the reason for doling out another $6 billion on Snowy Hydro on account of the fact that they have already spent $4 billion. That doesn't seem a terribly good reason. It sounds like throwing good money after bad. But there's a great lack of transparency on this project and its governance. We desperately need, on Snowy and on our other major projects, much greater independent scrutiny and openness. And I'm afraid it's the absence of that which is holding us back. We have a number of enormous proposals that have not been properly scrutinised independently. And I think a whole bunch of our failure is accounted for by that.
The Energy Minister, Chris Bowen, says the government stands by that project and that it's critical to achieving the 82% renewables in the grids by 2030 target. But do you think we could get there without it?
I'm afraid I don't share the Minister's view that it is a critical project. It's a very big generator, essentially in electrical terms in the middle of nowhere. As storage devices go, it is very inefficient. And I think it's not at all clear that it will be completed. We have plenty of storage possibilities. Batteries are now being built by the private sector without recourse to a cent of the public purse. And I think stimulating more of those will meet the storage needs that we have for the foreseeable future. It will be the case that in the longer span of time, we will need longer duration storage, but that is somewhere away. I think we need to climb the foothills at our feet instead of always trying to climb the distant mountains.
AEMO has recently warned of blackouts again this summer as coal-fired generators age and are phased out. I wonder what you make of talks in New South Wales to extend Origin Energy's Eraring plant.
I think it's a terribly disappointing outcome that after the community and governments have encouraged coal-fired generators to leave and for their owners to decarbonise, that the government is now talking about substantial amounts of public money going to coal-fired generators to keep them open. I think this is a very sad day. Sadly, I think it is somewhat not easy to see, but it is a possibility. We have not got our act together in developing a replacement capacity quickly enough. We failed to effectively plan the transmission system to augment that capacity, and we are in that position now. From a public policy point of view, public money will be going into essentially subsidise the bad, a carbon-intensive energy source, instead of allocating public subsidy to stimulate the production of renewable clean. So I'm sad that it's got to this point, and I really hope that governments can learn from this and get their act together.
Bruce Martin, thanks so much for your time.
Super. Thank you, Richard.
In a swan song for Governor Philip Lowe, the RBA board has kept interest rates on hold at 4.1% for the third straight month. Mr Lowe's 7-year term, which ends in days, has been marked by several firsts, including an all-time low for rates and a record run of raising rates. There was little fanfare as outgoing Reserve Bank Governor Philip Lowe made his way to his final board meeting. He had a good one, so he kept the cash rate steady at 4.1%.
I wasn't surprised at all to see the Reserve Bank holding the rates unchanged.
Under the 78 meetings presided over by Mr Lowe, the interest rate was kept on hold more times than it moved. From his first meeting in October 2016, the cash rate was kept unchanged for 2.5 years, the longest in the bank's history. After several cuts in late 2019, the cash rate was slashed to a record low during COVID, before the board made 12 rate hikes, adding 4% to the cash rate in just 13 months, the fastest hiking cycle in history, where it's now stayed since June.
I'd say with the benefit of hindsight that we kept interest rates too high ahead of COVID. I mean, as we were coming out of COVID, we kept them too low for too long.
Despite the cash rate staying on hold, many borrowers are doing it tough. Musician Hannah Irawan has picked up extra work to cover her higher mortgage repayments.
I definitely felt like this year that the anxiety that does come with financial pressure, which I think a lot of families are probably facing.
While inflation remains high, there are signs the economy is slowing. So most economists think there's only one direction for rates to go.
We do think that we are at the top end of the rate hiking cycle and that the next move will be down.
Philip Lowe's final official engagement is later this week, a favoured speech to the Annika Foundation, before Michelle Bullock takes over to chair her first RBA board meeting in October. 2 days later, Philip Lowe delivered his final speech as Governor of the Reserve Bank, warning of the challenge to lift productivity. In a frank look back, Mr. Lowe conceded a misstep on forward guidance on rates defined the latter part of his tenure. But he also took aim at the media for fanning recent personal attacks. Here's Emily Stewart.
Philip Lowe entered the stage for the final time, recalling the day he was promoted to the top job.
It turned out to be the most challenging day of my life. I was in a room with bright lights, strapped to a bed, and was wearing the pins again.
While attending a conference in Canada, an artery in his neck split and left him wondering.
But there was this secret society of central bank governors, and that it had some bizarre initiation ceremonies.
His recovery reinforced 2 life lessons that shaped his term as leader.
None of us has a crystal ball. When unexpected happens, we need to adjust. The second lesson is that there's a lot to be grateful for, but indeed the glass is half full.
His optimism helped him during his biggest challenge, managing the economy through the pandemic, where the RBA cut rates to record low levels.
With the benefit of hindsight, my view is that we did do too much.
But he says his defining career moment was the forward guidance he gave in 2021.
The condition for rising the cash rate will not be met until 2024.
Less than a year later, he presided over the fastest rate hiking cycle on record, leaving Australian homeowners who had acted on that information fuming.
And there's a lot to be learned from this experience, including how to communicating in certain times. But I ask that people keep in mind the circumstances that we faced in 2020. And it's a really scary time.
And he took aim at the vitriol, personal attacks and clickbait he has received when his comments have been misinterpreted.
I know that some of my explanations have missed the mark, but the media has a responsibility here too.
RBA historian Selwyn Cornish says his term as governor has been one of the toughest.
Certainly, compared with many of his predecessors, this 7-year period, it was a particularly difficult one with COVID, the first great pandemic for 100 years.
The most positive aspect of his legacy is the very low unemployment rate that he leaves office with. He's stepping down at a time when the unemployment rate is 3.7%.
Looking to the future, Mr. Lowe warns it will be increasingly difficult to keep inflation close to the target range of 2 to 3%.
The reality is that we have moved into a more inflation-prone world. We are seeing the breakdown of globalisation to some degree.
Mr. Lowe also calls for the introduction of an independent body with taxing and spending powers to share the load of managing the economy, and wants politicians to improve productivity.
If we can't build a consensus for change, the economy will drift, and losing a chair with our living standards will stagnate.
Later this month, his deputy will become the first female head of the RBA.
One of Michelle Bullock's first tasks will be to oversee big changes at the bank, including fewer interest rate meetings and more press conferences, meaning she'll probably be the most scrutinised RBA governor ever. With one final piece of advice.
Michelle, I do so in the hope that as you navigate the uncertainties ahead, to remember that the glass is indeed half full.
Passing on the positivity baton.
The latest official figures show what business and consumers already know. The economy has contracted for the last 2 quarters, taking the annual growth rate to just over 2%. Consumers are saving and spending less as 12 rate rises since last May bite. But one number that is growing rapidly is the population, as more people call Australia home. Here's the thing today.
As cost of living pressures bite and the economy slows, some Australian businesses are having to cut back production.
there has been some caution by our clients to purchase like they used to.
The Lorenzo pair distributes to about 2,000 salons across the country and exports overseas. The 36-year-old family-owned business is also finding it harder to sell its hair care products because people's spending habits at salons have shifted.
People learn to go to their salon less often. Overall, the average spend is less per client.
That's causing the economy to slow. It grew by 0.4% in the 3 months to June, but the annual growth rate fell from 2.5% to 2.1%, under pressure from high prices and interest rates. Taking into account the jump in the population due to higher migration, GDP fell by 0.3%. Household consumption growth is weaker, increasing by just 0.1%. Treasurer Jim Chalmers says the economy and jobs are holding up under mounting pressures, including continued global uncertainty.
We know that people are under pressure from the rising cost of living and higher interest rates as well.
Consumer spending on discretionary items continues to fall, with vehicle purchases the only bright spot.
On average, we're spending less, we're earning less, and we're doing less once we take inflation into account. The release of the economic data comes a day after the Reserve Bank left the tax rate unchanged at 4.1% for a third consecutive month. 12 interest rate rises between May last year and June this year has definitely put a squeeze on households. But economists expect the central bank will now stay on hold, and there may even be rate cuts by next year. The upside of a slowing economy is that it also generally means slowing inflation. So we should see the Reserve Bank able to keep interest rates on hold for a period of time rather than having to raise again and again. We expect that the tax rate will stay at 4.1 until late 2024 when we start to see interest rates fall.
And economists expect more people to lose their jobs.
The unemployment rate, however, is likely to rise, and that tends to be a negative side effect of the fight against inflation.
At the Lorenzo, staff recently got wage rises, but if there's a further economic contraction, the business will have to make further cuts.
If a recession does occur, we will have a real problem. We might have to take some drastic measures, purchase less, make less, and keep our costs down.
For now, businesses keep on producing for consumers on tighter budgets.
To the share market, which extended its losses on Friday to close out the week, heading towards 2% lower. Liz Tian from Sydney says speculation about how long rates in the US will stay elevated was one of the market drivers this week. We obviously saw some strong numbers coming out of the US, the ISM numbers earlier in the week, and there's a whole question mark now that perhaps the Federal Reserve has not finished rate hikes. There's more on the card. On top of that, we saw oil prices, with the announcement of OPEC, Saudi Arabia, Russia, really prolonging those production cuts and seeing oil hit over $90 a barrel. That's obviously not good for inflation. That was another factor driving the market. But obviously we had a bit of a sell-off in things like Apple, with news coming out of China that is looking to potentially ban government officials from using Apple. And obviously the Chinese market is very big for Apple, and it's once again bringing a lot of the geopolitical back into markets as well. Speaking of energy, workers at Chevron's LNG facilities in Western Australia began industrial action on Friday. But just the threat of industrial action a few weeks ago saw a huge price jump for gas in Europe. How do you see all this playing out? Yes, you're right, Rachel. It was a huge move, and obviously, even in the last 24 hours, we're talking about moves of 5 to 10% in a session. Every time there's more news of whether they're coming closer to resolving this action or whether it's going to prolong. There's talk that if they don't get this resolved, there's going to be 24-hour strike action starting from September 14th. And we do know with Chevron, with two of their plants, they supply around 70% of world LNG supply. And with all the supply shocks we've seen in the last 18 months, obviously markets are very nervous around what's going to happen here. Now, the US dollar is on track for its longest winning streak in something like 9 years. What does that all come down to?
Yeah, so, US dollar, it has, every major currency has been selling off against the US dollar, and that obviously includes our Aussie dollar. I think that's one of the worst performers amongst the G7 countries. Obviously, the yuan, the yen, the euro. That's really on the back of what we mentioned a little bit earlier. Strong US relative data. We have the ISM numbers, they were a little bit stronger than expected. They're really showing that we always have seen this Goldilocks period where, they're still doing relatively well. If you kind of compare that to Europe, we're seeing Europe, a lot of data coming out of Europe, much weaker economy, going into recession. That's been an underperformer. Obviously, a lot of economic news coming out of China, big slowdown in China, and obviously an impact from China out towards the Asia-Pac region, including Australia. So the US market, the US dollar, it's seeing a lot of flows into that currency, really because it's the outperformer at the moment against all the major currencies.
Christian, thanks so much. Thank you, Rachel. And that's all from Close of Business. I'm Rachel Papazzoni. Thanks for watching.
When Nerd returns to the countryside, these are the slates to call. Sister Hathaway from the private investigators, 3 sets of nests, and you all seem to be dropping by the farms. Miss Hathaway, can you help us? We have a motive and no alibi. All really is kind of passion with you. You think you might think? Depends if you're thinking about lunch. You think you're
New Shakespeare and Hathaway, Saturday 7:30 on ABC TV and ABC iView.
They might be worlds apart, but they share the same feelings.
Getting older, it stinks. I don't like myself that much. Teenagers, very judgmental.
It's time to open their hearts.
There's a little voice inside me saying, go for it, baby.
The life-changing social experiment returns.
I just want to know how to find positive things about myself.
Thank you for sharing what you shared with me.
It doesn't matter who they are, we love them unconditionally.
Old People's Home for Teenagers.
Already for whatever comes next.
How was it? Can I have to tell the truth?
Starts October 3 on ABC TV and ABC iView. She's suddenly single.
Well, we're into a post-Tom era. Entering a post-Tom era, okay?
But it's complicated. Starstruck, streaming now on ABC iView.
So through final season 1, here's my top tip for making sure you don't miss a second. Hey, strike rate, see your footy finals live and ad-free on the ABC Listener. Every try, goal, markings happen. Call by ABC Sports expert commentary team. Whatever footy you're after, we've got you covered. Get 100% footy live and ad-free on the ABC Listener.
Today, Morocco declares 3 days of national mourning. The earthquake death toll rises to more than 2,000. Also, rescue teams in Turkey begin a complex mission to bring a seriously ill American caver to the surface. The quality Paul Phoenix takes up top honours at the Venice Film Festival. American tennis player Coco Gauff stages are coming back to claim her first Grand Slam title. Hello, welcome to ABC News. I'm Miriam Corway. The death toll from a magnitude 6.8 earthquake in Morocco on Friday continues to climb amid desperate rescue efforts. Authorities say more than 2,012 people are dead after the quake struck in a mountainous area near the city of Marrakesh. Middle East correspondent Tom Joyner reports from Morocco.
I'm standing at the edge of the ancient Old City, right in the heart of Marrakesh, a labyrinth of streets filled with market. Ago was pumping with tourists. There are signs here of destruction everywhere, with the full scale of the damage yet to be assessed. As you can see around here, many of these structures are very old and tightly packed in and just didn't stand a chance when the massive tremor struck late on Friday night. It's an even worse story in the rural areas just outside the city, where emergency services are still working to bypass roads blocked by debris. Reaching some of the remote villages at the epicenter of the quake is proving hard, and because of the terrain there's still a risk of landslides. Locals here also know that the danger is not over, even if their homes are intact. Many will be sleeping outdoors for a second night. They're scared of an aftershock that could do even more damage.
The earthquake hit, or I don't know what it was. We were eating dinner before the electricity was cut off, and we did not know what was happening. Our children and our family, we no longer know if they are alive or dead. We hope that someone will help us.
Others in some hard-to-reach places are still waiting for any help at all to arrive.
There is no way to enter the houses. My parents are ill at home. It is necessary to get help. We cannot continue without water or electricity. The roads are blocked for the children who want to go to school. We only wanted to get our parents out of the house, but we could not. They're ill.
Earthquakes of this size are rare in Morocco, and the country isn't necessarily prepared for them. Buildings, particularly in those rural areas, simply aren't built to withstand the shock.
The community in the Medina needs the authority to step up and to step up really heavy in certain communities that need help. Because, like I said earlier, Mallah is one of the poorest areas in the city, and those people need help.
Hospitals are also straining under the influx of hundreds of injured, which again will likely continue. There's been an outpouring of offers for help from governments and organisations from around the world, including from Algeria, with whom Morocco has no diplomatic relations. Morocco's own government has declared 3 days of national mourning and has urged for calm. The affected area is home to millions of people, and the death toll will likely keep on climbing as rescuers continue to dig through the rubble for survivors. Right now, of course, the first 48 hours are the crucial time for that to happen as the window for survival starts to close.
Back home, a 26-year-old man is in charge of a deadly car crash in Melbourne CBD that killed 1 person and left 5 others injured. The Melbourne West man is facing a string of charges including murder, attempted murder and intentionally causing serious injury. He appeared at an after-hours court hearing on Saturday. Has been remanded in custody and is due to reappear in court in mid-January. There's still no sign of 2 gunmen who shot dead a Melbourne underworld figure. 50-year-old Gavin Preston was shot dead outside a cafe in Keilor Village, the Old Calder Highway, yesterday morning. A second man, aged in his 20s, was taken to hospital in a critical condition after also being shot. Investigators say 2 offenders dressed in black and driving a black Audi SUV fled the scene. A man has died after being bitten repeatedly by a snake in North Queensland last night. Paramedics say the man, aged in his 60s, was attempting to uncoil the snake from another man's ankle at Kamala, south of Mackay, around 6:30. He was bitten multiple times in the chest and arm and died at the scene. The second man was also bitten and was taken to Mackay Base Hospital in a stable condition. The latest poll results for the Voice referendum show declining support for the Yes campaign. The No vote is now leading by the largest margin yet, with a Redbridge poll showing just 39% in favour of the Voice. Our data analyst Casey Briggs breaks down the 4 surveys released this past week.
First came the News poll at the start of the week, and we exclude undecideds from that. That put Yes at just under 42% of the vote. The second poll of the week was one from Essential, 47. That's the best number for Yes this week that we've seen. And then yesterday, 2 polls. That one from Redbridge, you mentioned, 39%, and another one from Freshwater, also published in News Corp papers. That one put yes at 41%. So these four polls, they actually have largely got some overlapping fieldwork data. So that's done quite a bit in narrowing the uncertainty in our polling average and also moving it. Let's just show you what the polling average now looks like. You can see that slide we've been talking about now all year continues. Yes, sitting on an average across the polls of 42.6%. But we're not predicting the outcome here. This is an estimate of what the polls are saying as a collective. No, sitting at 57.4. So we're talking, no, nearly 15 percentage points ahead. With numbers like that, no would be getting pretty hopeful of winning maybe 5, probably even 6 of the 6 states come referendum night. So what's Yes's pathway to victory from here? We'll probably want a dramatic turnaround in this trajectory in the next 5 weeks, so not very long. If we would see that, it would be, an unprecedented turnaround in opinion. The polling certainly this century and probably for considerably longer. The other option is, of course, that the polls are wrong, but for them to be wrong enough for Yes to prevail from here, we would need to again see an unprecedented polling fail, and I'm talking in the order of maybe nearly triple the error that we saw in 2019. The other option, of course, being a combo of those two errors that might, a turnaround and a polling error that might help Yes if they were to work together in the right direction. There is always a chance of an outlier here. We know polls are estimates; they're never, precise, and there's always a chance of them being incorrect. But history of referenda, both here and overseas, has not really pointed us to any examples where they're this wrong before. I don't know if that's a pathway for Yes to win or a tightrope they have to do.
Indigenous leader Mel Pearson says he's undeterred by the polls and he's confident the referendum will back the voice.
The history of our organised rights struggle on behalf of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people started in the 1930s, and every battle we have won over the past century has been uphill. We've always been the underdog. It's always been very hard for us, but we have won games over these years, over these decades. And we won the native title decision with Mabo. We won the Native Title Act 30 years ago. We got justice for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples under the common law of Australia, and justice has played out over the past 30 years. All of these games are not easily won. We have persuaded governments and we've persuaded the Australian people of the gains that we've made. We're always the underdog. We're 2% of the population. We are the most powerless people in the country. We're the weakest political constituency in the country, but through persuasion and through argument and through constant campaigning, we've managed to make gains. We're the underdog in this referendum, but I still believe we can achieve victory.
The governments across the country now committed to net zero emissions by 2050. Australia's biggest polluters will have to make substantial cuts. But today, the ABC can reveal extraordinary claims by the former head of the Environmental Protection Authority in Western Australia. But the previous Premier, Mark McGowan, pressured him to withdraw tough new emissions guidelines, which have been criticised by gas giant Woodside.
Shame on Woodside!
Climate change is going to be a problem.
LNG producers hold crisis talks. Tens of thousands of jobs.
Zero emissions by 2050.
It's happening. We're paying for it now. We've got to make some changes.
The calls for climate action have been growing in the resource-rich state of Western Australia. And the tactics of activists are becoming more extreme. But for WA's former Environment Protection Chief, Tom Putton, this battle started 4 years ago.
There are a handful of very large resource companies that play a very prominent role in the state.
In 2019, Dr. Hutton tried to put them on a path to net zero.
I think we were the only jurisdiction in Australia at the time without even an aspirational statement.
reduction target, and the state's emissions were going up.
The guidelines triggered a massive industry backlash, culminating in a telephone call from the most powerful man in the state, Mark McGowan.
It wasn't a very long phone call. It was a very straightforward request that he did not want us to continue with those guidelines and wanted us to withdraw them. He didn't feel that consultation was sufficient within industry. He responded to an extraordinary request, an extraordinary moment in the state's history.
Tom Hunting is now speaking out for the first time. He wants the public to know what happened.
I had the whole reputation of 50 years of EPA on my shoulders, but also the environmental future of the state.
Dr. Hatton says he was given 1 hour to brief his board members.
It was a very difficult moment for the board. And that phone call from the Premier was certainly unprecedented. And through the lens of the Act and the independence that it affords the board of the EPA, it was highly unorthodox and, in my view, inappropriate.
What is the point of the EPA if it just gives the government what it wants?
The board was very sensitive to this perception at the time that could persist, that somehow we had lost our independence in the event. There's no evidence that that's happened. It made me feel under pressure to both defend the independence of the EPA, but at the same time maintain our influence on government so that we could get some greenhouse gas outcomes for the state.
Mark McGowan declined repeated requests for comment.
The ABC has spoken to people involved with drafting of the greenhouse gas guidelines and former EPA board members that Dr. Hatton spoke to immediately after his phone call from Mark McGowan. All independently confirmed that Dr. Hatton had told them that the Premier had asked him to withdraw his guidelines.
It was a political intervention by the Premier to make a political problem go away. And that political problem was very powerful industries running a campaign to try and shift costs off their own street.
That campaign was extraordinary in its speed and power. Within 48 hours, articles, editorials and full-page ads funded by gas giant Woodside were plastered across Perth's only daily newspaper. The mining lobby quickly followed suit.
They became rather personalized attacks and challenging the sanity, the competency, the independence of the board.
They had the support of the Premier.
The EPA put this out to talk about the policy. From the Premier's perspective, that pragmatically this was something that needed to happen in order for him to maintain and the government to maintain good relations with very powerful resource industries.
Some of Australia's most powerful business leaders filed into Parliament House to put their case to the Premier. The measure would cost jobs and projects.
We're happy to have the opportunity to interact with the Premier and the ministers.
Piers Verstappen was director of WA's Conservation Council at the time. He was previously an advisor to Mr McGowan when he was Environment Minister.
The consequences of this decision are going to be felt here in Australia and internationally for decades to come. We're talking about billions of tonnes of additional greenhouse gas emissions.
4 years of extra delay means we've got a whole lot of new projects that should have been involved.
The ABC approached Woodside for comment, but it declined. The gas lobby APIA said its concerns over a lack of consultation were made clear at the time. The Chamber of Mines and Energy says it supports a federal approach to carbon emissions. The state government is legislating a path to net zero by 2050. But in this resource-rich state, that won't be easy. Catherine Biss, ABC News, Perth.
The G20 countries have agreed on a joint declaration, but Western leaders have conceded to soften the language of calls to condemn Russia for the Ukraine war. The summit of the world's most powerful leaders was hosted by the Indian government, which has acknowledged that G20 isn't the platform to solve security issues. South Asia correspondent Adam Diaz reports.
The leaders of the world's most powerful and richest countries have managed, against all odds, to agree on a joint declaration here at the G20 summit. Even on Saturday morning, as the leaders were arriving here at the venue in New Delhi, that seemed like a completely impossible task, considering the polarizations on the world stage, especially in relation to the Ukraine war. We know that negotiators have been working around the clock in the lead up to this weekend, trying to form some sort of consensus, and there was still that sticking point, the wording around the Ukraine war. Now, every year the G20 leaders, they gather in a meeting and they try to release this declaration, but this year it seems like for the first time in the G20's history that would be impossible because of pushback from countries like Russia and China. Now, it seems like in this statement that Western leaders had to concede on the language around the Ukraine war. They were coming out earlier saying they wanted a full condemnation of Russia in regards to that, but instead the declaration says we will welcome all relevant and constructive initiatives that support a comprehensive, just and durable peace in Ukraine. Now, the Australian Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, has come out and been questioned about whether that's too soft in terms of wording. He says that it is quite strong in its language, calling for peace. But this certainly is a win for the Indian government. Narendra Modi surprisingly announced this news on Saturday evening, and it seems like the hosts of the G20 have managed to form some sort of consensus. Whether or not that will actually be able to be applied in the real world is a completely different question.
Rescue teams have begun the tricky process of extricating an American researcher who became seriously ill while he was 1,000 metres below the entrance of a cave in Turkey. It could take days to bring Mark Dickey to the surface, with the rescuers anticipating he will need frequent rest stops at camps set up along the way as they pull his stretcher through narrow passages. The 40-year-old experienced Caleb began vomiting last week because of stomach bleeding while on an expedition in the Roger Cave in some of Turkey's Taurus Mountains. British film Poor Things has taken out the top award at the Venice Film Festival.
Or is a happy day.
I'm Bella Baxter. The film is about a woman who's reanimated after suicide by a doctor who replaces her brain with that of her unborn baby. Black Body stars Buffalo and Emma Stone, who was absent from the award ceremony due to the Hollywood actors' strike. Director Yorgos Lanthimos accepted the prestigious Golden Lion Award, which is often seen as a predictor of Oscar's glory.
This film is the central character, is Bella Baxter, is this incredible creature, and she wouldn't exist without Emma Stone, another incredible creature.
Top acting awards at the festival went to Kaylee May, who played the former wife of Elvis Presley in the biopic Priscilla, and Peter Sarsgaard, who featured in the gritty family drama Memory. Every community has its characters, and the small fishing town of Lucinda in North Queensland is no exception. Pelican Bob Miller was once a cabaret singer and songwriter in Adelaide, but these days you can find him on the beach, where he inspires others to find joy in the everyday.
As sure as the sun rises every morning, Bob Miller starts his day among the salt and sand.
Pretty bad place to have an office, but somebody's got to do it.
Making a 30-kilometre commute to the beach to cast his net and line in the small fishing town of Lucinda.
The thing I like most of all is giving a fish away.
His fondness for feeding the birds has earned him the nickname Pelican Bob.
Pelican Bob is a legend to Lucinda. He comes every single day, and if he is listening, we're all looking for him.
Hailing from Adelaide, the 78-year-old moved to North Queensland 2 decades ago. Once a cabaret singer,
Remember, anyone can dream.
he entertains locals and tourists alike.
The little thing you got will seem a lot whenever you pretend.
When the fish aren't biting, the retired signwriter turns the beach into his canvas.
Children love seeing their names inscribed on the sand, so it's very quick to do, and they get a bit of a kick out of it, and it keeps me in practice.
With no mobile phone and no computer, he's an advocate for an uncomplicated life.
You're missing out on watching sunrise or sunset, fishing, feeding the birds. There's so many other things you can do.
The local legend has now been immortalised outside the local fish and chip shop.
We'll grow old and die, but hopefully the pole stays there forever.
A simple tribute to a man who's made a big mark on a small community. Lily Knopfling, ABC News, Lucinda.
Now it's time for today's sport news with Jared Fitch.
The Australian men's rugby union side has opened its World Cup campaign with a 35-15 victory over Georgia in Paris. The Wallabies ran in 4 tries to 2 to end a 5-match losing streak under new coach Eddie Jones. Fullback Ben Donaldson scored 2 tries and kicked 6 goals to contribute 25 points in total. In other matches, England beat Argentina without scoring a try, 27-10. Ireland thumped Romania 82-8, and Italy beat Namibia 52-8.
One thing I know in a World Cup is that you want to get better week by week. And, as I said, we had the game, not won, but in the position to win it at half time. We didn't really allow them a chance to get in the game. So whilst the second half wasn't our absolute best, which probably parts of our first half, there was some really good stuff. That's part of our progression in the tournament.
American teenager Coco Gauff has won the US Women's Singles Open final, beating Belarusian Aryna Sabalenka in 3 sets. The 19-year-old lost the opening set 2-6 before taking the next 2 6-3, 6-2. It's Gauff's first major title, and she becomes the first American to win a US Open singles title since Sloane Stephens in 2017. Despite the loss, Sabalenka will now move to number 1 in the world, while Gauff moves up to number 3.
Honestly, thank you to the people who didn't believe in me. Those who thought who were putting water on my fire, you're really adding gas to it. And now I'm really burning so bright right now.
The Sydney Roosters had a thrilling 13 points to 12 victory over the Sharks in last night's NRL elimination final. The Sharks were in front 6-0 at the break before the Roosters lost to Joseph Swaliti and Joseph Mahmood to injury, as well as James Tedesco to the sin bin, but the Tricolours managed to level the scores before Sam Walker kicked the winning field goal. The Roosters will now play the Storm in Melbourne next weekend. In Saturday's other match, Penrith will beat the Warriors 32 points to 6. The Panthers now have a week off, while the Warriors will play either the Knights or the Raiders next week.
Yeah, I feel like the spirit grew, the more changes, the more chaos that got created in that game, the more the players grew, they got calmer, they got really focused on some key areas that we probably weren't in the first half. So yeah, just really proud. Like you want the footing to improve, but as far as the spirit with which the club and the team plays the game, that was at a high end.
The Brisbane Lions beat Port Adelaide by 48 points in Saturday night's AFL qualifying final at the Gabba. The Lions won 19 goals 9 at 123, 11-9-75, with Jed Danaher, the star for the Lions, kicking 5 goals. The Lions are now into a preliminary final, while the Power has a second chance and will play the GWS Giants in a sudden death semi-final in Adelaide next weekend. The Giants knocked out St Kilda, winning 15-11-101 to 11-11-77 to progress through. Australia has beaten South Africa by 123 runs in the second one-day international in Bloemfontein. David Warner and Marnus Labuschagne both blasted centuries. The visitors reached 8 for 392 from their 50 overs. Warner's 106 from 93 deliveries was his 20th ODI century and the second fastest of his career. In response, South Africa was bowled out for 269. Adam Zampa took 4 for 48 with the ball, while Sean Abbott, Nathan Ellis and Aaron Hardy picked up 2 wickets each. Australian Ethan Ewing has lost the men's title match at the World Surf League finals at Lower Trussels in California. Ewing, who fractured his back just last month, won 2 heats before losing to Brazilian Felipe Toledo in the final. It's the second year in a row Toledo has been crowned the world champion. American Caroline Marks is the new women's world champion after beating Hawaiian Carissa Moore in the final.
As Harry has called on competitors this year's Invictus Games in the German city of Dusseldorf to inspire those watching on. More than 500 athletes from around the world, including Australia, will compete in sporting events for wounded, injured and sick military servicemen and women. The Duke of Sussex served in the British Army and founded the Invictus Games in 2014.
These games are not solely about medals, PBs, or finishing lines. They are about overcoming any and all perceptions that have held you back, especially those you placed on yourselves.
Looking around the country in Queensland, showers in the northeast, sunny in the southwest, mostly sunny elsewhere. In South Wales and the ACT, mainly fine in the east, some cloud cover over the southwest, and sunny in the northwest. For Victoria, a late shower in the southwest, mostly sunny in the southeast, mostly cloudy in the north, with increasing sunshine in the northeast. Turning to Tasmania, rain in the south and mostly clear and cool in the north. In South Australia, a clearing shower in the southeast, cloud increasing in the west and mostly sunny elsewhere. For Western Australia, mostly cloudy in the south, fog clearing in the southwest, rain fine and hot in the north. For the Northern Territory, showers over Arnhem, windy and warm for the interior, mostly clear in the south and the northwest, topping. We head to tomorrow's forecast for the capital cities, mostly sunny for Brisbane and Sydney, or clearing for Canberra and Perth, mostly cloudy for Melbourne and Hobart, Adelaide and Darwin, mostly sunny. For this latest from ABC News, remember you can also keep up to date at news.abc.net.au and on ABC iView. I'm Miriam Coral with Stay With Us. History's Vietnam 50th anniversary is up next.
We interrupt our programming with breaking news. Next chapter of the award-winning series has arrived. It's all under that ambitious young woman. You remember her? Your couple separated.
If you let the hell out of this story, you'll get the biggest numbers of the year.
The newsroom returns tonight 8:30 on ABC TV and ABC iView. He took a job in war zone.
That's one of the worst reptiles in Baghdad's had. Everybody thought of Dean as this kind of indestructible news robot.
What happens next unraveled everything.
Roger that. My son fell short on my watch.
And as a family, we spiraled with a life-changing journey.
It's time that mental health was made a priority in the workplace. I am not going to rest until things change.
Australian Story, tomorrow at 8. Annabelle meets up with Liberal Karen Andrews.
Welcome to my kitchen. Karen's the first Queensland woman ever to become a federal cabinet minister. I went to politics and it's the first time I've ever felt I had to fight for things simply because I was a woman. How is it being called Karen these days?
Spilling the tea on Life in Canberra.
There was more of socialising, there's more of alcohol. Quite a number of people don't go home to their own bed. Yeah, okay.
Kitchen Cabinet, Tuesday at 8 on ABC and ABC iView. Voting in a referendum is different from an election. When you answer the referendum question, write either yes or no inside the box on the ballot paper. The result is based on how the majority of people vote nationally and also in the majority of states. The government must act on what Australia decides. All Australian citizens aged 18 and over must vote. Your answer matters. Learn more at aec.gov.au, authorised by the Electoral Commissioner, Canberra. Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders are advised that this program contains images and voices of people who have died.
Australian infantrymen have been fighting in Vietnam for 8 months, and they have built up a reputation as skilled jungle fighters.
I heard this huge bang. It sounded like an RPG. It hit the tree, but the bang I heard were 2 AK-47 bullets ripping in my left shoulder and dislocating my arm. At 9 o'clock, the chopper came and got me and winched me out on the jungle penetrator.
Most of the trauma that comes through the doors of the emergency department is accidental, whereas in wartime, the trauma that we faced was man-made, and one had to really get used to the fact that, you know, this is what people do to each other in wartime.
World War I gave Australia the Anzac story. World War II gave us a story of victory. But what is the story Australia tells itself about Vietnam, our longest war in the 20th century? What did the Australians, most of them young men, and many of them conscripts, do in this controversial war? And how did it change their lives? The generation which fights in Vietnam is born with the optimism and prosperity of post-war Australia.
As everybody says over the good old days, we just had an incredible freedom to walk, to hitchhike, to adventure, to climb trees, to swim in swamps, to play in creeks, and to do all the sorts of things that young kids today can't do, and they don't know what they're missing out on.
Even as Cold War tension spreads in Asia, very few Australians know or care about the fate of a small war-torn nation in Southeast Asia called South Vietnam.
Knew very little about it. Really did not even know where Vietnam was. And looked up on the map and saw proximity to the other countries. But really I had no knowledge of the culture or anything like that.
19, 20-year-old men full of testosterone, playing footy, rowing boats, surf clubs, dances on weekends, girls at beer, all of that sort of thing took priority before geopolitical matters. It wasn't until you were personally involved that you started to take an interest, you know.
Why should Australia be in South Vietnam? Why are we there? Obviously, to resist armed aggression and subversion.
But when Prime Minister Robert Menzies announces in April 1965 that an infantry battalion will be sent to fight in South Vietnam, the decision is immediately popular.
I was in my first year at Duntroon there, and indeed I remember walking to mess parade at lunch, and I was just a little behind time, and there was this cheering going on, and that was because news that Menzies had announced the commitment had occurred.
In June 1965, the 1st Battalion of the Royal Australian Regiment arrives in Vietnam aboard the aircraft carrier HMAS Sydney, repurposed as a troop carrier. One RAR serves with a US Airborne Brigade in Bien Hoa Province. For the first time in Australian history, we're not fighting alongside our traditional ally, Great Britain. Between 1965 and 1972, 9 Australian infantry battalions are deployed in 16 one-year tours of duty. As a battalion arrives, another prepares to leave for home, like two teams exchanging places on a deadly battlefield. The young soldiers are given a pamphlet to explain why they have travelled all this way to fight.
We as a military force and as individuals are in this country to help the Vietnamese government and people to win their long and courageous fight against the communists. The product of victory is a democratic.
The government was saying that this domino effect
The communists coming down through Malay Peninsula, you know, over time, and then eventually Australia, you know. I thought, I want to pick this up there. And that was part of the plan. But early on, they're not given all the tools they need to do the job.
What some officers from the battalion did was got in a jeep with a trailer on it down to American base at Lung Tau and said, we're here to pick up the Australian stores. And so they followed 5 50 caliber machine guns and a water truck. And they're driving out of the depot, American guard on there with a clipboard, you know, making notes and so on. We're just picking up the Australian stores, and of course, and then they just drive out.
I mean, I can remember going to the local marketplace with the orthopaedic surgeon because we didn't have any orthopaedic instruments, and he bought a hacksaw, he bought a carpentry chisel, and he bought a hammer.
For Australia, Vietnam is a soldier's war. The Navy gets them there and keeps them supplied. The RAAF extracts them when they're wounded and protects them from the air. Medical and nursing staff patch them up. They're supported by engineers and artillery gunners, but it's the diggers and armoured crews who do most of the fighting. By the war's end, soldiers make up 97% of the wounded and 96% of those killed in action. In January 1966, Menzies retires and his treasurer, Harold Holt, moves into the Lodge. Under Holt, Australia acquires a new role in Vietnam. Our troops will take control of Foot Clee Province. A second battalion arrives in May 1966. 5 RAR's immediate task is to establish a base at a location called Nui Dat. The deployment is historic. 5 RAR is made up of both Regs and NASHOs, regular soldiers and national servicemen. Menzies introduced selective national service, known widely as conscription, in November 1964.
The ballot procedure was quite simple. Numbered marbles representing all of the birthdays applicable for the men covered by this ballot would be placed in the ballot. And after it has been spun, Sir Robert will draw the required number of marbles from the front. I will now ask for the departmental officers to put the marbles in the ballot.
The first ballot takes place in March 1965.
In 1964, I won the Junior PGA Championship of Queensland, and I was first intake national service. The way I tell it is the government was so impressed that they offered me a 2-year scholarship, all expenses paid me a wage, training, the whole lot, throw in an overseas trip. Who could resist?
National service applies to 20-year-old men who, under the rules of the time, are too young to vote and, in some states, too young to drink. Like the war itself, conscription is very popular in Australia. At its peak, Nui Dat is the size of a small Australian town, surrounded by a 12-kilometre perimeter of wire fencing. Life in the Dat is noisy. Choppers land and depart. Trucks roll in with supplies from Lung Tau. There's often the sound of artillery. It's hot, humid and dusty, and thousands of Australian soldiers come to appreciate Nui Dat as a safe haven. But this little Australian oasis in Vietnam is vulnerable.
Not only was it mentally tough, it was physically tough. The only way we could defend ourselves was patrol. We were on call 24/7, 365 days of the year. We got no relief. We had 4 days R&R and 4 days RMC in the year, so we had 8 days. That was it.
The Australians are allies of the Americans, but they operate with a degree of independence from the US war machine.
The war in Vietnam for the Americans was a totally different kettle of fish to our war. Our war in the Fukui province was a counter-revolutionary war where we operated with stealth to close with and then kill the enemy. We couldn't afford to just go out hunting for bear, fully loaded, the way the Americans did. The Americans had so much combat power and they were prepared to go into a war of attrition, whereas we couldn't.
Every time stepping outside the wire, there was always a prospect of treading on a mine, of being ambushed. There was a high likelihood of running into the enemy at absolutely no notice, a very short warning, if you had any warning at all. And so everybody had to be 100% on the ball all the time. The idea was that we didn't walk on tracks, though we sometimes walked adjacent to tracks, but basically we went through the jungle with a forward scout with secateurs, basically, cutting our way through.
And we were finding sign, but no enemy. And so we went for 3 weeks without a contact. And each day it was like winding the guitar strings on a guitar, just another notch. And so by the time we finished that, we were tight. We wanted a contact just so we could get it out of our system. But it didn't happen. And the next time it did, I made up for it.
Everything seemed to slow down. It seemed to happen in slow time. And I also had a piercing sound in my head. I think it was a physiological reaction to the stress as these people started to come down the river and got closer and closer to the patrol. We were about 3 or 4 metres away from them when we opened fire and killed the 3 of them. After we killed them, there was a wave of euphoria in the platoon. It had been the first contact we'd had. We'd done masses of training. We'd trained for about 10 months to lead us to this point. And that lasted for, I suppose, 30 seconds, maybe a minute. And then it died down when we had to get down to the nasty business of recovering the bodies and burying them.
In a year-long tour of duty, diggers averaged over 40 weeks outside the wild. In the Second World War, some Australian battalions experienced just 40 weeks of action during the entire conflict. The Australians in Vietnam fought in thousands of small contacts and over a dozen larger battles. The Battle of Din Ba, Operation Coburg, the Battle of Coral Balmoral, the Battle of My Lai, Operation Overlord, Operation Hammersley. But the best known perhaps is the battle that gives us the date on which we commemorate Vietnam Veterans Day. On August the 18th, 1966, 108 soldiers of D Company 6th Battalion of the Royal Australian Regiment take on an enemy force of some 2,000 at a rubber plantation called Long Ten. This battle is often described as a very close run thing, and it was.
The bullets were flying thick and fast from man to man. You'd be firing at them and you see them drop and you'd think, oh, we've got them. And then after a while, another assault would come in and these people had dropped. They weren't shot at all. They would drop and then they'd wait for the next wave and then they'd jump up and join that wave. So they were reinforcing themselves on their way in.
The grim determination and bravery of D Company on the ground was reinforced by skilled gunners who laid round after round of accurate artillery fire.
They knew that if they called on an Australian artillery unit to get rounds on the ground, they got them where they wanted it. You yell, we shall. But when they order guns in place, that means we're just about not dropping it on top of our troops, but it's really close that they could be killed or wounded.
Also, dropping from above the canopy of rubber trees, desperately needed ammunition delivered by courageous helicopter crews.
They couldn't have anything else there for at least half an hour. And that's when Frank just sort of said, well, I'll go. I said, what the hell are you doing, Frank? This is an idea. I said, this is suicide.
It could easily have become one of the greatest disasters in Australia's military history. As it is, Longtan evokes today a sort of melancholy awe at what humans can achieve, even in the most terrible of situations. The battle is the Australian Army's most costly single engagement during the war. 17 Australians die in that representation. One dies later of his wounds. Their average age is 21. Just like the other men who fight in Vietnam, they're from all over Australia. They're from the big cities and the large towns and small places in the bush. A few days after the battle, a young Indigenous digger of D Company called Vic Simon writes home to his family.
Dear Mum and Dad, I am okay, but not fighting fit anymore. I saw that many VCs, it wasn't funny. We came back to camp yesterday and we were treated like kings. Blokes from other companies coming out, shaking our hands. Last night we had 3 beers to ours. I am glad to see camp. You'll have to cut off my arms to get me out again. I'll be holding on to that many things. I'll have to say goodbye. See you in just over 7 months' time. Vic.
According to the Australian War Memorial, over 250 men and women of Aboriginal descent served in Vietnam, and several fight at Long Tan. During the latter half of the war, the Viet Cong in Phuoc Tuy deployed a new weapon against the Australians.
Many Australian diggers, when they were working in areas where we knew there were mines, it had a great psychological effect. You had this fear of mines at the back of your head all the time. That's my next step, it'll be my last.
In May 1970, Graham Edwards is a machine gunner on patrol with 7th Battalion of the Royal Australian Regiment. Not long after leaving the armour-plated safety of an armoured personnel carrier, the young private takes one step too many.
I knew immediately what had happened. There was just this incredible bang, dust went everywhere. My ears were ringing with the noise. I collapsed on the ground. I just momentarily felt an incredible sense of peace and tranquility, and I just started to drift off up into the blue sky. It's just so peaceful. Within milliseconds, I think that feeling evaporated, and these incredibly powerful waves of pain just started to break over me and rack through my body. Something that was indescribable. I could see immediately that my legs were shattered, blood pouring everywhere.
Graham Edwards survives, but at a great cost. His shredded legs have to be amputated. Insult is added to this terrible injury when he discovers that the weapon that nearly killed him is an Australian landmine, the M16 Jumping Jack. A few years earlier, in March 1967, the commander of the Australians in Phuoc Tuy, Brigadier Stuart Graham, ordered the construction of a large barrier minefield to disrupt the Viet Cong's lines of supply and communication. Against military doctrine, the minefield is never adequately protected. and the enemy quickly exploited this tactical failure.
The enemy quickly learned that there was a booby trap underneath each mine, and they learned how to neutralise those, and then they were lifting mines by the hundred. And then once they lifted them, they deployed them against the Australian forces.
Dear Wayne, last night was another disastrous night for the 5th Battalion. Another platoon walked into a minefield. When it was all over and the casualties were evacuated by helicopter, only one man was left standing. There were 28 in the platoon. It all took place pretty close to the base, and we could hear the mines going off. One of the fellows reckons he could hear the screams every so often. That's 2 platoons nearly wiped out by stinking landmines.
Australian landmines become a major cause of Australian casualties.
The barrier minefield itself was an incredibly strategically bad blunder, and it cost many Australian lives.
Edwards returns to his wife and young daughter and begins the arduous task of rebuilding his life.
If any unit deserved a unit citation, One Australian Hospital in Downtown, wonderful people, very professional, very caring, very skilled medics, doctors, nursing sisters, the whole lot of them. And they just were so good and saved so many lives.
One final point, is it conceivable that VC could be watching this withdrawal operation today from the mountains around here?
Oh, I don't doubt that for one moment. I think he's got his observation posts throughout the province, and although he may not be able to know exactly what's happening, he's got a fair idea.
Despite their best efforts, the Australians never take full control of Fukui. The task of subduing the province is like painting the Sydney Harbour Bridge. Just when you think the job is done, you have to start all over again. The last Australian troops leave Meribat in November 1971.
They're going home and they're happy. Australia's 3rd Battalion withdraws from the Task Force base camp among the rubber trees at Meribat because the Australian government has agreed that most of its troops will be home by Christmas.
Australia's war in Vietnam officially ceases on January the 11th, 1973, when Governor-General Support Hassler proclaims the end of our involvement. But wars never end just because the shooting stops. Some veterans return with disabilities. Others suffer health problems arising from Agent Orange and other chemicals. And many are struck down by what the war did to their minds, post-traumatic stress.
I can tell you when it first bowled me over, and that wasn't until, the 1990s.
In a place of safety, playing a sporty glove, Vasilla is overwhelmed by a memory he could not identify.
I walked off the 3rd degree. I looked over to the 4th tee, and there was a log on the ground in the background in some bush. And my world stopped then. I could barely move after that. I had no idea what it meant. I just had a great panic attack. It took me some time to find out, put the pieces together to find out what was going on.
In Vietnam, Vasilla's platoon had been sent in to replace an Australian unit which had suffered heavy casualties in a contact.
They told us that they got all the wounded and dead out from the afternoon before. I walked maybe 10 metres, stepped over a log, and there was a dead Australian soldier on the other side of the log.
And the recovery process can take decades. For years, Mick Crosby kept his service in Vietnam largely to himself. Then one day in 1992, he was catching up with some friends down the pub.
We had a dance competition, and I had to indicate that I would not be there for a few days myself. Where are you going? So I'm going to Canberra. What are you going to that place for? Oh, something to do with a memorial down there.
In fact, he was planning to attend the opening of this place, the Australian Vietnam Forces National Memorial.
The memorial was built over the last year here in Anzac Parade.
They ended up saying, well, I was a veteran too. And the other guy said, well, so did I. And all this time, we hadn't ever discussed it or known of each other's involvement in the military.
We've seen veterans in the crowd who don't want to march, but just want to be here. They're just looking, watching, absorbing, and being a part in their own way.
You just bottle it up. You just hold it within, and you're tight within. You're stressed, very much stressed by this, and you just don't understand why something minor might just trigger it off.
It's the beginning of Nick Crosby's long search for healing.
Well, we went down there the first year and just stood there. The second year, we went down there with our medals, but they were in our pocket.
Memorial will now become a permanent reminder of the men and women who served in Vietnam with such honor, dedication, and bravery.
The third year, we wore them. So it took a few years, even amongst military people, to put the medals on. And then we realised that we were home.
If this program has raised any concerns, you may wish to contact one of these services. Open Arms, 1-800-011-046. Soldier On, 1300-620-380. Lifeline, 1311-14. Welcome to the heartbeat of creativity, ABC iView.
All I'm good for is making tunes. Leave me alone and I'll do it.
Where culture thrives.
It's ridiculous how emotional it makes you, isn't it? Workaholic, perfectionist, control freak. It's all part of the job description.
Where stories unfold.
This was the biggest case of art fraud in Australia. Frida Kahlo was a rule breaker.
She was used. Stream arts, music and culture for free on ABC iView.
This referendum won't change who we are. It will reveal who we are. This is a tokenistic gesture that won't change anything.
I feel ignorant. I think it's important, but I don't know what the right thing to do is.
I will not war people that are living in Sydney that make me think it's from my family.
I'd like to think that we can address this in our generation and not leave it for our children and grandchildren.
We don't have time. Settle the business. Settle the score.
Four Corners tomorrow, ABC TV and ABC iView. When murder returns to the countryside, these are the sleuths to call.
It was. She's been operating with private investigators. 3 sets of deaths.
You all seem to be dropping like flies.
What's happening? Can you help us?
He had a motive and no alibi.
He really was kind of passionate.
You thinking what I'm thinking?
Depending on think about lunch.
New Shakespeare and Hathaway, Saturday 7:30 on ABC TV and ABC iView. So for the final CCI, here's my top tip for making sure you don't miss a second. Your footy finals live and ad-free on the ABC Listener. Every try, goal, mark and tackle. Called by ABC Sports expert commentary team. Whatever footy you're after, we've got you covered. Get 100% footy live and ad-free on the ABC Listener.
Today, rescue efforts continue in Morocco as the earthquake death toll rises to more than 2,000. Also, heard revelations from Western Australian Premier Mark McGowan pressure his Environment Protection Chief to withdraw emissions guidelines. Indigenous leader Mel Pearson says he's confident the referendum will back the voice, even as the Yes campaign since further in the polls. American tennis player Heather Golf stages a comeback to claim her first Grand Slam title. Hello, welcome to ABC News. I'm Miriam Korowa. The death toll from a magnitude 6.8 earthquake in Morocco on Friday continues to climb amid desperate rescue efforts. Authorities say more than 2,012 people are dead after the quake struck in the mountains area near the city of Marrakesh. Middle East correspondent Tim Junior reports from Morocco.
I'm standing at the edge of the ancient old city, right in the heart of Marrakesh, a labyrinth of streets filled with market sellers and mosques, which only days ago was pumping with tourists. There are signs here of destruction everywhere, with the full scale of the damage yet to be assessed. As you can see around here, many of these structures are very old and highly packed in and just didn't stand a chance when the massive tremor struck late on Friday night. It's an even worse story in the rural areas just outside the city, where emergency services are still working to bypass roads blocked by debris. Reaching some of the remote villages at the epicenter of the quake is proving hard, and because of the terrain there's still a risk of landslides. Locals here also know that the danger is not over, even if their homes are intact. Many will be sleeping outdoors for a second night. They're scared of an aftershock that could do even more damage.
The earthquake hit, or I don't know what it was. We were eating dinner before the electricity was cut off, and we did not know what was happening. Our children and our family, we no longer know if they are alive or dead. We hope that someone will help us.
Others in some hard-to-reach places are still waiting for any help at all to arrive.
There is no way to enter the houses. My parents are ill at home. It is necessary to get help. We cannot continue without water or electricity. The roads are blocked for the children who want to go to school. We only wanted to get our parents out of the house, but we could not. They are ill.
Earthquakes of this size are rare in Morocco, and the country isn't necessarily prepared for them. Buildings, particularly in those rural areas, simply aren't built to withstand the shock.
The community in the Medina needs the authority to step up and to step up really heavy in certain communities that need help. Because, like I said earlier, Mallah is one of the poorest areas in the city, and those people need help.
Hospitals also straining under the influx of hundreds of injured, which again will likely continue. There's been an outpouring of offers for help from governments and organisations from around the world, including from Algeria, with whom Morocco has no diplomatic relations. Morocco's own government has declared 3 days of national mourning and has urged for calm. The affected area is home to millions of people, and the death toll will likely keep on climbing as rescuers continue to dig through the rubble for survivors. Right now, of course, the first 48 hours are the crucial time for that to happen as the window for survival starts to close.
A current 26-year-old man has been charged with a deadly car crash in Melbourne CBD that killed 1 person and left 5 others injured. The Melton West man is facing a string of charges, including murder, attempted murder, and intentionally causing serious injury. He appeared at an after-hours court hearing on Saturday. He's been remanded in custody and is due to reappear in court in mid-January. There's still no sign of 2 gunmen who shot dead a Melbourne underworld figure. 50-year-old Gavin Preston was shot dead outside a cafe in Keilor Village on the Old Calder Highway yesterday morning. A second man, aged in his 20s, was taken to hospital in a critical condition after also being shot. Investigators say 2 offenders dressed in black and driving a black Audi SUV fled the scene. A man is died after being beaten repeatedly by a snake in Queensland last night. Paramedics say the man, aged in his 60s, was attempting to uncoil the snake from another man's ankle at Kamala, south of Mackay, around 6:30. He was bitten multiple times on the chest and arm and died at the scene. The second man was also beaten and was taken to Mackay-based hospital in stable condition. The latest poll results for the Voice referendum show declining support for the Yes campaign. The No vote is now leading by the largest margin yet, with a Redbridge poll showing just 39% in favour of the Voice. Our data analyst Casey Briggs breaks down the full surveys released this past week.
First came the news poll at the start of the week when we exclude undecided from that. That took yes at just under 42% of the vote. The second poll of the week was one from Essential, 47. That's the best number for yes this week that we've seen. And then yesterday, 2 polls. That one from Redbridge, you mentioned, 39%, and another one from Freshwater, also published in News 4 papers, that one put yes at 41%. So these four polls, they actually have largely got some overlapping fieldwork back. So that's done quite a bit in narrowing the uncertainty in our polling average and also moving it to show you what the polling average now looks like. You can see that slide we've been talking about now all year continues. Yes, sitting on an average across the polls of 42.6%, and we're not predicting the outcome here. This is an estimate of what the polls are saying as a collective. No, sitting at 57.4. So we're talking, no, nearly 15 percentage points ahead. With numbers like that, no would be getting pretty hopeful of winning maybe 5, probably even 6 of the 6 states come referendum night. So what's Yes's pathway to victory from here? Will probably want a dramatic turnaround in this trajectory in the next 5 weeks, so not very long. If we would see that, it would be, an unprecedented turnaround in opinion polling, certainly this century and probably for considerably longer. The other option is, of course, that these polls are wrong, but for them to be wrong enough for Yes to prevail from here, we would need to again see an unprecedented polling fail, and I'm talking in the order of maybe nearly triple the error that we saw in 2019. The other option, of course, being a combo of those two errors that might, a turnaround and a polling error that might help Yes if they were to work together in the right direction. There is always a chance of an outlier here. We know polls are estimates, they're never, precise, and there's always a chance of them being incorrect. But history of referenda, both here and overseas, has not really pointed us to any examples where they're this wrong before. I don't know if that's a pathway for Yes to win or a tight break they have to walk.
Indigenous leader Mel Pearson says he's undeterred by the polls and he's confident the referendum will back the votes.
The history of our organised rights struggle on behalf of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people started in the 1930s, and every battle we have won over the past century has been uphill. We've always been the underdog. It's always been very hard for us, but we have won games over these years, over these decades. And we won the native title decision with Mabo. We won the native title Act 30 years ago. We got justice for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples under the common law of Australia, and justice has played out over the past 30 years. All of these games are not easily won. We have persuaded governments and we've persuaded the Australian people of the gains that we've made. We're always the underdog. We're 3% of the population. We are the most powerless people in the country. We're the weakest political constituency in the country, but through persuasion and through argument and through constant campaigning, we've managed to make gains. We're the underdog in this referendum, but I still believe we can achieve victory.
With governments across the country now committed to net zero emissions by 2050, Australia's biggest polluters will have to make substantial cuts. But today, the ABC can reveal extraordinary claims by the former head of the Environmental Protection Authority in Western Australia that the previous Premier, Mark McGowan, pressured him to withdraw tough new emissions guidelines, which have been criticised by gas giant Woodside.
Shame on Woodside!
Climate change is going to be a problem.
The LNG producers held crisis talks. Tens of thousands of jobs put at risk.
Zero emissions by 2050. It's happening. We're paying for it now. We've got to make some changes.
Shame on Woodside! What are you going to lose? You can't make money out of climate action.
The calls for climate action have been growing in the resource-rich state of Western Australia. And the tactics of activists becoming more extreme. But for WA's former Environment Protection Chief, Tom Patton, this battle started 4 years ago.
There are a handful of very large resource companies that play a very prominent role in the state.
In 2019, Dr. Patton tried to put them on a path to net zero.
A
think we were the only jurisdiction in Australia at the time without even an aspirational state reduction target, and the state's emissions were going up.
The guidelines triggered a massive industry backlash, culminating in a telephone call from the most powerful man in the state, Mark McGowan.
It wasn't a very long phone call. It was a very straightforward request that he did not want us to continue with those guidelines and wanted us to withdraw them. He didn't feel that consultation was sufficient within industry. We responded to an extraordinary request in an extraordinary moment in the state's history.
Tom Hatton is now speaking out for the first time. He wants the public to know what happened.
I had the whole reputation of 50 years of EPA on my shoulders, but also the environmental future of the state.
Dr. Hatton says he was given 1 hour to brief his board members.
It was a very difficult moment for the board. And that phone call from the Premier was certainly unprecedented. And through the lens of the Act and the independence that it affords the board of the EPA, it was highly unorthodox and, in my view, inappropriate.
What is the point of the EPA if it just gives the government what it wants?
The board was very sensitive to this perception at the time that could persist that somehow we had lost our independence. In the event, there's no evidence that that's happened. It made me feel under pressure to both defend the independence of the EPA, but at the same time maintain our influence on government so that we could get some greenhouse gas outcomes for the state.
Mark McGowan declined repeated requests for comment. The ABC has spoken to people involved with drafting of the greenhouse gas guidelines and former EPA board members that Dr. Hatton spoke to immediately after his phone call from Mark McGowan. All independently confirmed that Dr. Hatton had told them that the Premier had asked him to withdraw his guidelines.
It was a political intervention by the Premier to make the political problem go away. And that political problem was very powerful industries running a campaign to try and shift costs off their government's shoulders.
That campaign was extraordinary in its speed and power. Within 48 hours, articles, editorials and full-page ads funded by gas giant Woodside were plastered across Perth's only daily newspaper. The mining lobby quickly followed suit.
They became rather personalized attacks and challenging the sanity, the competency, the independence of the board.
They had the support of the Premier.
The EPA put this out, it's not government policy. From the Premier's perspective, pragmatically this was something that needed to happen in order for him to maintain, and the government to maintain good relations with very powerful research industry.
Some of Australia's most powerful business leaders filed into Parliament House to put their case to the Premier. The measure would cost jobs and projects.
We're happy to have the opportunity to interact with the Premier and the ministers.
Piers Verstegen was director of WA's Conservation Council at the time. He was previously an advisor to Mr McGowan when he was Environment Minister.
The consequences of this decision are going to be felt here in Australia and internationally for decades to come. We're talking about billions of tonnes of additional greenhouse gas emissions. 4 years of extra delay means we've got a whole lot of new projects that should have been done.
The ABC approached Woodside for comment, but it declined. The gas lobby APIA said its concerns over a lack of consultation were made clear at the time. The Chamber of Mines and Energy says it supports a federal approach to carbon emissions. The state government is legislating a path to net zero by 2050. But in this resource-rich state, that won't be easy. Catherine Dix, ABC News, Perth.
Rescue teams have begun a tricky process of extricating an American researcher who became seriously ill while he was 1,000 metres below the entrance of a cave in Turkey. It could take days to bring Mark Dickey to the surface, with the rescuers anticipating he will need frequent rest stops and a camp set up along the way as they pull his stretcher through narrow passages. The 40-year-old experienced Caleb began vomiting last week because of stomach bleeding while on an expedition at the Moja Cave in some of Turkey's Taurus Mountains. G20 countries have agreed on a joint declaration, but Western leaders have conceded to soften the language on calls to condemn Russia for the Ukraine war. The summit of the world's most powerful leaders was hosted by the Indian government, which has acknowledged the G20 isn't the platform to solve security issues. South Asia correspondent Abby Dice reports.
The leaders of the world's most powerful and richest countries have managed, against all odds, to agree on a joint declaration here at the G20 summit. Even on Saturday morning, as the leaders were arriving here at the venue in New Delhi, that seems like a completely impossible task, considering the polarizations on the world stage, especially in relation to the Ukraine war. We know that negotiators have been working around the clock in the lead up to this weekend, trying to form some sort of consensus, and there is still that sticking point, the wording around the Ukraine war. Now, every year, the G20 leaders, they gather in a meeting and they try to release this declaration. But this year, it seems like for the first time in the G20's history, that would be impossible because of pushback from countries like Russia and China. Now, it seems like in this statement that Western leaders had to concede on the language around the Ukraine war. They were coming out earlier saying they wanted a full condemnation of Russia in regards to that. But instead, the declaration says we will welcome all relevant and constructive initiatives that support a comprehensive, just and durable peace in Ukraine. Now, the Australian Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, has come out and been questioned about whether that's too soft in terms of wording. He says that it is quite strong in its language, calling for peace. But this certainly is a win for the Indian government. Narendra Modi surprisingly announced this news on Saturday evening, and it seems like the hosts of the G20 have managed to form some sort of consensus. Whether or not that will actually be able to be applied in the real world is a completely different question.
Well, Korea has marked the 75th anniversary of the country's founding with a parade through the capital, Pyongyang. Leader Kim Jong-un and top officials attended, along with Russian diplomats and a Chinese delegation. Russian President Vladimir Putin says the two countries will continue to strengthen ties. Learning to read is one of the building blocks of life, and yet there are concerns that children are being left behind. Schools explicitly teaching students to sound out words as their literacy standards lift, but advocates warn adoption of phonics-based learning is still uneven, creating a lottery for students.
12-year-old Zoe is a thriving student now, but in her younger years, she struggled to learn to read.
It was a little bit frustrating for me because no one was telling me how to do it, or no one was helping me understand what I was reading.
By year 3, Zoe was 3 years behind. I did feel quite let down of my trust into the teachers and into the public system, and I've literally got no result. Noni found Zoe a tutor and moved her to a Canberra Catholic school. There she was explicitly taught to sound out words instead of memorising or guessing them. Zoe caught up within 2 years. There's many what I would call instructional casualties, which are kids that are failing to learn to read, not because they can't, but because they're not taught well enough. More and more schools are moving to what's called instruction-explicit literacy, where children are taught letters and sounds in a particular order so they can decode unfamiliar words. Instead of using predictable readers, which have been removed from the national curriculum, it uses decodable readers. Predictable readers promote guessing, and there's lots of long words and tricky sounds. A decodable reader promotes decoding, and it has a restricted amount of letters and sounds which the child has been practicing. We know that children who are effective readers early on are the ones who have acquired those automatic decoding skills. Professor Pavlos knows there is huge variation in what schools are doing across the country. It is a lottery, unfortunately, and parents don't know that they're signing up for a lottery when they enroll their child at this school rather than that school. Are you ready for spaghetti? South Australian public schools started exclusively teaching phonics 5 years ago. With the help of literacy coaches, the state's NAPLAN reading and phonics check results have been steadily improving, especially among children from poorer backgrounds.
When you can see those results changing, that's always really good for teachers to be able to go, oh, actually what you're telling me and what we're trying and doing here is actually working for me and my students.
The big thing that I'm seeing with children is confidence. So when they come into our phonics lessons, because they're structured, they're explicit, they have a routine, and the kids know what to expect, they're all willing to have a go.
New South Wales and WA public schools also teach this way, while Tasmania and now Queensland are committed to making a statewide switch. But the phonics first approach still has its critics.
I believe that a balanced approach works best because it allows the teacher to encompass using a whole range of different strategies to meet the needs of the individual learner.
For Nomi, there's no question what works best. Her son Jagger was exclusively taught phonics from the beginning. He's already nearly up in to level in reading from doing his degree readings, cracking the code for a fundamental skill for life. Susan McDonald, ABC News, Canberra.
Another sport with Jared Coote.
The Australian men's rugby union side has opened its World Cup campaign with a 35-15 victory over Georgia in Paris. The Wallabies ran in 4 tries to 2 to end a 5-match losing streak under new coach Eddie Jones. Fullback Ben Donaldson scored 2 tries and kicked 6 goals to contribute 25 points in total. In other matches, England beat Argentina without scoring a try, 27-10. Ireland bumped Romania 82-8, and Italy beat Namibia 52-8.
One thing I know in a World Cup is that you want to get better week by week. And, you know, as I said, we had the game, not won, but in a position to win it at half time. We didn't really allow them a chance to get in the game. So whilst the second half wasn't our absolute best, which probably parts of our first half, there was some really good stuff. That's part of our progression in the tournament.
American teenager Coco Gauff has won the US Women's Singles Open final, beating Belarusian Aryna Sabalenka in 3 sets. The 19-year-old lost the opening set 2-6 before taking the next 2 6-3, 6-2. It's Gauff's first major title, and she becomes the first American to win a US Open singles title since Sloane Stephens in 2017. Despite the loss, Sabalenka will now move to number 1 in the world, while Gauff moves up to number 3.
Obviously, thank you to the people who didn't believe in me. Those who thought we were putting water on my fire, you're really adding gas to it. And now I'm really burning so bright right now.
The Sydney Roosters had a thrilling 13 points to 12 victory over the Sharks in last night's NRL elimination final. The Sharks were in front 6-0 at the break before the Roosters lost to Joseph Smiley and Joseph Mahmood to injury, as well as James Tedesco to the sin bin, but the Tricolours managed to level the scores before Sam Walker kicked the winning field goal. The Roosters will now play the Storm in Melbourne next weekend. In Saturday's other match, Penrith beat the Warriors 32 points to 6. The Panthers now have a week off, while the Warriors will play either the Knights or the Raiders next week.
Yeah, I felt like the spirit grew, the more changes, the more chaos that got created in that game, the more the players grew, they got calmer, they got really focused on some key areas that we probably weren't in the first half. So yeah, just really proud. Like you want the footy to improve, but as far as the spirit with which the club and the team plays the game, that was at a high end.
The Brisbane Lions beat Port Adelaide by 48 points in Saturday night's AFL qualifying final at the Gabba. The Lions won 19 goals 9 at 123, 11-9-75 with Jed Danaher, the star for the Lions, kicking 5 goals. The Lions are now into a preliminary final, while the Power has a second chance and will play the GWS Giants in a sudden death semi-final in Adelaide next weekend. The Giants knocked out St Kilda with 15-11-101 to 11-11-77 to progress through. Australia has beaten South Africa by 123 runs in the second one-day international in Bloemfontein. David Warner and Marnus Labuschagne both blasted centuries. As the visitors reached 8 for 392 from their 50 overs. Warner's 106 from 93 deliveries was his 20th ODI century and the second fastest of his career. In response, South Africa was bowled out for 269. Adam Zampa took 4 for 48 with the ball, while Sean Abbott Nathan Ellis and Aaron Hardy picked up 2 wickets each. Australian Ethan Ewing has lost the men's title match at the World Surf League finals at Lower Trestles in California. Ewing, who fractured his back just last month, won 2 heats before losing to Brazilian Felipe Toledo in the final. It's the second year in a row Toledo has been crowned world champion. American Caroline Marks is new women's world champion after beating Hawaiian Carissa Moore in the final.
Looking around the country, in Queensland, showers in the northeast, sunny in the southwest, mostly sunny elsewhere. New South Wales and the ACT mainly fine in the east, some cloud cover over the southwest and sunny in the northwest. For Victoria, a late shower in the southwest, mostly sunny in the southeast, mostly cloudy in the north with increasing sunshine in the northeast. Turning to Tasmania, rain in the south end, mostly clear and cool in the north. In South Australia, a clearing shower in the southeast, cloud increasing in the west and mostly sunny elsewhere. For Western Australia, mostly cloudy in the south, fog clearing in the southwest, with rain fine and hot in the north. For the northern territory, showers over rain, windy and warm for the interior, mostly clear in the south and the northwest top end. We head to tomorrow's forecast for the capital cities, mostly sunny for Brisbane and Sydney, while clearing for Canberra and Perth, mostly cloudy for Melbourne and Adelaide and Darwin, mostly sunny. That is the latest on ABC News. Remember, you can also keep up to date at news.abc.net.au and on ABC iView. We're Nicole. Thank you for your company.
Down, down, no, 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 down, down, no.
5, 4, 3.
No.
The whole country is moving to colossal change, and it is our job to lead it.
Haven't you done enough already?
Yeah.